from exploding as much as it would without some incentive for small businesses to keep people on, et cetera. This is the largest stimulus package in American history. Now, a stimulus package, the concept of a stimulus package is it's a Keynesian idea, the idea being government spending can lessen the severity of a recession, stimulate the economy, boost employment, boost spending. That's the framework. It's a Keynesian framework we're talking about. This deal was reached just hours ago, around 1:30 a.m. Eastern time, very early this morning. Here is Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell announcing it.
At last, we have a deal. After days of intense discussions, the Senate has reached a bipartisan agreement on a historic relief package for this pandemic. It will rush new resources onto the front lines of our nation's healthcare fight, and it will inject trillions of dollars of cash into the economy as fast as possible.
As you can tell there, Mitch McConnell just overwhelmed with emotion over this historic deal. So what's in it? Some of the details are still being worked out. Some of the language is still being written as of this second. But here's what we have so far. It'll be a $2 trillion stimulus package. People, individuals earning up to $75,000 in income will get a $1,200 one-time check. Couples, double the money for double the income limit, $2,400 if as a couple you earn up to $150,000. You get an additional $500 per child based on what we saw an hour ago. Again, some of the final details may change. The $1,200 check starts to phase out as you approach $99,000 in income as an individual or $198,000 as a couple. And once you get to that level, $99K per person, you lose you lose all the money. You get zero after that point. Unemployment insurance will be expanded to include people that are furloughed, gig workers, freelancers, right? People that would not normally qualify for unemployment insurance. They will also be adding, and this is one of the things that's a probably, but we don't know for sure yet. It looks like they're going to increase the unemployment payments by $600 a week for 4 months above the state base. Different states, unemployment insurance is state based. So the benefit in Massachusetts may be different from the benefit in Florida or in California. That'll be upped by $600 a week by the federal government. There will be an employee retention tax credit for businesses to keep people on. So we've seen two versions, between $25 and $50 billion for passenger airlines, between $4 and $8 billion for cargo airlines, $17 billion for companies determined to be important to national security. The details, of course, still remain to be determined there. Roughly $500 billion in a corporate liquidity program. These would be loans to businesses through banks. Very important to understand. That would be through banks. And then another $367 billion, roughly, through a small business loan program through the Small Business Association. $30 billion in education funding, $25 billion in transit funding. So this is the bulk of it. Now, there's a question about the income limit on the $1,200 check is $75K. What's the process and verification of that? If it's based on 2019 income, a lot of people haven't filed their 2019 tax return. So what happens there? We don't know. There's the idea that you would use 2018 income if you've not yet filed your 2019 tax return. Excuse me. Could that be gamed in some way? We don't know. But this is part of the detail that still needs to be worked out. Another question is, how does this impact self-employed people? There are some other specifics that need to be sorted out, but it's finally happening. It's happening far too late. It's happening after a lot of personal financial damage has already happened to people who have been laid off for 1 week, 2 weeks, even longer in some cases. Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader, says that Trump's businesses will not be eligible for any of this stuff. That's an assertion from Chuck Schumer. I've not yet seen any language that makes that clear. This is the framework we have so far. In the background of all this, Donald Trump increasingly wants to reopen everything or close to everything on Easter Sunday, April 12th. I want to talk about that next, and we'll be doing a sort of deeper dive into that a little bit later in the program. So we are now really getting down to the core of the argument that is becoming the argument for Donald Trump and for the people that back him up and many Republicans, which is we've got to open up the economy soon. We've got to stop the physical distancing in a lot of places. We've got to reopen business. And for lack of a better term, this is what Dr. Anthony Fauci calls letting it rip. When this was mentioned a week ago or so, feels like months ago, Fauci referred to ending all of the provisions and distancing and just letting the virus do what it's going to do. He referred to it as letting it rip. More people will get the virus, more people will die, but the economy, or really what is in Trump's mind is the stock market, right? But he's talking about the economy. It might improve, but a lot more people are going to die. So fundamentally, when you boil this down, especially when you look at who is mostly dying from the virus, the question is, how many grandmas, someone's grandmas, how many of them are worth allowing to die in order to save the stock market? It's about older folks dying, mostly older folks, to save Wall Street and the stock market. What is each life worth to different people is essentially the question here. How much economic downturn is justified based on how many additional people will likely die if we stop distancing and we reopen stuff? For days now, Trump and people around him have expressed an interest in ramping back up because they don't want the cure to be worse than the disease, as Donald Trump and Larry Kudlow and others have started to say. Yesterday, Donald Trump tweeted, quote, "Our people want to return to work. They will practice social distancing and all else, and seniors will be watched over protectively and lovingly. We can do two things together. The cure cannot be worse by far than the problem. Congress must act now. We will come back strong." Then yesterday, during a Fox News town hall, Trump floated for the first time a specific date, which is Easter Sunday, April 12th.
Have to do that. I'd love to have it open by Easter. Okay, I would love to have it open by Easter. I will tell you that right now. I would love to have that. It's such an important day for other reasons, but I'll make it an important day for this too. I would love to have the country opened up and just raring to go by Easter.
Now, this is insanely soon to even be thinking about this. Now, if you put a gun to my head and you say Trump's doing this on April 12th no matter what, how would you suggest that it be done? In that scenario, if I were Trump, I would say, listen, I want to do this on April 12th, but in order to do it, I need your help. I need all 50 governors, not 18 plus 2 more doing partial stuff. I need all 50 governors to shut down stay-at-home order, shelter in place until April 12th. Everybody's got to do it because remember, 30 states aren't doing a damn thing yet. If Trump did that, then maybe you could partially reopen on April 12th outside of hotspots with older folks still staying home. And again, this is like if you put a gun to my head and you say Trump's doing it April 12th, how would you say he does it? But this reminded me of a video of a young guy who confronts economist Milton Friedman decades ago on this issue of what's a life worth. How much should we spend or fail to earn, forego in earnings in exchange for each life? It's a very utilitarian argument, almost psychopathically so. So let's look at this. Here's a guy asking Milton Friedman about the Ford Pinto. The Ford Pinto is a vehicle that was very poorly designed. Many deadly fires related to gas tanks that ruptured during accidents. And Ford knew about it, and they could have prevented it with a $13 part on each car. Let's look at this video clip.
I have just one more. This has to do with the Ford Pinto. I'm not sure if you're aware of the recent revelations that have come out about the production of that car. Ford produced it knowing full well that in any rear-end collision, the gas tank would blow up because they had failed to install a $13 plastic block in front of the gas tank. And Ford estimated in an internal memo that that would cost about 200 lives a year. And they estimated further that the cost of each life would be $200,000. They multiplied and they found that the cost of installing those blocks in each of the cars would be more than the cost of saving those 200 lives. And over the past 7 years, the car has been produced and over 1,000 lives have been lost. It seems to me that Ford did what would be the right thing according to your policy. And yet that seems to me to be very wrong.
So the kid lays it out there. And here is how Milton Friedman responds, which is essentially the calculation that Trump and others are now starting to make, a very utilitarian calculation.
Well, let me ask you, let's suppose it would have cost $1 billion per person. Should Ford have put them in nonetheless?
You see, you're really only question of
you know that you're really only
of
arguing about price. You're not arguing about principle. No. Because you cannot, nobody can take the principle. Nobody can accept the principle that an infinite value should be put on an individual life. Because in order to get the money involved, in order to get the resources involved, it's not money. In order to get the resources, they have to come from somewhere.
So the kid says this cheap part could have prevented all of these deaths. And Friedman says, well, at what point would it not be logical for Ford to spend the money? Like, in other words, if it wasn't $13 per car, but if it was $1 million per car, do you still force Ford to fix the car at $1 million per car? And the conversation continues, and here we are skipping ahead a little bit.
Right, and therefore you're not arguing anything about principle. You're just arguing whether Ford used $200,000 was the right number or not.
No, I'm not arguing
Suppose
that
it were
at all.
$200 million.
No.
Suppose it were $200 million. What should Ford have done?
$200 million for what?
Suppose it would have cost $200 million per life saved. Should Ford still have spent that $200 million?
You mean per...
That's not the question.
That's not really the question.
Yes, it is a question.
Yes,
that's the principle of the question. That's the only principle involved. I don't know whether Ford came to the right answer or not. That's a question of whether these numbers are valid numbers for the relative costs of different things.
So this kid wants to focus on the question, which is here we know $13 per car would have prevented all of this death. Milton Friedman says, what's the principle, though? Where is the line where we say this level of expense to save a life makes sense, this level of expense to save a life does not? And unfortunately, this entire framing is logically fallacious, and it's what Republicans and Trump are doing. How many additional lives do we lose if we reopen the economy versus the economic cost? Are they mostly older people? Are they mostly younger people? How much is the life of an 80-year-old worth in economic terms versus the life of a 20-year-old with many work years ahead of them? And that's the implicit question, but it's not this simple. The question of what is a life worth to the economy is a very different question than are we willing to essentially sacrifice people in their lives because on some calculation made in Washington, D.C. or to wherever Donald Trump is doing these meetings, it's worth more to the economy. But the reality is the argument Friedman makes is a fallacious argument. Very often, economists whose views are those of Milton Friedman will take these situations to infinity to be able to defeat them. The reality is that this is never the case. Think about the Ford situation. The idea of if it was to cost Ford $1 million per car to fix the Pinto, should they still do it? It's bogus because the Pinto cost $3,500 at the time. That's the retail cost back in the 70s. If the cost to fix the Pinto was $1 million, they wouldn't produce the car. And that's why we shouldn't fall for these to infinity nonsense arguments. The kid isn't arguing human life has an infinite value. The kid's arguing the life has a value that is more than the $13 that it would cost Ford to fix the Pinto. In the same way, Trump is calculating that grandma's life is not worth what he believes the economy will lose if he keeps the economy closed. And people are bringing this to infinity. It's not viable, that we can't do this forever and we can't do it, period. To infinity. But what we're talking about is a temporary economic slowdown to save so many people. The curves are the difference between a few thousand dying, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of people. This is one of the oldest economic arguments, the pushing to infinity. Trump is quickly getting his way on this, and a lot of people are going to die. Now, I hope you're staying home, and if you are, and if you're looking for something to do, tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern is the David Pakman Show viewer chess tournament. I am the 2019 champion because we had one game. I beat Pat at the end of 2019. We now have a proper chess tournament. We'll be playing tonight. Follow me on social media for info. I'll be streaming 8 p.m. tonight. Join us. Don't miss it.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on your support, and the easiest way is through membership, which includes the world-famous bonus show, as well as commercial-free audio and video streams of the show. just for members. Sign up today at joinpacman.com. Coupon code saves you 40%. Vote soon 18.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Chris Hunter and Andrew Tuttle. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that folks have been stepping up and signing up when a lot of people are understandably, tightening their belts and eliminating subscriptions and that type of thing. Makes total sense. Really appreciate the folks who have been able to step up and support us at this important time. Also want to say thanks to Santiago Serrano, who is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Santiago's been a member almost 5 years. Grab a membership at joinpacman.com. Okay, we were speaking earlier about killing grandma to save the stock market, essentially the calculation that Donald Trump seems increasingly comfortable making and erring on the side of the stock market instead of grandma. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says that many grandparents like him are willing to die to save the economy for their grandchildren. And if nothing else, this pandemic has really exposed how incompetent and immoral or amoral so many people in positions of power are. So now I bring you a segment from Fox News propagandist Tucker Carlson's program where Dan Patrick makes, is this a patriotic argument? Is that what he's calling it? That it's a patriotic case for letting it rip?
Living in fear of is what's happening to this country. And, Tucker, no one reached out to me and said, as a senior citizen, are you willing to take a chance on your survival in exchange for keeping the America that all America loves for your children and grandchildren? And if that's the exchange, I'm all in. And that doesn't make me noble or brave or anything like that. I just think there are lots of grandparents out there in this country, like me, I have 6 grandchildren, that what we all care about and what we love more than anything are those children. And I want to, live smart and see through this, but I don't want the whole country to be sacrificed. And that's what I see. I've talked to hundreds of people, Tucker, and just in the last week, and making calls all the time. And everyone says pretty much the same thing, that we can't lose our whole country. We're having an economic collapse. I'm also a small businessman. I understand it. And I talk with business people all the time, Tucker. And my heart is lifted tonight by what I heard the president say, because we can do more than, one thing at a time. We can do 2 things. So, my message is that let's get back to work. Let's get back to living. Let's be smart about it. And those of us who are 70 plus, we'll take care of ourselves.
That's a so-called pro-life Republican saying, let's let the grandparents die so that we don't sacrifice the economy, by which they really don't mean the economy. They mean the stock market. And the funniest or the craziest or sort of the most tragic thing about all of this is that he and Trump, they're all talking about, let's go back to doing stuff. 30 of 50 states, roughly, have done nothing or almost nothing. In other words, they want 30 states to go from having done nothing anyway to continuing to do nothing, while the other 20 states, including places that are significant hotspots, would have to choose a path that would lead to significantly more death. It's only been like a week. I'm like 8 days in now to the self-isolation, and we've already got Trump and others saying, let's let more old folks die in order for the stock market to recover, in order to not take as big of a GDP hit as what we are undoubtedly going to take, in order to prevent as big of an unemployment increase as we clearly are going to see on April 3rd when the March unemployment numbers are announced. It's essentially a death panel. Remember back when Sarah Palin and other Republicans, when Obamacare was being negotiated, they said Obamacare has death panels where politicians get to decide if you live or die, if what you need does or doesn't get paid for. Now, at the time, we pointed out this is absurd. We already have death panels, which are called insurance companies. Insurance companies already decide, is this treatment or that treatment considered medically necessary? Does this treatment or that treatment get covered by insurance? We already had what is and continue to have what is essentially a death panel. But the more absurd part of this is They're essentially saying, we've decided some old people have to die. It's a death panel to save the economy, by which they mean the stock market. How is this going to play, by the way, with Fox News's own disproportionately older audience? I mean, in all seriousness, I'm wondering about that. And then moreover, Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick, if he wants to sacrifice himself, maybe there's something to talk about. But he's deciding for other people. He's deciding we should sacrifice lots of grandparents for the sake of the economy and the economy for our grandchildren, as he says. It's actually almost cultist. Surrender your life to the Trump stock market, which now, by the way, is a net decline. Donald Trump's major accomplishment, as he claimed for the first 3 years of his presidency, was the stock market. Now, all along, we knew that stock market growth under Obama had actually been better, stronger, bigger than under Donald Trump. Now he doesn't have that. And you've got people like Dan Patrick saying, I would sacrifice myself, and many grandparents would, volunteering essentially unknown and faceless grandparents, as he knows them or doesn't know them, in order to save the economy, meaning pump the stock market so Trump can claim that he did something for the country while he was president. It sounds very much like the opposite of small government, deciding to sacrifice grandma for the stock market. But of course, it seems that that is no longer the priority of small government conservatives. Okay, so let's now continue digging into the Easter thing. Slowly but surely, we've learned that Donald Trump wants to let her rip very, very soon and get the country opened back up. He wants to do it on Easter. Now, the absurdity of talking about opening up a country where 30 states have not closed anything down is ludicrous and incredibly dangerous. I'm getting emails from people in Amsterdam, where there are some provisions in place until June 1 in the Netherlands, hearing from people in Italy, Spain, so many places. They are horrified by what Donald Trump now wants to do. So they want to open it back up before 30 states have even done anything. But they also are talking about opening it back up when the death toll is exploding. It's growing exponentially. We have case numbers growing like crazy. And of course, the more we test, the more cases we will find because we've been under testing. But Donald Trump is being very clear now. He wants churches packed by Easter, Sunday, April 12th. So look at the evolution of this. Sunday night, Trump tweets, we can't have the cure be worse than the disease. We've already covered that with you. Monday, he tweets, people want to work and we've got to get them back to work. Showed you that tweet earlier. Tuesday, Fox News town hall. Trump floats for the first time. I'm looking at Easter, April 12th. And then after yesterday's town hall on Fox News, Trump was interviewed also on Fox News by Bill Hemmer. And he said, I want churches packed on Easter. Here's the video. And you'll notice also Trump has adopted a new voice, which I call Corona voice. It's a very unusual delivery which he uses when talking about coronavirus related stuff. That makes no sense. Usually he uses a voice that I think he thinks sounds empathetic. It sounds very, very fake. But when he's delivering news that equates to people are going to die, Trump has adopted what I call Corona voice. Take a look, take a listen.
In our town hall today, you threw out a date where you think America can be working again. And that's Easter Sunday. Yeah. That's 19 days from now. How did you come up with that day?
Well, it's 19 days, but add another 7 because we've been doing this now for 7. So that's from the time we heard about it.
7 to 9.
From the time so from the time we closed it up. So you could add 7 to 9. Look, Easter's a very special day for me. And I see it's sort of in that timeline that I'm thinking about. And I say, wouldn't it be great to have all of the churches full? You know, the churches aren't allowed, essentially, to have much of a congregation there. And most of them, I watched on Sunday online. And he was terrific, by the way. But online is never going to be like being there. So I think Easter Sunday, and you'll have packed churches all over our country. I think it would be a beautiful time. And it's just about the timeline that I think is right. It gives us more chance to work on what we're doing. And I'm not sure that's going to be the day, but I would love to aim it right at Easter Sunday. So we're open for church service and services generally on Easter Sunday. That would be a beautiful thing.
My instinct is that if indeed churches are packed on Easter, it'll be funerals, not for Easter service. And I asked yesterday on my Twitter account, is there any metric or data point that anyone can point me to that indicates Trump is right, that we've turned the corner and are now on the tail end of the, as he calls it, war against the invisible scourge, or scourge, as he has referred to it. I was hoping someone would point me to something. Like even if it's a weak case for having turned the corner, I was hoping someone would respond to me on Twitter and say, look at these numbers, look at those numbers. We have turned the corner. But nobody could. And I looked at the numbers again this morning. Cases are rising every day. The death toll is exploding. Every day we have more new cases than the day before. Yesterday we had 11,000 new confirmed cases, which probably means somewhere between 4 and 10 times that in actual cases, because we're really only testing symptomatic people, unless you're rich or famous. The death toll is exploding. More death every day. Deaths nearly doubling from Monday to Tuesday. Monday, we had 141 deaths. Tuesday, we had 225. There is no responsible metric by which we are even remotely ready to talk about packing churches on Easter. And again, if I said this before, if Trump said, listen, I really want to open up some parts of the country to younger people on Easter, not older folks, not the hot spots. We got to get some young people back to work. I would say if you want a shot at that, you need every governor, all 50 governors, to shut it down. From today until April 12, work with me, Trump should say, in all 50 states, stay home order, shut down non-essential businesses, take out only at restaurants, spacing people out at grocery stores, all that stuff. That's what I need you to do to give me a shot at giving you some good news on April 12th. It would still be very risky, but it might be defensible in some way. Trump saying, with 30 states still doing nothing, I want churches packed on Easter, is as insane as it is dangerous, as it is irresponsible. And this is the calculation that they've made. And what it seems to me is going on is that they are all skipping all of the headlines that will happen for weeks and months if they do this, of the death toll exploding, of people dying at unprecedented rates, and that they'll just see the stock market going up, and they'll see an unemployment number that's not as bad as it otherwise would be. They'll see a GDP decline that's not as bad as it otherwise would be. And they're envisioning getting to the other side of this scot-free and being able to claim some kind of heroic victory. I don't know. Maybe he's right. I mean, as tragic as it will be, is it true that many people in the country would accept a higher death toll to feel as though the economy is doing better and people are working? Like, maybe my perspective is wrong. And when you look at the approval polls of Trump, which we'll talk about on the bonus show today, his approval rating is higher than it's been in a long time. More than half the country believes Trump is doing a good job handling this. Like, maybe I'm the odd man out. Am I the one who says, am I the one who is the outlier by saying this doesn't make sense? The economic situation that would eventually recover anyway is not worth killing so many additional people. Maybe I'm the crazy person. Let me know. We're covering this on our Instagram page at David Pakman Show. While you're there, if you want to see my behind the scenes video of my home studio setup, that's on my personal Instagram, david.pakman. Quick break, right back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on the support of our viewers and listeners, and one way to keep us going is through Patreon, where you can pledge as little as $1 per month or as much as you want at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Great perks and benefits as well. Read about them.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome today John Tai to the program, a former NSA whistleblower and a lawyer who back in 2017 founded Whistleblower Aid, which has provided support to the anonymous Ukraine whistleblower, among many other things. John, great to have you on today.
Thank you so much, David.
So let's start with your path. Executive Order 12333. What is it, and how did that turn you into a whistleblower?
Thanks. I was at the State Department. I worked in the Human Rights Bureau from 2011 to 2014 on internet freedom. And in that role, I had a top secret clearance. So I was reading intelligence from various countries around the world. And in June of 2013, the Snowden disclosures became very public news. And I was part of the diplomatic response to those disclosures, both with Germany, Brazil, other countries, the United Nations, the Human Rights Council in Geneva. And during that period, in the 9 months following that, I got a couple of briefings from the NSA on the scope of U.S. signals intelligence collection. And what I learned was, for that whole year following the Snowden leaks, there hadn't been a single story, despite front page stories almost every day, hadn't been a single story on the main legal authority that the NSA is using to collect Americans' data, which is, as you said, Executive Order 12333. I was concerned about this. I was interested. I obviously care very deeply about human rights and Americans' privacy. And so basically, this is a legal loophole where the NSA is using an authority originally intended to collect foreigners' data to actually sweep up most of what we do online, including U.S. persons, American citizens. This concerned me. It wasn't being addressed in the policy responses to the Snowden disclosures. And during that period, I became a whistleblower. I did not want to go to prison. I did not want to flee the country. And so I hired a couple of lawyers. I paid them $13,000. This would have been in 2014, probably March, April 2014, and went through the lawful disclosure process. So I met with the State Department Inspector General, the NSA Inspector General, House and Senate Intelligence Committees, and others, and eventually went through the pre-publication review process and published an op-ed in the Washington Post about this problem.
So essentially, you believe that Order 12333 was being misused in order to surveil Americans when, as it was written, you believe it was not meant to apply to Americans.
Yeah, that's right. It was originally, before the internet, there were two legal regimes, a statutory regime for intelligence agency operations inside the United States, which is under FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And then 12333 was meant to cover all the operations outside of our borders. With the internet, that distinction between inside our borders and outside our borders became almost irrelevant, or much less relevant. And a whole bunch of Americans' data is stored in data centers around the world, and it's treated as foreign persons' data and collected as such by the NSA.
When we think about the government's treatment of prominent, and again, even the use of the term whistleblower versus leaker, it's the subject of debate and controversy. So I'm not trying to sort of like prime the discussion in any particular way. But when we think about the treatment of folks like Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, et cetera, you have a very wide range of opinion as to how these individuals should be treated. On one side, you have the idea that strictly speaking, if information was released in violation of how that information is classified, or if the information was obtained in a way that violates the law or whatever, that's essentially all that matters, that the content really doesn't, and individuals should be punished as such. On the other side, you have those who believe that these are merely heroic acts that should be celebrated and acted upon to change what is the misbehavior of the government, including, as you say, the misuse of an executive order in the case that you discussed. What is your general approach as to how individuals should be treated by the government and by the justice system?
Well, our motto at Whistleblower Aid is report government and corporate lawbreaking without breaking the law. So we are a legal organization. We would never help anyone to leak classified information. With that said, these are very difficult questions. There aren't easy answers. And I think reasonable people can disagree on some of this stuff. We created this organization so that people wouldn't have to choose between following their conscience and, avoiding harm to themselves. So we try to help people follow the available lawful disclosure process. There are often more options available than many people realize. And, open up more options so that people can keep their careers, don't have to go to prison, and still try to inform the public about what's going wrong. With those cases you mentioned, those people didn't feel like they had other options, and we are here to try to help people not have to put their career or their freedom in jeopardy.
Not to be overly conspiratorial or dystopian or whatever, but one can imagine situations where one would believe that the information they are trying to disclose or what they are trying to blow the whistle on is so damaging to the government that going through the process you describe might put them in jeopardy, might put them in danger, might allow them maybe to be silenced. So is it at least theoretically conceivable that people could be in a position where they want to go the route that you help people go, but they believe that starting that process actually puts them at risk or may prevent the information from going public?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a risk. There's no easy things here. And the more important the disclosure, the more significant it is, the more risky it is for the individual. And there's no way around that. We're doing everything we can to minimize those risks. But the very first thing I tell people when they come to me is, look, the safest thing you can do is go home and never talk to anyone about this again. So, most people, by the time they get to me, they've crossed that bridge and they want to explore their options for going forward. But, it's risky, and I would never say otherwise.
Can you talk a little bit for folks in our audience who might be thinking about WikiLeaks and the way that WikiLeaks has been an intermediary with much information that have been released? Can you talk about how what you do is completely different than what WikiLeaks does?
Absolutely. We are not WikiLeaks. We do not help people leak classified information. We would never, help someone. Julian Assange has been accused of attempting to help someone to hack a government database. We would never help anyone try to do that. Look, that organization has been credibly accused of, working wittingly or unwittingly with Russian intelligence. We would never do anything like that. I swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution when I was at the State Department. I'm still bound by that oath and take that very seriously. So we are very different from that approach. With that said, I'll say I don't agree with all of the charges against Assange in the sense that, if the allegations are true, and I don't know the facts, it certainly would be illegal to try to help someone hack a government database. I think publishing things received from someone else is not illegal and should not be illegal. So it's a complicated legal matter.
When it comes to the Ukraine whistleblower, can you talk a little bit about, do you believe that, I mean, this is an individual who became the target of so many prominent people in the public eye in the lead up to Donald Trump's eventual impeachment, et cetera. From your perspective, what did they go through this process in the correct way?
Absolutely. So they immediately sought legal counsel. My colleague Andrew Buckeye and Mark Zaid were the lawyers for that, who are a part of our team here at Whistleblower Aid. From the very beginning, they were planning how to do this in a lawful way that would not expose the client to criminal prosecution or even dismissal from their job inside a U.S. intelligence agency. That person is still employed. They did follow all the rules. They are entitled to legal protections. I think they're an example of how the system, of how people do sometimes have more options than they know about. The legal processes here are very obscure. Some of these statutes haven't been tested very often, and so we saw that with the attempts to get this disclosure to Congress. It was bumpy. The White House did try to block Congress from receiving this in violation of the laws. But ultimately, the lawyers, Andrew and Mark, were able to get it to Congress. So I certainly wouldn't say that our system is flawless, but there are often more options than people understand. And in this case, the client did an amazing job and is a true hero.
Were you able to, or let me phrase it a different way, before the attempts to out and create backlash against the whistleblower started, had you already anticipated that it would reach the degree that it did? And how did you advise the client to be prepared for that in terms of security, in terms of practical things?
Well, I have to be a little circumspect here. First of all, I never had any direct contact with the client. Andrew and Mark, my colleagues, were the ones representing the client.
Yeah, you as a
they
firm,
were in direct
I'm saying,
touch. Yeah, our firm. So I can't confirm or deny any kind of things about that person's identity or anything like that. Broadly speaking, as soon as it was clear that this implicated the president and the 2020 election,
yes,
it was obvious that this was going to be a very high-profile matter, that there were going to be security concerns. From day one, we brought in top-level security people on the digital side, on the physical side. As you may know, Mark Zaid, one of the lawyers, he was getting death threats. We had armed guards on Mark Zaid 24 hours a day for months. And now the Department of Justice is bringing a criminal prosecution against one of the individuals who was threatening to hurt Mark. So it was a very serious situation. We knew that from the beginning. And from the beginning, we were taking steps. That's really all I can say.
Is this, once you understand the scope of what is going on, and again, without revealing anything particular in general terms, do you do extra? I mean, I know that you say, you always say to a lot of the folks that come to you, the easiest thing for you is to go back home and never speak about this again. But are there more conversations than normal of that type, given these particular circumstances?
I was not, I never had a conversation with this client, so I'm not going to speak to that.
Fair enough. When we look going forward, is there anything that you believe took place in or surrounding the Ukraine whistleblower situation that may sort of change the way these things are potentially handled in the future, both by a firm like yours representing someone like this, but also the way that Congress, the House of Representatives, and others worked in receiving the information?
Yeah, clearly threats, intimidation, starting with the President of the United States, the President's family, senior officials, U.S. senators, attempts to identify, intimidate this person are extremely harmful, arguably illegal in some cases. You could make the argument that any kind of presidential effort to intimidate a whistleblower itself constitutes, an offense. And so there were serious problems here. Some of those people should be held accountable for their actions. It is never right to try to identify a whistleblower with the knowledge that some extremists would threaten that person, possibly act violently against that person. There need to be stronger protections in place. Arguably, that kind of behavior should be criminalized, which it's not today, except in certain narrow circumstances. And Congress needs to identify the gaps that were apparent in the system and fill them with legislation. And certainly there need to be reforms. Andrew and Mark published a New York Times op-ed 2 or 3 weeks ago that laid out some of their ideas for that. So clearly there's room for improvement.
Yes, certainly an understatement, I would say. Room for improvement for sure, as in regards to a lot of the elements of how this all went down. John Tye, former NSA whistleblower and attorney, who in 2017 founded Whistleblower Aid. John, so great to speak to you, and I really appreciate your time today.
Thanks, David.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So we've been covering the sham treatments and cures for the virus from all sorts of different grifters. We've looked at some well-known Christian televangelist grifters like Jim Bakker. He's been selling a so-called silver solution. We've looked at propagandist and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. He's selling a coronavirus toothpaste that he claims kills coronavirus. We've also seen people like Kenneth Copeland, who are making money by receiving donations for praying away coronavirus through the television. Today, I have something very, very different. Today, I have video of Okeechobee Commissioner Bryant Culpepper. This is Okeechobee County in Florida. This guy says the virus can't survive high temperatures. So what you can do is you take a hairdryer and you blow hot air down your throat, aspirate the hot air coming out of the blow dryer to kill the virus. Now, this is real, this guy says. He says, I was a paramedic, and this makes sense to him. Take a look.
This might sound kind of silly, but being in the medical field that I was as a paramedic, it started to make a lot of sense. One of the things that was pointed out in this interview with one of the doctors, foremost doctors that has studied the coronavirus, says that the nasal passages and the nasal membranes are the coolest part of the body. That's why the virus tends to go there until it then becomes healthy enough to go into the lungs. This sounds really goofy, and it did to me too, but it works. Once the temperature reaches 136 degrees Fahrenheit, the virus falls apart and just disintegrates, okay? And I said, well, how would you get the temperature up to 132 degrees? The answer was you use a blow dryer because it's capable of doing that. So you hold a blow dryer in front of your face and you inhale with your nose, and it kills all the viruses in your nose.
Okay.
There's an idea, right? Now, another person in the room immediately warned people about disinformation that is spreading quickly. This is not just dumb. It's incredibly dangerous and irresponsible to say. And here's the key part, okay? So he talks about this so-called cure or treatment. Someone else in the room says, you've got to be really careful about nonsense you hear on social media. And he says, no. I didn't get it from social media. I got it from OAN, One America News. That's that insane right-wing propaganda channel, which Donald Trump increasingly has been promoting. Take a look at this.
Social media, I would not even have brought that up. This was on OAN and One American News Network, which is the fastest growing national network on cable. And it's the new Fox News, if you want to know the truth. And it was a doctor, and it did have his credentials that he has been one of the foremost doctors in studying, you know, how this is transmitted. And that's where that came from. And I agree with you. There's a lot of baloney out there on social media. You've got to be very careful.
Proudly saying, I got this from OAN. Culpepper was ultimately shamed into apologizing for this. He posted to his personal Facebook page, I am sorry for comments I made. I was only trying to give comfort to those in Okeechobee who have no insurance to treat their families, THERE. I should have ignored the comments that I perceived as hateful and the embarrassment I caused to my fellow commissioners and our administrator and her staff. I will not offer any more suggestions unless they are tried, are proven. I ask all of you for forgiveness for anything offensive I've uttered during these exchanges. Now, I looked at this guy's Facebook page. It may not shock you that this guy's Facebook page is riddled with insane pro-Trump propaganda. For example, a few days before his apology, he posted absolutely when he tried to stop Chinese from coming into America, the left called him racist, capital L on left. When he tried to build a wall to protect Americans, the left called him racist, capital R on racist. His posts look just like Trump's tweets. Racist is the left's favorite word to destroy a Republican, when they, in fact, are the true racist. They didn't call Obama a racist when he locked up little kids in cages and separated them from their parents, and he deported more Mexicans, the Trump. And then once more, I mean, it's just like the capitalization, the grammar, the spelling, it's all like Trump's tweets. Just to give you a little more context about the guy tweeting, suggesting rather that you inhale hot air from a blow dryer to treat coronavirus, he posted about an MSNBC dolt, as he called them, saying, does this talk from a liberal surprise anyone? Let's charge Obama for the deaths occurring in his tenure like Zika, H1N1, Ebola, and swine flu, in which he did nothing. So that's Bryant Culpepper. Now, serious question. Why is it that lunatic Trumpists are disproportionately the ones spreading these insane cure ideas? Is it political? Like, in other words, they're so desperate to defend Trump no matter what that they'll tweet, "Hey, we've got a simple cure for this. This isn't really as serious as some people are telling you." Is it that if you're gullible enough to vote for Trump, you're gullible enough to fall for some of these sham cures? Like, what is it that is making this nonsense spread disproportionately and overwhelmingly from Trump supporters than from the left? I want to hear from you. Why is coronavirus killing more men than women, at a higher rate killing men than women? Early, we had just the case numbers and death numbers from China, and we immediately saw a much higher rate of death for men than for women. And the suggestion was that in China, culturally, men smoke more than women. Men are much more likely to be smoking cigarettes. And we know cigarettes weaken your respiratory system. They can depress your immune system. And because coronavirus seems to vary a lot depending on the underlying health condition of the person infected, men were more likely to die in China because men are much more likely to be smokers. It seemed plausible in any case. The trend, though, is continuing in a lot of different countries. And we are now seeing that in Italy, men are 60% of the cases, but 70% of the deaths. In South Korea, more women have tested positive, but yet the deaths are 54% men. The U.S. so far is not releasing this detailed level of information, so we don't know what's going on here. The U.S. should start releasing that data. But in total, for all countries where we have data, men are about 50% more likely than women to die after being diagnosed. Now, remember, 50% can mean if women have a 2% death rate, men have a 3% death rate. That's 50% more. I don't want people to misunderstand the numbers around that. So what's at play here? The smoking issue does seem to be a factor, and possibly alcohol consumption as well. We have world data from 5 years ago. And as of 5 years ago, 36% of men over age 15 smoke, where only 7% of women over age 15 smoke. That's a big difference. And if indeed smoking is essentially a comorbidity with coronavirus, that is important. Meanwhile, alcohol consumption for men is 11 liters, where it's 2 liters for women. That may be a factor. We saw that SARS and MERS also had higher death rates for men than women. So it seems not unique to COVID-19. And there's also a general evolutionary idea that maybe women have stronger immune responses to viruses in general because of pregnancy essentially being living 9 months of your life with a foreign body inside of you. It may confer some kind of survival advantage. There could be a hormonal element to this. And then also actual pre-existing conditions appear to be a factor. We know that pre-existing conditions increase mortality for COVID patients. Check out some of the gender differences. Men more likely to have heart disease than women, stroke than women, COPD, a lung disease, and slightly more likely to have high blood pressure. All of these conditions are known to increase the death rate from coronavirus. So the takeaways are the death rate is remaining higher for men than women in all of the countries providing data. We initially heard this out of China. Other countries providing us this data seem to be confirming the same thing. Number two, the U.S. is not providing data of this type, and the U.S. really should start. So that's the second takeaway. We're going to continue following this and see sort of where we come up as we get more data. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. We are trying to keep the voicemails non-virus focused. Here's a Biden voter saying she liked Bernie better, but voted Biden because she does not believe Bernie can win. Take a look.
My name's Mary O'Brien. I'm living in a large facility, and I'm voting for Biden. I wanted to vote for Bernie, but I didn't think he could win. I like him better, but I want Trump defeated. Thank you.
So I am hearing this from a fair number of people. The latest polls suggest either that Biden and Bernie are doing equally well against Donald Trump in hypothetical matchups, or that Biden's doing a little better than Bernie. But I'll tell you, with everything going on with the virus, I believe that the polling is going to be thrown completely out of whack. Joe Biden, his press conferences about the virus have not been great. His interviews about the virus have not been great. Bernie's been doing live streams and talking about solutions. I have no idea whether this will reopen the window of opportunity for Bernie. But there is one person explaining their vote for Biden despite liking Bernie more. Tonight, chess tournament, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll be streaming it. It'll be on leechess.org. I invite you to join me. Otherwise, I will speak to you on the bonus show in mere minutes or tomorrow back on the program.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Good evening. This is the Newfane Select Board meeting, March 16th, 2020. We welcome everybody here, and for the people at home, we really hope everybody's doing well and taking good care of themselves. So we have a lot to talk about tonight, and the first thing is for the amendment to call to order, which I am. And the second item on the agenda is additions or amendments to the agenda. And I am adding an addition to the amendment and that, to the agenda, which will be covered under approval of minutes. And that addition is that we are going to be voted on the amended bylaw, Article 3, Section 343, for the conditional use of the amended bylaw for the natural burial ground. And we're going to take a second vote on another vote on that tonight. Okay. So may I have the motion for approval of the March 2nd town meeting preparation?
I make a motion to accept those minutes.
Okay. Is there any discussion about that? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that is approved for the March 2nd minutes. I just have to interrupt myself and say that Shelley is not here in person, but she is here via telephone tonight. The approval of the minutes for March 6th, the organizational meeting. Do we have a motion to accept those minutes?
I'll make a motion to accept them.
I'll second them.
Okay, is there any discussion on those minutes? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the minutes are passed. And now we move down to the March 9th public hearing meeting. And that meeting did not have an agenda because it was a public hearing meeting, and we did not have an agenda for that meeting. And at the end of the meeting, before we closed, it was requested that we vote on the amended bylaw for conditional use of the natural burial grounds. And we did so. We voted on that during the meeting. Later on, we were informed that actually, because it was a public hearing and the purpose of the public hearing was purely to discuss the issues, but not to vote. And if we wanted to vote, we could have voted after that meeting ended that night, or we can vote now with it as a part of the agenda. So we're going to do a vote on that now. And so anybody, Mike, you made the motion last week.
Yeah.
Can you repeat it? Do you remember?
I made a motion to approve the amendment.
I'll second it.
Okay. And the amendment was to add to the bylaws that natural burial grounds under conditional use would be acceptable in that. So, any other? You said
In the resource area.
In the resource district, yes, thank you, Mike. So is there any discussion on that? Okay, we can take a vote. All those in favor of passing that added to the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. So the ayes have it, and that amended bylaw now is accepted. So thank you very much for that.
You also have to approve the minutes.
Excuse me?
You have to approve the minutes.
Yes, and now we can go on and approve the minutes of the public hearing. Is anybody?
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes.
No second.
Okay, right. Any discussion on those minutes? No. So all those in favor of accepting the March 9th minutes, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, those minutes pass. Thank you very much. The next item is road business, and we have road foreman and road commissioners report. So Jay Wilson, would you begin, please?
We updated more signs on the Depot Road, Dover Road corridor. I think we're waiting for 6 more signs, and then that road will be completely done. And then of course, once the warm weather comes, we'll do the painting for the stop bars and the speed limit painting. The sand salt shed project has received the V-Trans comments for the engineer, and now is on to the environmental review process. The Depot Road Box Culvert project is on to the Army Corps of Engineers and the state wetlands permits, which the engineers are working on. We have posted Parish Hill, Baker Brook Road, and South Wedge Road areas for mud season. We received the building inspection report from BLCT for the garage. He didn't find anything too exciting, and everything is either that he has suggested is either done or in the process of being done. And Pete's Tire Barn was the low price on the greater tires when we figured out the installation. They were about $120 a tire cheaper. And that's it.
And that's it. Okay, then you just, we have to have the motion first.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, any second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion on Jay's report on the road conditions and road?
Only thing I'm gonna say is, we've got some dirt roads that aren't the greatest, but they're all passable. They're in pretty good shape. These guys have been working 7 days a week on these roads the last couple of weeks. And I appreciate it. And you've done a good job. You've got a few complainers, but you always have them, so.
Okay, thank you for saying that. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so let's vote on accepting the road foreman's report. Please say aye if you agree.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, the ayes appear to have it, so we accept the road foreman's report. And thanks, Chris, for adding.
Did you put the tires on the grader yet?
Not yet. Just gonna order it.
Did you have questions?
Just asked it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Jay, for your report, and thanks, Chris, for your comments. So we're up to administrative assistance report. Juanetta, please.
I've been working on revising the appropriation letters, thanking people for volunteering. These should be finished and sent out by the end of the week. I've completed 16 overweight application permits and mailed them out to the respective businesses. On last Wednesday, there was a V-Trans audit here with Megan Brunk, Mark Pickering, Tyler Birchmore, Christopher J., and myself. As a result of the audit, there's a form that requires the select board signature, stating that we certify that our standards meet or exceed the requirements from the state, that we have a current inventory of highway-related conditions and estimates cost of repair for standards on bridges and roads. I will then email it to Megan at V-Trans tomorrow. At this point in time, all activities that were previously scheduled for Williamsville Hall have been temporarily postponed. Do you have any concerns at this time as to following the other towns in limiting access or suspending meetings by keeping the office staff to help by phone or emails?
Okay, can we move that into when Jay talks about the emergency?
And that's the end.
Okay, thank you, Juanetta.
Make a motion to accept their report.
Thank you. Second. Is there any discussion on anything that Juanetta said? Juanetta, you said that we have to sign this,
Yes.
and so this is the budget.
We had previously adopted it last year. That's the result of the audit that they gave us.
Okay. So we have two places to, okay, Chris, do you want to start? Any other discussion? So can we vote on accepting Juanetta's report, please?
is that, David? I thought we just accepted the report.
I thought we were
Mike
under
made a
discussion.
motion and Angela seconded it, but
For one Ed's report.
Yeah, and then, this is a discussion. So
Oh,
we didn't vote on it yet, right? We have
to
the
make a motion to sign the annual financial plan for the town highway?
Yeah,
No, a separate
No.
report too.
just the.
Aye.
Phillips.
Okay. So we have this Winetta, and
thank you.
we move on to scheduled members of the public. And Jay Wilson is here. He's emergency management coordinator, and you're also on the committee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Carol Hasselbeck, town clerk, is here, and she will probably be adding or suggesting some things. And also, Winetta will be discussing your questions. Okay, Jay?
So the town's emergency plan doesn't address this kind of, it's more suited for when we have to shelter people or infrastructure's damaged, so this is a whole new thing. So there's been, oh God, I can't tell you how many hundred of emails have been floating around about it, but the only suggestions they had for the town at this point was to potentially close the office to the public and to consider whether or not you want to still hold your meetings in public and or do it electronically by phone or whatever. Other than that, we did make sure that if for some reason the office has to completely shut down, Melissa is able to still do her work from home. And I guess we determined the rest of them could, you know, either come in as needed or whatever to do theirs. So we're going to meet tomorrow night at 7 just to get together for a few minutes. But there's really a lot of it's being done by the Vermont Department of Health, and that's where people should be getting their information, is from their website. There's a lot of internet information out there, but it's best if you go to the Vermont Department of Health and get your information from them. Other than that, I just didn't know what your thoughts were on whether closing the office would be appropriate or.
Okay. Anybody have a comment, question? Carol? Mike?
Would you close it just so they can't come into here, or is still everybody still working in their office in here, right? I guess if that's what you want to do, maybe if the people come to the thing, just check with them, make sure they don't. I don't know. I just don't know what to believe about this whole thing right now. I mean, I know it's serious, that's for sure, but Jesus Christ, everybody can't stay home.
To be available by phone and then put a sign on the door that you're closed to people coming in.
And if attorneys absolutely have to come in to do a title search, they have to make an appointment with me and only have one of them here at a time.
Yeah.
And then clean up after,
That makes
sanitize everything after they're finished. But,
Well,
because
do
that
people-
protects them as well as us.
Right.
Do people generally call you before they come, or they just come on their own?
Most of the time, people just come. However, today I was getting phone calls. Are you
Oh.
there? Can I come in and do my dog
Oh, I see.
license? And the Vermont Bar Association and some realtors associations and stuff were asking people online, are your offices open? Should they call? What should they do? Now, our land records are online. They can go back to the early 1980s online through Record Hub and do most of their title work in their offices. And that's what I'll tell them, but if they need to go back further than that, then they'll have to make appointments.
Yeah.
And then if it turns out at any time that you're totally closed, everybody would have to put that on their voicemail.
Yeah.
Whenever, as somebody who works here, how are you feeling about keeping the offices open to work in?
That's fine. I'm good.
You're good?
We're good with it.
I mean, as far as a dog license or something like that, if you had to give them an extra 30 days or whatever, if you don't want them all just flocking in there, you know.
They can mail me a check and I'll mail them the license. They can call and find out if the dog is up to date on the rabies, and if they are, all they have to do is send me the check and where they want me to send the license, and I'll do that. Otherwise, and I definitely don't think we should be charging a late fee if they don't make it by April 1st. A lot of the towns are extending the date till May 31st. Instead of April 1st, I say we just go with the flow and see what happens. But definitely not start charging the late fee on April 1st, because there are people who are not gonna wanna come in and not gonna want me to mail them things, so.
And truthfully, I'm one of those people who gets a dog license, and I'm glad you reminded me, because, you know, we're so inundated with all the rules and regulations we're supposed to follow now. It has slipped my mind, and I'm sure, you know, other people would forget too. And not want to be late, but you just don't think about it because there's so much else to think about.
So we will have Bauman put a notice on the website that
Okay,
the
that's good.
office is closed to people coming in. Call us and we'll talk you through what you have to do. And
I also think that it's important for employees that are working here, if they're experiencing any symptoms and if anybody in their family are experiencing symptoms, they stay home so that it doesn't pass.
Yeah.
What about, is there any plans if you need to clean the office? You know, if somebody did come in that was ill, do you have any plans? Anybody in mind that would come and do that?
For us, they started a cleaning service. Industrial cleaning service, let me tell you what.
Well, how are things going here in the office? Are you telling people that you need to have social distance? Are you wiping surfaces?
but I think we're doing all of that, sure. People come in.
So that's good to know.
Yep.
That kind of gets me with this whole thing. I mean, yeah, it's bad, but everybody's worried about catching it. But they're all flocking into the stores by the grove, fighting over a roll of toilet paper and a can of water. You know, I mean, thousands of them in there. They wipe right off the shelves because it hits. But they're all worried about catching this disease. You know, well, this is throughout the whole country. Walmart and every one of them flocking in. It looks like Christmas time going on around there.
Well, it's important to remember that anybody can become a carrier and not even realize it. And that's, you're right, people are concerned about themselves, but we have to also be concerned that we might unknowingly be a carrier, so we don't want to be close to people who could catch something that we have, even if we don't know
First
it yet.
thing is young children can carry it, and they don't even really get it, but they can carry it on to somebody else.
Right, exactly. there any more discussion about this? Jay, when you meet with the committee tomorrow, would you let us know the results?
I'll be attending the meeting too.
Oh, you will?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
We did cancel bingo just because felt that was probably a gathering that didn't need to happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, all the cancellation, what's it for, just 2 weeks or something, is that what this is, I don't know.
Schools through April 6th at least. Yeah, I think they're kind of, I mean, it changes daily, but at least it's a couple weeks.
I think right now it's to the beginning of April, and then they'll decide what's happening at that point.
It's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Well, that's what they're saying, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
There is something here. I have something I can read now. This is called 15 Days to Slow the Spread, and it's the President's Coronavirus Guidelines for America. Listen to and follow the directions of your state and local authorities. If you feel sick, stay home. Do not go to work. Contact your medical provider. If your children are sick, keep them at home. Do not send them to school. Contact your medical provider. If someone in your household has tested positive for the coronavirus, keep the entire household at home. Do not go to work. Do not go to school. Contact your medical provider. If you are an older person, stay home and away from other people. If you are a person with a serious underlying health condition that can put you at increased risk, example, a condition that impairs your lung or heart function or weakens your immune system, stay at home and away from people. So those are the guidelines. Anything else that we need to add? So I think in summary what we're saying right now is, right now the town hall and the employees in town hall can come to work. Anybody who wants to come in for an appointment with Carol, if you're listening to this, please call her first and make sure you're in good health. And anything else that...
Oh, with all the offices, taxes, zoning.
Yeah.
All the offices within the town office.
Exactly.
Call, make an appointment to come into the office, and then
Exactly.
they can screen them the way they want to screen them out. And
Right. We have Melissa, who's the treasurer. We have Winetta as the assistant, administrative assistant report, and also Merle, zoning administrator. So the best
And
thing
the
is to
listers.
call first, and the listers, of course.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yes, sure.
That someone should be posting something on the door of the building.
Yes, that's a good idea, Shelley. It was mentioned already, but thank you for repeating it. That's, okay. Anything else? Okay, so I think that's it for now, Jay. Basically, things change from day to day, as we all know, and we'll just have to be careful, listen to the Department of Health reports that you can get online or on TV or the radios. So, that's it for the scheduled members of the public. Thanks, Carol, for being here, and Jay. Okay, we do not have any, oh, are you, we do not have any unscheduled members of the public. We do have a visitor here. Okay, old business. Town Office Building Committee. Do you want to discuss that? I think there's only 2 out of the 3 of you here, or do you want to postpone that?
We can reschedule it because I did give the plans to David Cotton today. He's going to do a proposal. I told him what the budget was. He does have to file certain standards with the state for access for handicap development and different things. So if we could reschedule that for another another meeting,
And can we invite him to come to that meeting?
maybe by phone.
Perhaps.
What did you ask?
To have him come to the rescheduled meeting
Oh, that's a good
to
idea.
discuss.
Yeah, of course.
And
Excuse me, so is there something that has been decided on the building committee?
Nothing that's been permanent other than the plans that you were already given back 2 months ago on the proposed.
so this is essentially the proposal.
Yeah, but
Okay.
there's certain guidelines the state requires being a commercial
Is
building.
but is there a proposal that we need to vote on? I just saw a sketch or something.
No, David's going to be working on the proposal.
Okay.
Okay.
Have we committed money to that?
We have in our building fund for the town office a certain budget that's already been allocated for it. We're
Was
not.
that voted on then?
It's been put aside year after year after year.
What we was actually trying to do is just trying to come up with a rough estimate of what we think it might cost, and then we're gonna put it all out to bid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, it's just a three-sided wall with a foundation and the roof and everything, and, what we was actually looking at too, we weren't sure if we wanted to put a room up over it, like this one's got, or just have the stairways going up into this with a cathedral ceiling, which we could almost lower the roof a little bit at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I know we've been talking about it, but I didn't ever get understand there was a formal vote or anything on it.
no, we haven't,
We're not there yet.
we got that, like the committee thing, we're just trying to come up with a rough idea what we might cost to just throw something like that up,
Okay.
Yeah, there's no vote, no vote.
And then we'll put it up to vote and see if we've got money enough to do it, or if we gotta borrow money to do it, or whatever.
Right.
I think we've got probably close to money enough to do it.
So have we agreed to expend a certain amount of money on the preliminary proposal?
I don't think anything's been agreed on or voted on right now. This is just the beginning process in the new.
Yeah, but is there any cost associated with the proposal, I guess, is my question.
Haven't had one so far, no. Not yet, not yet.
So we haven't agreed on any of
No.
the preliminary drafting cost?
No.
Okay.
No.
Any other discussion? No. The next one is the volunteer committees. That whenever do you have the list there? The vacancies for the different committees that the town has, the openings for positions or committees.
Animal control is available.
Okay.
Planning commission? 2.
Wyndham Regional is another one.
Is that, because I signed up for one of those positions, is still a vacancy?
There's still
Yeah.
one because there's 2 positions available, and you took one and Pete resigned.
Right.
Planning commission.
Yep.
Has 2 spots available.
Town energy coordinator. The senior solutions, Doris has resigned from that one, but she will stay on as the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. So that senior solutions has a vacancy. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 at this point. That are vacant. Yes, 5.
If anybody watching television would like to have something to do to support the town of Newfane, we do have the vacancies that Lynetta just named, And please feel free to come in. Just call first at this point to see that the office is open, or you can call Winetta at 365-7772, extension 4. And you can ask her about the positions that are available and let her know if you're interested. Okay, and that can be put on line again, right?
Yes.
From Town of Newton. Thank you, Winetta. And also thank you for writing those acknowledgement letters. That's really important. Do you want to say that again?
I'm revisiting and revising the appropriation letters to thank people for volunteering, rather than just, will you resign? I'm thanking them, and
That's very nice. I think it's very important to acknowledge.
yes.
So thank you for that. Okay, so the personnel policy, you said that we need to.
I forgot to do that today. I'm
We
sorry.
adopt it and sign it. Do you want to do that today or not?
I forgot to do it today.
Okay. Well,
do it at our next meeting?
We could do it the next meeting.
Thank you.
Just one other thing, doesn't do this, but I just wondering, is
Sure.
school board still having their meetings for the budgets and stuff?
We were just talking about that, whether they'll postpone the meeting or.
They're supposed to have like a public meeting up front and then the votes of next day or something, is it, or 2 days later?
As far as I've seen, they're still on and haven't been rescheduled.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Regarding the appropriations, I know Winetta was talking about appropriations letters, but it reminded me that there was a vote on the floor at the town meeting of special appropriations, and there was an increase, and I'm just wondering if that got resolved as to which organization was receiving money.
Winetta? Is that something that Melissa is more aware of?
It is something that Melissa's more aware of. I know there's going to be a deficit of about $2,000 because the figures that they came up with amongst themselves at town meeting didn't match the appropriations. And there's a question as to whether they were including the appropriations that didn't request funding.
Mm-hmm.
Are we appropriating for that?
I believe there was only one that was excluded that didn't get any.
All the
send a
ones
letter.
with zeros shouldn't get nothing, right?
Well, the only one that was mentioned that I recall was New Pain and New, because they didn't send in a letter, and Lynn Forrest had stood up and said that it should be this without them, because I do recall that.
Right.
But I don't recall any of the others.
I would make a suggestion that when Melissa comes back, Winetta,
Mm-hmm.
maybe she can attend a select board meeting and we can work on it then. Is that okay with everybody on select board?
Yeah, that sounds good. I just don't want it to go, we forget about it or whatever.
Because I see 5 in here that did not have a request.
That's what Winetta said.
Yeah.
Okay, so that will be addressed when Melissa is available to be at our meeting. Okay. New business, water quality at town office. And that's something that I'm bringing up, if it all can be fixed. Because particularly at this time, where all one hears about is how many times a day one has to wash their hands and make sure everything's clean and use water for washing. And unfortunately, the water in this building in Town Hall is not the greatest right now. It is, I don't know how you would say it, it's filled with sulfur, it has a lot of sulfur in it, and it's odorous, and it's very unpleasant. And
Has it been tested?
Last fall we had treatment done, but I don't know that it was actually sent out to the state for testing. I know there was work done in the well itself.
So first of all, we have employees and people who work here every day. Then we have the public who comes in here to see people, and in case they request washing their hands or using the restrooms, it is very unpleasant. And so my thought and hope is that maybe we could have a plumber come, if that's the way to start. And apparently we have a town plumber, is that correct? That we could call and have him just come in and check it and see what he suggests. So I would like to know if people are willing to do that.
Well, I have a question. Who had done the treatment and what treatment was done on the water?
I can't think of his name. Melissa recommended him because she used him before, and they did some chemical in the water itself.
Okay, can we get a report on that?
I don't know if she has a report, but we can get a.
We could probably check the invoice and see what was done, but.
Right.
Yeah, might as well check that first and see what they did do to it and what it does need.
Even if you had to call the plumber and ask him to write out what he did. So in layman's terms, so we understand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could probably, first thing you do, if nothing else, just go get one of them things, a test kit, and you fill the bottles up and you take it to that place in Keene, they test the water for you.
In Keene?
You can test it for minerals and for.
They'll tell you what's wrong with the water, if it needs and what it does need.
Yep.
And at that point, then you put it out to whatever it needs, you know, and if it's gotta go out to bid to hire somebody to do it, or if it's just something simple or what, you know. Maybe you gotta put a whole filter on it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Filter system with the salt and all that stuff to clean the water.
Well, I know that's something that people do. I don't know if that's the only choice we have. I don't, so I really think, so if you want to, what?
There is concerns, you know, for water in this area. I mean, it does have issues.
Right.
So it's not abnormal. I don't know if it's something that's happened over several years, it's changed, or if it's always been that way.
I don't know what it is, but my feeling is that people work here for many hours each day, and I think that it would be great if we could have clean, acceptable water for them.
Well, if the water's tested and if the water's good, unfortunately there's a smell to it, and you know, we can look at, as a select board, we can look at what we can do for it, but there is water that we pay for drinking, you know, and you know, any kind of, you know, preparation for food or for lunch or whatever. But I'm just wanted to get the facts of what's going on currently, what's been done, and what could possibly be done, and then we can vote on it, you know, as to what we want done.
So we should start with the report from the fall and go from there.
Yeah.
Yep. Do we have to make a motion about this? No.
No,
I don't
because
think so.
we just need the report from the
Right.
fall, and then we make a motion when we want somebody else to come in and look at it.
Okay, any other comments or discussion about this? Okay, thank you. We are up to correspondence.
The highlighted part down at the bottom is, at the bottom of the page, the highlighted.
Yeah.
That's,
this is the
yeah.
one.
And then there's two
You know,
paper
I'm in a
clips.
meeting, I can't talk on the phone every minute.
Well, that ain't his girlfriend, you know, either, huh?
Bye.
It wasn't me.
Renetta,
Yes.
this is Albany. I just need
All right, I gotta
the,
go. Bye.
I just need the original letter, not all the comments made after.
No, it's all this right here.
But she's the most
This
important.
is,
No, Dave, that's not, that's not. the
Hope you
letter.
weren't expecting dinner tonight, Chris. When you get home. That just went out the window.
Good thing Rex is on the
Yeah, but
way.
she's responding, this is what's the
I got some dinner
yeah,
out in the garage
this is
anyway.
Kirsten writing to
Deborah,
but
but that's not the one for select board.
this is the one that she forwarded to us from her. And then this one was Lisa Harris.
Yeah, I hope that old virus don't get too bad, 'cause I can imagine being quarantined in my
That's
house for
the
2
one
weeks.
for-
All bundled up there.
That's the one for executive.
I know,
session.
but not the. Oh, yeah.
So I just
Then sit on the
highlighted
porch
this
and watch guys go by.
from Lisa Harris. And then
But after
what
you're
she's
locked
saying
up
about
2
the
weeks,
ramps
is
and
the old
stuff.
ladies,
Okay.
you're
Well,
running
you
for
know
one of
what?
them cars that happens.
This is not the letter we got. It's not, I don't know why it's written to Deborah, I don't know.
She forwarded to me from the email. We never got a letter. This was just forwarded.
Okay, well then this is really correspondence.
Okay.
Okay.
And
What's
then
this?
that's the thing from Brattleboro.
Okay. This is a letter to the select board from an organization called Compassionate Brattleboro. And it's written by Jim Levinson for Compassionate Brattleboro. Does anybody?
Is that the one from Lisa Harris?
No,
No.
No.
I said from Jim Levinson.
Yeah.
I think we've discussed this in the past. This is about being compassionate, stating that Newfane, do we want to be part of this compassionate Brattleboro?
I'm compassionate.
That Newfane, as a town, would join in with compassionate Brattleboro. As you know, the town of Brattleboro voted overwhelmingly in 2017 to join the International Charter for Compassion. 125 cities and towns around the world, a movement initiated by Karen Armstrong and the Dalai Lama. And it continues with, while much that we do uses Brattleboro area, there may be considerable value in having towns in the area sign on officially to the charter. This will permit many joint endeavors and also provide these towns with a recognized means of addressing local compassionate issues. Might you be interested in considering this? I know this came up in the past.
I'm not really sure what they're asking, and
Old Dalai Lama.
I'm not really into the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to join that or not. Probably not.
I think what we'll do is have this
If the worst come to
available.
worst, they're compassionate, they'll let us in, don't they? Jesus.
I think what we'll do is leave this for the select board to look at it privately, because it's something that was asked a while ago, and we didn't join in at that time. Perhaps we might want to join in, but I think people should read it on their own.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, there is a letter from Lisa Harris that was sent to Deborah Luskin about town meeting day, and that there was a problem. She said, Lisa Harris responded to Deborah, because Deborah reached out to her and said that she heard there was a problem, that there was snow, and the ramp was not cleared. And so Lisa responded to Deb and say, I wasn't actually able to attend town meeting as I was sick. But then I voted later in the day. I noticed that the accessibility ramp for the hall had some snow in front of the entrance. It might have been tough for a wheelchair to make it through it, as well as some of the less mobile on foot. So the concern was
The snow in front of the ramp.
that there was snow and
I think they
ice.
kind of handled it a little bit that day there.
Yeah.
There was one or two people with wheelchairs, and I know, I think I see Jay and a couple of them out there one time helped them through the snow.
Yeah.
I mean, it was clear off to one side, there was a little bit still
Yes.
on the ice, but
So
it seemed to me that everybody seemed to get through everything all right that day, all right, but.
I mean, what I noticed in going up the ramp and up the steps was there was a lot of salt on the steps and on the ramps to make it easy to go up. And that doesn't mean, as Mike said, that there wasn't any snow or ice, but it was taken care of in the best way that could have been done that morning.
Well, they assisted the people with the wheelchairs, so.
Yes.
No, it definitely should have been cleared off the
I
rest of the
know
day,
people
but the ice
actually
was
were
bad.
assisting wheelchair people.
Yes,
and
they
they
were.
didn't have any complaints.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the only thing that we can say is we will try our best again next year, and whenever that building is used, I know that people who take care of the building are very committed to make it as safe as possible. So I'm very sorry that that happened to some people, that they didn't feel safe. And we will do our best again next year. Any comments about it? Other things to say? Okay, I think that's it. We have one other item on the agenda. I'm going to put the correspondence away. And that is, we are going to go into executive session.
So there's another one, Kristen Turner.
Yeah, I mentioned that name.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Kristen Turner, and that there were two people who wrote about the conditions.
Oh.
Lisa Harris. I just had the one for Kristen Turner.
Kirsten. It's Kirsten Turner.
Kirsten Turner, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to it now. Here, wait, I have it.
Okay.
Kirsten Turner. Hello, Deborah. This was the scene last evening. Access to the handicap ramp was covered with ice, so my wife had to pull herself up the stairs to vote. Anyone in a wheelchair would probably have needed help to get through the snow and ice to the ramp. We recall that this happened the last time we voted at Union Hall. While we did not attend town meeting and likely will not in the future, if the ramp and the path to it were clear of snow and ice, then people who use canes, walkers, and wheelchairs would feel more welcome. Thank you for all your fine work. Kristen Turner, South Newfane. Sorry, I mentioned the name, but I omitted reading the letter. Any comments about that? Okay, again, we will try our very best to make everything safe. So the next item on the agenda is executive session. And thank you, Jay, for being here.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
I make a motion to go into executive session.
Okay, I need to read.
I have to read
Yeah.
Gotta bring the phone up.
Okay, the reason for executive session is basically
So this is the Brattleboro Planning Commission called to order at 6:06 p.m. on March 2nd. And are there any announcements?
I'll just make a couple of announcements. First of all, I want to let you all know, and the viewing public, that the U.S. Census is right around the corner. They're going to begin mailing census information March 16th, I think. And you'll be able to take the census online by phone or paper copy. Please take it in some format when it comes out. And then, because otherwise they have to send enumerators out to get in touch with you. I think there's 7 questions. Your answers are confidential. You are taking the census as of April 1st, so on that date it's asking how many people reside in your house. So if you've got roommates, if you've got children, if you've got parents, any kind of arrangement, whoever is in your house, even if, if you're renting your house, and I think you can include people like that. So please respond, it's important. A lot of federal funding gets directed to the state and then the county and the towns that way, so we really want an accurate count. So you'll be seeing and hearing more information about it, but just a heads up, it's right around the corner.
Thank you.
Cool. Anybody else got any announcements?
Do you have any others?
Oh, I had one more. Yeah. Save the date, April 25th. The Conservation Commission is planning kind of an Earth Day festival. There'll be more information coming out about that, but kind of ways that you can connect to different advocacy organizations or changes, little things that you can do in your backyard to improve better. And there will be some outreach. We're planning on holding it at 250 Burke Street, and so there's going to be some outreach about that project at that event.
And then on March 24th, me and Sue are traveling to Montpelier to present in front of the Downtown Board for the Neighborhood Development Area designation. We're hoping to find out that day or soon after if we will get that designation to continue our housing efforts. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Super. Anything else? Alrighty, public comments.
Too bad.
No public. And did everybody get a chance to review the minutes?
Just to note, Andrew sent out a revised copy that had more information about the public comment that was received at that meeting. So if you didn't see that at the end of the day, that's what you would be voting on.
Do you need a copy, Tom? Or okay, great.
Got it.
Okay.
I had one question.
Sure.
That there is a comment where you say, or the recorder says, one commissioner. A commissioner said something. And everybody else has their names attached?
Oh, I see. I know what you mean. So you want the name of the commissioner?
Well, no. I was just curious. I actually am curious about whether or not it.
Is it something embarrassing?
No. It was just the sort of notion that some people are attributed to their comments and some people aren't, and I.
Yes. You want to be more consistent?
Well, no.
Okay.
I just as a matter of principle.
Mm-hmm.
The last time I was in charge of taking minutes, it became clear that it was good to not say who said what.
Okay.
So that the information would then just be information as opposed to sort of attributed to some individual versus another. And I figured that maybe you two had to be cited because that was some kind of something having to do with the fact that you're officials of a municipality. But anyway, I mean, it was more just a sort of question about whether or not it was useful for us to have our minutes attributed or unattributed.
Yeah.
We had had that discussion probably a year or more ago, and I didn't relay that information, so you can fix that.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to fix it in these minutes and we can bring them back in April?
No. I mean, unless
or just
anybody
moving
feels
forward.
strong, just, yeah.
Or I could go through and I can also edit just to say commissioner, and then we could publish them. Okay, all right. For next time.
There was one other thing. I feel like when we were talking about the Congress of New Urbanism, what the planning commission had requested was recommendations for updating the zoning. Did I remember that wrong?
Yes, I thought that was when we got that letter back from them?
Yeah. That we had that really great discussion, and the next step was that you guys are going to bring proposals and changes.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure that.
What does it say in there?
I don't think it
Oh,
it's
okay.
not
Very
next.
clear, yeah.
All right,
Next,
well,
yeah.
But
Okay.
just so that it's recorded and we're accountable to it.
I'll just add a sentence at the end. I'm guessing it's this paragraph before the
Yeah,
last one.
the second to the
Yep,
last
yep.
paragraph.
Anything else? Do I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
I'll make that motion to accept them as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, the minutes are passed as amended. And we are on to you, I believe. All of a sudden, my agenda went nowhere, but I'm pretty sure that that's the next thing. Yes.
Handout for tonight, just to help us stay a little more organized.
Nice paper.
Yeah, I'm just too lazy to go down and put good paper in, take good paper out, I just leave it in there. So, you are benefiting from my recent printing of proposals. So, I am here tonight to update you on the progress of the downtown design plan, present to you in a little more detail some of the pieces that were not put together yet the last time I was here, and get a bit of feedback and discussion around a few of the issues as we're moving into the recommendations phase. And Sue let me know that you guys are working with the Just City index and criteria, and would be interested in seeing how that fits with this plan. So I did take a look at that. You'll remember, I don't know, have you guys had a chance to wander through this at all? I think you sent the link, right?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so in the introduction, we do have a piece about what is good public space here. And there is this piece, the 12 criteria for public space. And these are based on criteria that the Gell Institute has put together. And so some of the survey work we did and stuff around the charrette, I used and looked at their framework for doing that kind of assessment of public space. But there are actually quite a few variations on this theme out there. So there are lots of different lists, you know, the 10, elements of good public space, top 3, qualities of good public space. It goes on like that. So, and it all kind of feeds back to the same sort of original research that was done in New York City in the 70s around what is good public space that William Holly White did, and then eventually led to Bratt Park. So that's actually, if you were to go back and look at the history of studying this
It all
field.
goes back to that one article.
It really is essentially, it's a field that he created. It didn't really exist before. So he went out and basically filmed and monitored how people acted and behaved and used public space, and then did a lot of publishing and talking about it, and influenced a whole generation designers after that. And so when you're looking at some of the Just City pieces, I think there's quite a bit of overlap, because it's really looking at a lot of the same issues, maybe through a different lens. And that's what you see when you look at the different types of, the different lists of criteria. It's really what lens are people coming at it from. You know, are you looking at it from an economic development perspective? Are you looking at it from an arts and culture perspective? The Just City stuff is really more of a, a social psychology, sociology perspective, and probably these GEL criteria are a bit more on the actual physical design end of that perspective, and because they come from a more of an urban design, urban planning group. So, I just looked through to sort of see what was there as an overlap, but you can certainly look at this and then look at the things that you're going to be looking at in the Just City and see, I think, more than just these overlaps. But I was committed to making this fit on my page, so I didn't continue the laundry list. But the criteria around welfare and Just City line up with the criteria around protection in the GEL set of criteria. Mobility lines up with opportunities to walk, cycle, etc. And there's even some of those pieces around identity, like authenticity, beauty, character, come through in the set of criteria too. And there were others, but it really is, I think you'll see quite a bit of overlap. And I'm trying to, as I put together the recommendations, refer back to this idea of what is good public space, and so that there is a linkage between what's being recommended and this set of criteria up here at the front too. I'm going to, what I wanted to focus on was the actual strategies tonight. There's, obviously, if you've looked through this, you've seen that the front matter of this document you can call it a document, have been filled in largely. And so there's a lot of existing condition and background and information consolidated in here, sort of a repository. There will be, in the not too distant future, but it's still not available yet, a way to sort of put in a navigation bar that's not there yet. Right now you sort of got to look at it from top to bottom, which is a bit annoying. But what is happening is that Esri, the ArcGIS software people, are transitioning from one set of templates for this type of story map to another. And we're making this in the new one because they're going to not support the old one anymore. And they're sort of moving the tools over a few pieces at a time. So they very excitedly added my ability to turn text different colors a month ago. I got really excited about that. And they added a few features a month ago that we were able to take advantage of. And they're doing updates every 2 to 3 months. So the next one is supposed to include the navigation. So I suspect that before the project needs to be technically done, you're going to get the navigation piece, which will make this a lot more user-friendly. There also, just so I assume, there's going to be a way to transfer it. That is not, I don't know when, but there will be. So even if it's 6 months down the road or whatever, we can, when it's available, we can move it from my ArcGIS account to yours. Cool. Yep. So
that was really lovely with this area.
Yes, it's fun to zoom into that map, isn't it? And look and see what's there. So I'm gonna, yes, I have to move all the way through to get to where I need to be here. If you zoom too fast, it really gets upset, and then it starts to misbehave, and that's not something we want tonight. So here we are at the strategies piece. So at this point, the strategies are organized both geographically, and then there's some that are kind of theme-based. So the first set is the way around, which is the multimodal path going from the bridge to Brattleboro Common, and that's broken down into 15 segments along the way. So we're hitting a lot of the public spaces that way by going through. So we're hitting the parking lots and the transportation center as we go along. And then it's almost like the idea of you're on tour and you come back down Main Street, and it runs down along Main Street and talks about the municipal lands and buildings along there. We looked at some of those pieces the last time I was here. There's been a little bit more filling in around that, but the bones of that you saw before. And then there's discussion of the bike lanes and the sidewalks on Main Street. And then there's going to be shorter pieces for Elliott Street and Flat Street. And then the intersection has a section in here, and that's going to talk about potential physical changes to the intersection and the optimization of the traffic lights. Those pieces are not sitting in there yet, but they were in the presentation, the final wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So it's essentially those set of recommendations around the intersection. And I think the drawing that you saw in here for Bridge Street includes the curb radius change at the Main Street, Bridge Street intersection, which is sort of one of the major physical changes that's being recommended. Then there's going to be a piece talking about the West River Trail, and this is one that I've got down here on my discussion questions to talk a little bit about. There's sort of two options that I think could be presented in here. One is the rail trail idea of trying to get from where the West River Trail ends at the marina and connect that down through downtown. There's interest in extending the trail along the railroad. And then the other option is to look at using your existing streets to get bicycle traffic from the marina into downtown and connect to the common, so that you can then use the way around piece to ferry the bicycle traffic through and down to the Hinsdale Bridge and continue that loop. And so,
sorry, is there an option on the table for the use of the trail that goes around the retreat meadows?
I don't think so. I mean, my sense of those trails, and maybe I'm wrong about that, is that they are not probably particularly bike friendly in terms of terrain.
Unless you have a mountain on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would also say those are outside of the scope. I mean, I know she's talking right now about the marina, but that's because that was the idea of the West River Trail, is how do you get up there?
It's an important connection to think about. So I think what we heard from the public comments is that technically the common itself is not within our downtown study area, but it clearly needs to be sort of the terminal point of the path network, and it is feasible that could then provide that connection to make a further trail link to an existing planned trail. So we've got some looking at the railroad and the feasibility of that, which is in our study area, but I think presenting another way to get there as well and to make that connect in makes sense. And, so we can talk about that. I don't have those drawings in here yet, but those are coming. And then that sort of ends the geographic clusters of things that we're looking at. And then there's going to be a little bit on parking. There's obviously a lot about parking in here. In some ways, the downtown design plan ends up being a lot about parking because of the existing dominance of parking downtown, and and the need to figure out, it's a sort of a trade-off question. So there have been sort of there's individual one-off ideas, right? Like convert Preston to a park, or convert Harmony or a portion of it to a park, or get rid of parking on Main Street, the on-street parking. But that also needs to be looked at holistically. There's a certain amount of parking that needs to be provided downtown. And so while you could eliminate one public parking lot, in terms of the number of spaces and the demand numbers, you can't do every single one of the full-fledged recommendations all the way along the way through the plan and still have enough parking. So it's a question of making some choices, and that needs to get discussed in terms of figuring out what the priorities are and sort of the next steps for making decisions about how to balance the parking, public space, green space needs.
Right here, are you suggesting that's for discussion with the planning commission?
I think it should be something that could be on the planning commission's discussion list, and I think it's a necessary component to kind of wrap up and tie up the plan. I've tried, as I've been writing along, to at least introduce the idea that, you know, there are a lot of ideas being presented here again, and there's a need there is going to have to be decisions about which ones to do 100% of. So I think I talked about that around the Preston Park idea. And the same is sort of true of the ideas around Harmony, because there are, you know, have been ideas floated to, you know, make the entire thing green space and eliminate all the parking spaces, down to eliminate some portion of them, you know. So, and the way around piece, if you follow that through, you'll see that it requires fairly small reductions of parking all the way along, right, to make it happen. So, you know, taking 5 on-street spaces here to make room for a bike area, reconfiguration in the parking lot to make room. It's not a wholesale elimination of parking, but it's a series of reductions. And so there needs to be, as you think about what the community's priorities are going to be for implementation, a recognition that you probably can't do every single idea until the, you know, demand for public parking changes substantially. There's some other parking option.
So can I, when would we have that discussion, and how would we get the public engaged in that conversation? Because we obviously, given people's anxiety around not enough parking, even though we know we have substantially more than enough parking, how do we make sure that if we started taking parking spaces away, people wouldn't go nuts?
I mean, it's definitely a next step after the plan, after this plan is done.
Yeah.
But I think it needs to be part of your envisioning how you might move pieces of it forward.
I think it can come in kind of pieces, and
so not to be discussed within the next 2 months.
No.
I don't think
necessarily.
Yeah, no. I don't think we're going to be able to kind of rally consent around.
Yeah, and it could, you know, it's also probably true that each of the ideas could end up with sort of a group of core supporters. You know, there's people with different interests and level of support and different approaches. So
I feel like we'd have to look at, you know, the benefits, like, so if we're talking Preston Lot versus Harmony versus, I don't know, something else, and kind of figure out what are the pros and cons of each, and kind of work through it that way, and then bring it out to the public.
Okay.
As we try to move a project forward or something.
And then also sort of in the wrap-up end of the strategies would be recommendations related to programming, and then a set of recommendations related to public art. Really more focused on funding and managing those, rather than necessarily specific, you know, recommendations for, you know, put some murals here or sculpture there, or, you know, have live music here on, you know, there's been some of that. There's been a lot of discussion in the recommendations around doing those type of activities in various places downtown, but you know, it's not going to be that kind of a strategy where it's detailed to that level. It's really more about how the town can fund and manage that going ahead. So I threw out 5 questions, and I don't necessarily mean that we have to discuss and resolve them all tonight, and I only gave them to you here now. I actually just wanted to think that these are important ones to have on your radar and to be thinking about. I'm assuming I'm here tonight presenting this we have a May type deadline.
Yeah, we have a May.
So one of the questions I had is an administrative one, is whether you want to see me again next month, with hopefully the rest of the material filled in at that point. And then there was the idea of scheduling a public presentation. So just in terms of the pieces that are left to accomplish, it probably isn't absolutely necessary that the public presentation happen before whatever the May cutoff grant date is. But you know, we need to have the product essentially ready by then. So these are things that I think are kind of the more critical policy points that the design plan is encountering. In some ways, we can present more than one option for a couple of these things, but should we be making a recommendation? So the bike lane question on Main Street, as it's written now, the plan makes a recommendation against doing the bike lanes on Main Street and for doing the other option, the way around option, based on that, the fact that it would be probably not possible to get bike lanes the full length of Main Street, and if you did put them in, you wouldn't be able to widen the sidewalks. Where they are pressable, you couldn't widen the sidewalks. So it's sort of a question of, it's a trade-off question again, so it's the bike lane or the sidewalk question. The same one comes up with the rail trail pathway connection and whether you even want to go into that with this. The question is also, I think, ties to where do you want to put time and energy on the municipality's part, and try to also maybe guide community activity towards the projects that you think are going to move the overall vision forward more effectively or are more productive uses. The rail trail concept has some significant challenges and costs. There may be a way to get to a lot of the benefits of the rail trail without that, at least the connection, without having to encounter those challenges at first. And it could be, energy and resources put to other components of the project instead of to a bigger, more difficult piece. So I think that's some of the choices you have to make. It's like what the plan, by setting forth implementation and trying to help structure priorities, you're kind of hoping to direct community energy and resources. Municipal, yes, but also community, the public community as well. So in some ways, I was trying to give some sense of the feasibility. Here, I have both the feasibility and the challenges. So for some of these things, to lay those out in so that people have some better information about, or some more complete information for making these kind of decisions.
I remember that we talked about the Main Street bike lanes when you were here before, but I don't remember us talking about the rail trail.
No, we didn't, because that's sort of come up since I was here last.
Yeah, actually, Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, just walked in. He's been doing research on the rail trail. Stephen, this is Brandy Saxton.
Hi, Brandy. Nice to meet you.
So it's actually great that he walked into the room and
the rail trail discussion.
I've shared your information with Stephen. Stephen's also had some conversations with the Friends of the West River Trail. I don't know if you want to back up and take these one by one. I'm kind of anxious to jump in on a couple of them, but also want to hear from you.
Yeah, I like the idea one by one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we start with number one?
Yeah.
Sure. That's always a good place to start.
I think just for me going through this, the piece of information that was the most telling for deciding one way or the other on that is just the you said, there isn't room at all the intersections to accommodate this infrastructure all the way up and down Main Street.
Right, so let me get to that.
Yeah. And the pictures of the sidewalks were really like, oh, they hit me really hard. I was like, oh boy, those sidewalks are so narrow.
They are narrow.
And having had to navigate them with a stroller. Yeah, I like the idea of focusing on pedestrian and expanding public space on the sidewalks on Main Street and moving this transportation line for the multimodal stuff back.
I agree with you, Jess. I know when we were doing the charrette, I think trying to play around and figure out how to fit them on Main Street was really, really challenging, and I would rather see wider sidewalks so that you can walk more than two people, side by side and somebody coming the other way, or so that if a restaurant wanted to have outside seating or, some sort of parklet or something, I think the social interaction would be better. I think that certainly, there are some bicyclists that would use bike lanes maybe, but I think the greater benefit would be towards pedestrians.
It would be easier to walk a bike on a wider sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, I would like to make sure that we have a path into downtown on bicycles. We have the pop-up on Flat Street. I think that there is room on Flat Street to kind of get into downtown. We're going to be looking at it on High Street.
Yeah, that was one of the things in looking at doing the way around route, that you're obviously crossing the side street. So you're crossing over Flat, you're crossing over LA, and there are opportunities to improve the access down if you were on bicycle there. So the High Street intersection, if you think of coming out of the tunnel there, if you turn right and you're on your bicycle, there's actually quite a bit of room between there and the Main Street intersection. So while we were focused in that on providing the cycle track from the tunnel up to High Grove parking lot, there's actually no reason it couldn't go to Main Street too, or to Plenty, right? It's not, there's space, and there's not a physical obstruction there. So that's some of the things to look at as well. And the ideas around Flat Street were around exploring the idea of making it one way and really then being able to provide that widened sidewalk. I mean, that's already got fairly low traffic numbers, so that makes it a reasonable place to be with a bicycle as well, possibly. So I think the idea of being able to bike around the back and then pop down essentially where you need to be onto Main Street instead of having to traverse Main Street to get to where you want to be would work.
Yeah, I think, Sue, you said a key term that I agree with. The wider benefit, or the greater benefit here, is to if it's one or the other, bike lanes on Main Street or enhancing the sidewalks. I think my vote is for the sidewalks too. Whether it's because they're more heavily used or it's a more diverse group of people, I think there's more benefit to be had by enhancing that. But regarding the way around, I feel like when this was first brought up, I liked it because, I still do, but I liked it because I often take that while I'm walking, because I live down south of the food co-op, and if I need to go to the municipal building or the library, I'll take that back road, and it's kind of for novelty and more quiet, and for those reasons. But for bicycling, I don't think I'll ever bike that, personally, because I'm not so scared or wary of Main Street, and Main Street would probably be 1/3 of the time, because it's just a straight shot. And I bike without a helmet too, so I'm not everyone here, but so the only thing I can think for Main Street that I would like to is maybe, does this happen every winter where the plows pretty much make the sidewalks and the crosswalks disappear? Like you can't see across, and that's a pedestrian thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I'm saying like
Down the
marks on the
pavement.
roads.
Yeah, well,
You know
the
those,
way of-
you know
yeah.
those little things that are halfway in the road that say pedestrians crossing? You know, those sorts of things will slow traffic down, I think, and make them more conscious of bicyclists and pedestrians.
You're talking about the paint wearing off and
Yeah,
having
some
some other
sidewalks.
sort of signal.
Yeah, I don't know if they redo that every.
It does, it does.
Oh, they do? That's how
Yeah,
fast
yeah,
it wears away?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, they repainted, that's a
Mhm.
sort of spring
Yeah, it's kind of a
thing,
spring.
is they come out and repaint the street.
But as far as enhancing it for bicyclists, I'm just, I don't know, some signs or some sharrows on Main Street, if we can do that, but.
The traffic levels are counted too high to do it as a
Oh, okay.
share on Main Street. There are numbers where
Mhm.
you can do it that way. I mean, I think the
So
the
Main-
bicyclists that are comfortable using Main Street now will continue
Exactly.
continue to do that.
Mhm.
And you know, so I think it just opens up the potential to bicycle to people who now
Mhm.
don't have a route.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, the person who's a, you know, serious bicyclist, transportation-oriented bicyclist will probably still choose
Mhm.
to move with traffic.
Yeah, if people aren't in a rush, or they're new to the area, or they're tourists, or if there's easy or fun, novel things to see along the way around, then I think it's an awesome thing
And-
to promote and enhance.
The reduction of on-street parking on Main Street, which is part of the sidewalk recommendations, might reduce some of the conflict for bicyclists too, because it's one less one less avenue of moving vehicle to encounter, or door opening in front of you or something like that. So it's still probably not going to make Main Street a lovely place to bicycle. But
So is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the group for the reasons that were articulated. I think that people who are comfortable using Main Street now for bicycling will probably continue to do so. And having one of the options for a way around that for people who are not comfortable on Main Street and a bicycle would be nice. If I had to prioritize use of Main Street for something, I would say foot traffic, because that's how people get in and out of stores. It's also going to be how people with disabilities access things. So making it so there's a clear path for people to be able to do that would be the priority for me.
Prudence didn't weigh in on this, did she?
No.
But that's, she's on that committee, isn't she?
Well, she's on the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation. No, I mean, they were the ones that did the bike lane pop-up, and I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that they would have an issue. We had spent some time talking about the difficulty of biking on Main Street
Right,
and some
right.
restrictions or constrictions and stuff, so.
It's also not to get sidetracked, but it's also you discuss the number of trucks
Mhm.
on Main Street in here and the
Oh, yeah.
incentivizing of having larger trucks going through town, which I know is one of the things people
Yeah, that was a
have
great catch.
mentioned many
Should
times in
invite
the
the legislators
surveys.
to one of these meetings.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want
Just
to
say,
bike
look
on
at
Main
this great
Street with those
recommendation
trucks.
to change the rules of the state highways.
That seems like a no-brainer, we should,
Yeah.
we should.
It's just something.
It's federal, it's not state.
no,
Oh.
it is a state.
Oh, no, really?
It's the state limit is higher
That's a lot.
than the federal limit on the state highway.
Okay.
So it's, yeah, so it's,
Yeah, okay.
you could either get the feds to raise theirs on the interstate, which seems unlikely, or get the
Okay.
state to lower
Lower
theirs on the
theirs.
state highway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've always
It's-
reviewed, I've always.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
Oh,
Yeah.
so if the state lowers it on state highways,
If
then
they
that
match
would
the
mean like
feds,
certain
there would
heavy
not
trucks
be-
just kind of aren't even allowed then?
Well, no, it would just eliminate the incentive. I mean, there's certain kinds of, I mean, that's why you have certain types of loads, like log trucks, for instance. They're very heavy. And so you can load them more if you're gonna take them on the state highways than if
Right.
you're gonna load them and take them on the interstate.
Which is why 9 out of 10, I haven't done a scientific study, but it seems to me like 9 out of 10 of those trucks that go by are logging trucks when you're
Well, let's not
watching them.
forget that Sir Sosimo's down on
Right.
142. It's
Yeah.
hard to know what's local and what's not.
Yeah, it is, you'd have some, you obviously would still have some local traffic through as well, but there's, you know, there are certain types of loads that right now are more likely to be found on state highways throughout the state.
Well, maybe it's an interesting implementation step, though, to talk about lobbying the state legislators, because we've always talked about it in terms of the federal rules.
Yeah, and the differences amongst, it's actually interesting to look at across the states. There's, if you really want to geek out on this, you can go look this weight limit, truck weight limits across the states. You can go look at this on state highways, and you can see that they are all over the place. Some, you know, align with the federal ones. Some are significantly more. It depends. I mean, if you're in Texas, I guess it's a very different, you know, economic and infrastructure model
It
too.
would be interesting to know what other towns who share Route 5 as their main street, which is a fair number of towns in Vermont, thought about that. I'm sorry, I know I just took us way off topic.
No.
But I'd be interested
It's
to.
something we hear all the time.
To hear if this comes up in other towns that also use Route 5 as their main
And
street.
Route 7 and Route 2.
Route 7 is a good example.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it is definitely something that you see, and so you might notice. You can start noticing now that when you see a log truck on the state highway, it's usually filled up more than a log truck that you see on the interstate.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting, I mean, the total, you know, not to mention the kind of noise that it makes, but the wear and tear on the state highways and the funding that we're getting. I mean, look at Route 9. I mean, it's a mess. It's way overdue to be rebuilt, and yet we're allowing these heavier loads. There's a lot to balance that.
Yeah, this is an interesting one to think about. But
So
there's
so
that
we
one.
did one.
We
What
did
about
one.
two?
So number 2. So I haven't obviously written this one yet, and there's no need to make any sort of recommendation on this if you don't want to. But then again, I thought if you did want to think about this and offer some perspective, what you might think would be.
So I'm wondering if, Stephen, would you be willing to talk a little bit about the research you've done and conversations you've had?
Sure. So where this segment stands between the bridge and the museum is that Friends of the West River Trail has presented the problem to safety officers, both for the federal level. The Northeast Federal Safety Officers come and walk the trails or the track and identified that there's a safety issue here. And now we've moved through the railroad safety person into their real estate branch, and they have drawing that lays out on the map where the proposed trail would go, and we're trying to push them to grant an easement or some sort of right-of-way or some lease agreement that could enable that trail to go in. I and others in the planning department have skepticism about where this trail is running exactly and how Friends of the West River Trail plans on.
Can I ask, are they putting it on the water side? Is their vision is it's on the water side?
Indeed.
Do they think that are they ignoring the second track and hoping that they will not have to measure off the second track for their setback, but off the primary?
No, the second track, center of that track, 11-foot offset is what
They came back with 11.
Yeah, or
from the railroad.
That's what the ask is 11.
the ask was 11, but the trail itself is farther away from that on 90%.
Taking that West River and attaching it here and going.
And I can share drawings too if people are curious of seeing. Are they looking at it right now?
No, she's looking.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map that's.
Oh, sure.
Not this map.
So it would come here, across Putney Road.
I can pull it up.
No, it would come.
Let's
up
get
here,
to us
kind of go
to a map
under.
situation.
Yeah, I can point and grab.
I just need to get to a page.
Up onto the sidewalk
And then
down.
hit the West River.
So.
I was on the walk around, make around, whatever that thing was.
Yeah.
Sounds like a song.
Way around.
The way around, yes. There's a simple name for it. No, I can't get it back to where it was. Go back.
So then would it continue down along the Connecticut?
Until the Whetstone Station, and that would be a place for parking and.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And how would it how would it interact with the summer residents that are in that area?
Down by the river?
Mhm.
I think they would have a much more direct route to downtown, and that they'd be able to get back and forth from where they live to downtown that much quicker, like any resident.
Hopefully more
And safer.
safely, yeah.
And there will be more people along that area, which means it's more better kept, and people, fewer nefarious things could happen there. I'll say this, that I think it's less of a challenge at this point to get the easement. I think the bigger challenge is going to be them designing where the trail runs and figuring out how to manage all the different pieces of the floodplain and the different.
Permitting.
Yeah, and the actually engineering of the trail to make it work for that location.
I was looking for the files I sent you.
Would it be a
Steven
dirt
has
track?
seen
It's
the
not gonna
files.
be.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be an impermeable surface, right? I think it could be, I don't know, maybe a gravel or some sort of rough, but that part hasn't been crossed yet. There's a need for a bridge to go over a stream at certain points.
There's a lot of grade issues.
Yes.
Because if you haven't walked along the railroad tracks, it falls off again to the water. So the railroad tracks, it sort of like comes down a cliff. There's the tracks that are flat, and then there's another dam along a lot of it.
Yeah.
Walnut Street or whatever.
Yeah.
Roughly how far would it be from the active track?
So what they've been working from is there's on the west side of there's an active line, then there's a fence, and then there's an inactive line on the river side, right? And then we've been going 11-foot offset from the center of those two tracks.
Oh, okay.
And then even further is where the trail is based, but that 11-foot mark is the bare minimum that they think they could get away with ever. However, we did
Where
see
did they come up with 11 feet?
Jason Cooper.
I think it's kind of federal, like, there's
As far
been
as I
meetings
can
with
find.
rails with trails.
Yeah, as far as I can find, it's 15, but okay. We'll give them their 4 feet.
Okay.
But you said it's 11 feet off of the center, so track 1, track 2, they're going 11 feet from the middle, or 11
11
feet
from
off
the center of the second.
Second.
Of the
So
track.
that may end up being 15 feet dead center from both, right?
No, they're not. They're 15 feet apart from each other. From center to center, they're
Okay.
15 feet apart.
Okay. So, yeah.
Okay.
Don't know where that number came from, but
Yeah, the one I gave you the example of in the Massachusetts one, that the fence was at the 15-foot mark. And so that's the other thing, is that it would require a fence as well. So there's a lot of
How are we paying for that?
I know that there's
Friends
a
of the
lot
West River
of,
Trail.
They have money.
I don't know these things, but they continue to be gung ho for this. I think they could raise money rather convincingly for this project, though.
I know that there's a lot of challenges to this. I am not in favor of taking it out, recommending against the trail, because I think that having a trail along the river is an entirely different experience of, rather
It's
than
very
using the way around in Woontastic. I mean, I love to walk on Woontastic, but they're really kind of two different
It's
things.
achieving the connection. It's not giving you the waterfront amenity.
Yeah, no, and all the benefits
We're
that
never
come with
gonna get
trails.
the waterfront amenity, right? I mean, because the railroad's gonna always keep that property.
Right, but you might get a right of way or some sort of easement or something to have a trail there. I mean, I think that's.
Right,
is-
but the trail,
we should
I'm saying
acknowledge
the
that-
trail is the best we can do
Right, right,
in order to get. to
because
the
it's
river.
active, yeah.
Is this an either or?
It's not.
Oh, okay.
So the question I have, because we did on the question of the Main Street bike lanes make a recommendation, because it is kind of like there isn't room for both. The
Yeah.
rider sidewalks and the bike lanes, we make a recommendation in here. Sue had asked that we incorporate, because of the work you guys are doing, the rail trail. My thought was, if we're going to incorporate the rail trail, we should point out that you could actually get the connection that you need over the existing street network without the rail trail still. But there isn't a need necessarily to recommend that the town focus on one over the other.
In any of the public outreach, did you, I mean, I just feel like anytime I talked to people, they've said, get us close to the river, we wanna have the river, we wanna have access to the river, I mean, it just seems like
Comes up
that's
a lot.
yeah,
Mhm.
this would answer that question.
I think it helps revitalize a part of the town that's kind of forgotten, and
Yeah.
people are pushed to the margins there. If you bring more people in, it's going to revitalize that area. It's going to make it feel safer, feel more alive.
I think when you think about it in context of the Hinsdale Bridge becoming a pedestrian
Right.
and
Yeah.
kind of creating this
Right.
trails hub down there, I know it's challenging, but I wouldn't want to recommend against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like that there's already community energy and leadership around. So it's like, it can actually happen, maybe.
Right.
And why not get behind that?
And it seems like it would also play right into the museum development if that's gonna happen as well.
I do want to say, I don't dislike the way around path. I mean, people are using that on foot anyway. I use it. You mentioned you use
Yeah,
it.
this
I've
is-
seen people doing it, yeah.
Yeah, this would be an addition.
This is,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is,
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to keep both on the table.
but what was the, well, this is separate from that though. But what's the Wantastiquet Drive proposal, like what would
So
that
you could
entail?
come up from the marina.
Right.
You just have a short distance to make up on the main road.
Well, I know,
And then you get onto
I
Wantastiquet.
know what the route is, but what would it entail the town doing?
You
Putting a
can,
sign up?
basically it's a sign and some, maybe some
Saying, hey,
sheriff.
this road already exists, but it's a good one, so take it
So,
around there?
Probably
Yeah.
a crosswalk improvement.
Crosswalk
Okay.
improvements.
Which
and-
is
Yeah.
not so easy because visibility is poor where
It
you
is,
want
it's
it.
not the bestest crossing point, but, I mean, there's all, I don't know how they're thinking they're going to get, across by the substation with the rail trail plan.
Right,
But
I
you,
wondered.
whatever that plan is, you could actually still do that and still come on into.
No, I think that's the idea. You would
Right.
come up and
Under.
then come under.
The
Under the
railroad
bridges
Under the
from-
bridge.
Both
and
bridges.
Come up on the other side.
Oh,
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so,
Oh,
I mean,
so
there's,
you- So you stay on the west side of the driving bridge, on the shoulder?
That's what Jason Cooper's talking about. Just for the record, that's what Jason Cooper's talking about.
so there could be other ways to get onto the I can never say it, Wantastiquet? Wantastiquet. Drive. Let's just face it,
Not a QU.
I'm not from Brattleboro, I can't say it. There are ways to get, there could potentially be a way to get on there if you can get around the substation, around the backside of the substation or something like that, right? So you could put the crossing further down the hill or something than where it is. So that there is some possibilities there that could be looked at, but basically the traffic levels are so low, it's just a residential street, that it is actually appropriate to be a sharrow. So you could sign it to be a sharrow, and then it comes up through. I think then you go on to Harris or North or something like that. You come out. You basically come out right at the common.
Yeah, you come in.
It's a pretty common neighborhood to walk through.
It is.
I know I enjoy it when I go downtown, so.
Yeah.
So I don't think the neighbors will have much of an issue with all the pedestrian traffic, because there shouldn't
People
be much
walking
of a
all the
difference,
time.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
So I mean, even if that's an interim improvement to make the connection, to help get people from one end to the other, it's well, they raised the millions of dollars it's going to take to build the rail trail. So that's there.
Maybe when we have the Green Mountain Power people back again talking about the redesign of the substation, we can ask them about that.
Oh, well.
Okay.
So do you feel like you have direction on that?
Yes, so we'll lay out the options, but we will not, we'll avoid making a recommendation.
We don't want to recommend against the rail trail.
Yeah. So, the next one talks about, like, how far, as I'm starting to work with Andrew on the implementation program, how far down the path of talking about the money do you want to go, I guess?
Yes.
As far as you can go.
So, there is obviously the improvement district taxes that, could be used to further the recommendations of the plan. So that's something that the implementation program could look at. is how those monies are allocated and, suggest some, perhaps not, some distribution of them amongst some of these goals.
And do we have some idea of what that distribution looks like now?
They have, I think it increased, I think it's around $80,000 that is collected from the downtown property owners in the district. And they are all DBA, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance is their funding. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have it with me, but they have a distribution of it for programs that they do.
So in some ways, it's this plan making a recommendation about how the DBA allocates its resources, which are technically the municipality's resources.
So, yeah.
Well, but the municipality made the decision that DBA is their downtown.
Right, right. So it's sort of a weird line, I guess.
It is a weird line.
Trying to point out.
Well, wait a minute.
Does the DBA ever like justify their spending and stuff and like
every
have
year.
some
Every year.
It's approved by representative town meeting.
Right.
It's on the ballot.
as a separate
As a
separate ballot question? It's standalone or just part of the 15
I believe
million?
it's standalone. I think it's.
Yeah, it's been contentious.
So if, well, what if the DBA hasn't been much of a participant in this process? Have they?
We had early discussions with them.
Yeah.
So would you characterize them as enthusiastic participants who would say, oh, great, we have a plan, now we're gonna implement it using our money?
I don't have any evidence to support that.
I don't think that I would want to be an organization and be told how to spend my money. I mean, I think we'd have to have those conversations with them. I don't think it's fair to say, here's our plan, and you should take 50,000 of your operating funds and do it.
Is there a follow-up plan with them to share?
Not right now, but definitely there's a plan to share the information. I guess for me, I feel like those conversations need to be had, and I think that taking even DBA out of it, I don't know how I don't think the support would be there for the property owners that pay that tax, that they are responsible for infrastructure betterment projects, just them. I think they benefit the entire town. I mean, as it is, the whole flower program, which, is people enjoy the flowers in all 4 seasons or 3 seasons, and, visitors come to Brattleboro and recognize it. It's primarily paid by those downtown property owners. So I think there's a bigger discussion of what is the benefit and what does downtown bring to the entire community, and is it fair that there's just those property owners paying?
But they've also had a program the last year that activates public spaces.
They did?
They've brought in musicians and artists and community game leaders and paid them a small amount of money to perform or do their thing.
So that's the sort of thing that could come out of the recommendations is, to provide support for that type of programming, to, how to, basically recommendations about how to allocate some of those resources amongst the competing priorities, so.
I should also, I just do want to say I am an ex officio member of the DBA board.
Okay, so I need some clarification on this point 3 then. Is some portion of the improvement district taxes, is that money, basically is that DBA money? Or is there other improvement district taxes that we might be able to play with? In other words, so this recommendation is essentially doing what you said, which is this is gonna say, DBA, you should do X, Y, Z, here's our plan. And so we should tell you not to do that, based on what you just said. We won't tell them what to do.
The DBA gets 100% of the improvement.
That's how it's been allocated up till now. So us putting forward a recommendation would be, we're suggesting you not give DBA
full
right?
funding
You see what I'm
We're
saying?
suggesting that you use.
Because it wouldn't be
Right.
DBA spending the money to implement these things.
Okay,
We're not-
okay.
yeah.
So, all right, so rather us recommending to DBA, we're recommending to
The town.
the town, give us some of that money and we're gonna
Right.
execute our plan.
I mean,
And I guess, to me, a piece of that would be like mission-based. Do we think that the improvement district taxes, the DVA is really focused on economic development and economic vibrancy and activity, focused on the small businesses downtown. And I think that if we were to think about making a recommendation of a different use of those funds, then it would need to come with a different motivation for activating this space, right?
Right.
Particularly, I think one of the things that you identified in here was this sense of safety and not feeling comfortable, not knowing the weird people that are downtown or the people that are panhandling. And I don't know if that might fall under an inclusivity sort of program or investment that might not directly relate to the economic development piece that the DBA really is focused on.
I wouldn't say the DBA is just focused on the economic development. I mean, it's property owners in the downtown, so there's residential as well. So it is a quality of life in the downtown. There is a large focus on economic development because we want our downtown to be successful and the stores successful, because that's good for everybody. But I would,
Okay.
just be careful. I wouldn't
Yeah.
just say that they're
I didn't know that it included
economic development.
residents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, residents can be members.
yeah, my understanding is that DBA does allocate some of those resources towards things like programming and
Yeah.
supporting community events and programming and arts and things like that. But probably right now there isn't money necessarily being directed to the actual physical improvements, perhaps, that could be used. So like, say, fixing sidewalks. Right.
No,
Right
DBA
now,
doesn't. I mean, that's tax.
none of that
Right.
business
That's
improvement
that
district
is
tax
the
money goes to, say, fix sidewalks.
Mhm.
But that is under the umbrella of what you can do with business improvement tax or district money. That's one of the things that you could spend that money on legitimately. It's an improvement to the area, right? So it would qualify. So that's the kind of question to look at. So as we're looking at identifying potential funding sources for some of the recommendations in here, do those tax dollars, are they on the table to be something to be talked about as to how they're spent?
That seems like such a bigger conversation. I mean, that
It is a bigger, and I wouldn't want to have it without having DBA.
Right, I mean,
in
the
room.
DBA ought to be here and probably other stakeholders
Yeah.
as well. I'm curious about, it seems to me, I guess I'm curious why you only pick the improvement district taxes as opposed to all the other potential sources for income that.
Well, I feel that those are legitimately on the table to be discussed in the plan. This is the one where it's a question of whether you want to talk about how that money is being used now. I mean, I think we can legitimately say, yes, the town should be allocating more just property tax dollars to sidewalk repair, right? Without having a policy discussion around that to the same degree, I guess.
It seems to make sense to have these in there because people don't know necessarily that money, where that money is coming from and where that money is going. And as long as the DBA isn't gonna get shirty about us talking about their money.
No, that's what happens sometimes. Yeah, feels like that.
I don't disagree, I just never heard that word.
Oh.
I'll look it up later, so
Yeah,
take up
okay.
any time now for that.
Okay. No, because it does seem to me, any kind of public conversation is an opportunity for people to be informed about various different sorts of things. And $80,000 is not a small amount of money. It's nice to know that money is there. And in the off chance that the DBA would like to collaborate with us on taking forward some of these recommendations, then that's worth having a conversation.
It's worth having a conversation. I mean, we can definitely invite the executive director here. I will tell you that 80,000 is not their entire budget. They fundraise, they seek grants to do their work as well. So as a downtown, you know, having a designated downtown, you are required to have some sort of organization that's, you know, providing these certain types of programs. That is a requirement of the designated downtown. I think that maybe some things that are on the table would be, what if the downtown district was expanded? There's been some discussion about that, you know, we looked at it the last time we were, no, actually it was a while ago. You know, should the designated downtown be expanded? Maybe that brings in more tax dollars, maybe it gets allocated in a different way. But I just think I don't know.
So do you think
it's a big discussion that would be.
Take it out of the plans? I'm getting a distinct impression.
I would rather have DBA here to kind of make the argument as to why. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I just think it's a tricky one.
And I don't necessarily think this is something you have to answer tonight. I think as we come around to look at the recommendations in the next round of looking at this, you know, that I'm just highlighting this as a potential policy area where there could be some issues to be resolved.
Great, super. Shall we go on?
And I think I would just add, it's, you know, if the planning commission wanted to take that discussion up with the select board when DBA is submitting their, you know, they submit the budget, it gets approved by the select board, there's a whole process for it. Okay, you know, just need to think about
Is
that.
there any wording anywhere that says what improvement district taxes have to be used for?
No, no.
I'll look that up.
Well, there is some statutory requirements around what they can be used for. Or regular, and probably isn't statute.
It's the state, right?
It's the
Yeah,
state,
So
yeah.
the state has the rule about you have to have a designated downtown improvement group. I don't know what the term is, and there's some rules about that.
Yeah, if you look at the authorizing language for the taxes, I think there is some.
We might have it. We might have an ordinance as well that
list of what you can use them.
I know we definitely have a downtown improvement district ordinance.
That'd be good to see.
Wow.
Yeah.
In statute.
But what's nice about you identifying like this particular money source is that it makes it really tangible. Instead of saying, you know, the town should invest in doing better sidewalks. And then throw that on the town to figure out. I like the tangibility of some sort of sourcing money plan.
Yeah, we need more than just this one.
Yeah, it's clearly not to fund the.
No fund very much.
Yeah, so
that's municipal government, that's finding grants, that's using the downtown transportation program to, you know, get funding for new sidewalks
So
and
I
stuff
think
like that.
is where we're landing on, it seems like where we're landing on three is not necessarily to make a recommendation, but that we do want to keep it open for discussion and to include DBA in that discussion. I think that's a good idea.
Great. So, are we ready to go on to 4?
Yeah, so I bring up 4 because one of the things that Andrew and I talked about when we talked about how the implementation, the strategy piece, the next steps in here is going to get put together, is one way to think about it would be to run through sort of and organize it by who's responsible, basically, to carry out some of these elements. So, you know, what are you looking for from, you know, in terms of how Public Works is, what they might prioritize downtown, recreation, you know, might do with some of the public spaces downtown, you know, how the policing strategy is set up for downtown. There's a lot of places where you could make more specific recommendations on municipal either work, investment, approach.
Given the nature of the conversations that have gone on in this town for the last year and a half, it seems to me it would be extraordinarily presumptuous of the planning commission, or maybe I'll just say personalizing as presumptuous from me, to start telling the police or the maintenance departments sort of how to carry out their work. I mean, it seems like this is sort of similar to the last question, and if we wanted to move forward, it might be worthwhile for us to say, well, we kind of like some of these ideas. Let's talk to the people responsible in those areas about how feasible these things are, what their thoughts are on them, as opposed to telling, I mean, I wouldn't want to, you know.
I think I would push back a little bit on that, because with the full town plan that we have, there are definitely jobs assigned to committees, assigned to departments. And that was part of the whole planning and implementation. Like, it's not just a plan to get people interested and excited about the vision of our town. It's actually to accomplish these things. And I think that, I mean, as the structure exists with the town plan, it's not like we're treading into new territory necessarily by including some recommendations there.
So I think there's probably a fine line. So if we're talking about vegetation management, you know, I'm much more comfortable saying, okay, we have departments in town, or, you know, we've got a tree warden, or whatever, we've got this process that we can work through. I do not think we should be here telling the police department how they should be staffing and where they should be sending police officers. I think that is out of our purview and is not any, you know, I don't want to tell them how to police downtown.
Yeah.
I think there's been enough discussion about how they police in downtown that I just don't think that.
But just like you wouldn't tell somebody how or when to water plants and what sort of fertilizer to give them.
Exactly.
You would say, we want some plants, can you take care of that? The best way that you know how. I think there are some safety and feelings that were identified in here that we can say, hey, community members feel like this is a problem.
But
here.
Those recommendations, I mean, we've heard those both in the plan and also in the daily newspapers about, you know, some people feel anxious about the underhoused population wandering the streets. Other people feel like it's not an issue. And I mean, I gathered, I mean, the police and the select board have been going around and around in circles in the respectful way to make sure that as many people as can be made happy by what they're doing. And I guess that's what I'm concerned about, is this sort of notion that we get the feeling there are a lot of people had strong opinions when they responded to our survey about it's icky, it's grungy, I hate it, I'm not going there anymore. Why would I sit in those spaces? They're unpleasant. And how do we make a recommendation to sort of, I mean, we should make a recommendation to say that we should have more pleasant spaces, but how to accomplish that pleasantness? I think it would be nice to have a conversation.
Yeah, I just think, I agree with you. And I think there's ways we can address those things other than policing, like crime prevention through environmental design, more lighting on some of the side streets, brightening up the transportation center that Brandy has pointed out in this plan. And I think if we highlight those, we need to highlight the programmatic ways of making downtown safer than having to police it, when obviously there, like Sue said, there has been those discussions. There is a police officer, I believe, or one or two that are downtown a lot of the hours, and there is Project Care. And I think if we can highlight what this plan is trying to get at, really in this plan, and then the priority, if that's a high priority, maybe that's a way we could do it.
I mean, I agree, this is a public design plan, like it's a design for the public spaces.
Yeah, no, I'm responding to the language here that says town departments and/or policing.
It's maintenance and or, so it, I wanted to get the policing one in there because there is some language around the, patrol, approaches to patrol, basically.
Right.
So it is kind of the question of how far beyond physical design do you want to go with the recommendations?
And I guess that's where I think that there's so much work that's been going on. I mean, it's sort of similar to the parking study. There's plenty of parking, but there are still people who say that we don't have enough parking in this town. We have to decide that those people just are always going to feel like there's not enough parking, because we know there's enough parking and we're sort of moving ahead. There's people who think that the town is unsafe. Everybody's trying to work to make it safer. We're just going to have to move ahead without telling the police what to do, assuming that some people who are always going to feel unsafe, because people are always going to feel unsafe. Rather than, I agree with more lighting, all those sorts of things, the classical music and the alcohol.
Yeah, just.
But I wouldn't put recommendations for maintenance activities by town departments and or policing.
I wonder if there is a set of positive recommendations we could make on policing. For example, when there are rallies or parades or walks, or encouraging more support or other, I'm not sure.
I think that they are professionals, and I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell them how to police. They're very prepared, they're very professional. They've got their protocol. I'm not sure the planning commission is the right place to be putting that out there. Well, actually, I'm sure that the planning commission is not things.
So I think that, if I'm understanding right, the question is really how to focus this effort, right? This report that we're coming up with, and I think, I'm not sure I'm totally closed. I'm still open to a persuasive argument, but I think where I'm landing is I think I would focus on programmatic things like you were describing earlier in this report, and not focus the energy as much on I don't know what to call it. What did you call it? The recommendations for activities by town departments. I would maybe not focus as much on that stuff, so not as much on maintenance or policing activities, and focus more on the programmatic things like the lighting or the increased visibility in areas for as ways of improving safety in terms of things that feel to me more closely aligned to what the Planning Commission's mission is.
In that, I hear work for Public Works, I hear work for the Rec Department, I hear work for the Town Arts Council. So we'd be making recommendations for those groups.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the safety, and maybe I misunderstood the question, but I was focusing my head on the safety question.
Oh, you said programmatic, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the plan obviously requires people to do work. There's no question about that.
And maintain.
Yeah, I mean, but it's more, I think, sort of telling them where to go and how to do their jobs that we want to shy away from. There's also, I think the plan as written can go towards making sure those people who say the place is unsafe we've heard that, and we can talk about, eyes on the street and this sort of Jane Jacobs sort of thing. We make these public spaces, we have more people out here, they're gonna feel safer. It's not necessarily about having a cop there. It can also be, we do these programmatic things, and that way I think if people feel, they do need to know that we've heard that, so the plan has to reflect it in some way, but I guess it should reflect it not in a way that sort of says we need more.
I think The point that I was trying to make before with the public gatherings and protests and things like that is that sometimes it can be a burden on activating space to have the police say, yes, but you need an officer there and you need to pay this fee to have that happen.
That's true.
So that can be a burden on activating space, and that would be something that a policy that they could change or a value system that they could amend to support more public activity.
That's interesting.
Well, I need to check that because I'm not sure, not every use of public space in that manner requires a police officer. So I think it's, and the town has certainly waived fees. The climate change march last year, there was no fees on that. You know, there's a rally coming up, I don't know, in Plenty Park that, you know, was small, doesn't need, you know, so I guess I need to understand when it is that some safety protection is required.
Maybe I can just offer a question. From what I hear here, I think what you guys are really wrestling with is, does this plan change anything in public space and in this design that should be made aware to these departments and would change the way it's maintained or policed currently? Is there anything that should be brought out as, this is different, it may need new consideration from such and such and such and such to handle it differently? I don't know that there is that in this plan, but I think that's the question that this is trying to get at. Like, is there something new here that's being presented that changes the physical space enough that we need to say, we need to point at it and say, hey, think about this, because this just changed in how we maintain our physical space and police it. I don't know that there is. That would be where I plan. But I also think your question's valid, but I don't I don't know that, I don't see the design process so much playing into that question. Like, I think barriers to using public spaces is a really important concern to take forward, but maybe it belongs in different communication or a different effort. I don't know. I'm new to this as well, so I get to play the new guy.
But it's I mean, the point is well taken. I mean, because I think, I don't know that we can anticipate that these spaces are going to be dramatically transformed in such a way that it's going to change the way the police and the maintenance department needs to do their work. I mean,
I think there's basic maintenance that maybe, you know, there's been some discussion of pruning back.
Yes, say like the riverfront area, so the community effort to clear the riverfront here. I think I have photos of it.
Yeah. I got the
See?
poison ivy
People
stars
clearing, right, people clearing out the bank. That hasn't been kept up.
Right.
So that's, you know, has grown back in substantially over to
So
growing
this is an
season.
example of you wondering, should we state that in the plan or
Yeah,
not,
it's sort of,
not
I'm
push
trying to
buttons?
figure out the tone and
Well, I
the
think
structure
when
and
it
how we're
comes
going
to
to move forward.
vegetation and maintenance and public space, I think that is okay to mention that nobody is currently doing that right now. Is it Public Works? Is it Rec and Parks? Is it some other group? I think that's perfectly, I think that is perfectly legitimate.
Sorry, because I just remembered that when we did that, there was a big question about whether or not we were supposed to be doing that, and if we were hurting, you know, the
cap.
Yeah, something. So I think that there's a chance that in fact we were, and that's why the maintenance department said, well, we're not going to keep that up because in fact we need all that growth in order to. Well, anyway.
We don't need all those invasives.
Okay. All right.
No one needs the grapevine.
Yeah.
No
It's not weed.
There's no knotweed there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Plenty of poison ivy.
Yeah, so I think that's good, and I do hear, you know, if it is the barriers to public space, I think then maybe that works its way into a recommendation. I mean, you've talked about your experience putting on arts events and, you know, that the cost can be a barrier. And so if we are trying to program these public spaces, then maybe there's a recommendation that the town should look at its policies or ordinances and Like, I think that is
Just not take
reasonable
away
to-
the benches.
I'm okay with that being in a recommendation. There should be benches, you know, I think those are all the public space programmatic things that
Who's gonna take
I'm
away
just-
the benches?
People say that's happened.
They have- it has
Places
been.
downtown over the years.
It's a solution to loitering. You take away the benches.
I mean, I see this plan as like not directing one body, but directing the town as a whole, like the departments, elected officials, town officials. You know, that's how committees, that's how I see these plans and just the plan process and plan creation in the first place. It's, you know, it's not, some plans, maybe they tell direct groups what to do, but in this plan, it's more about downtown. How can we make these changes without directly saying that Public Works has to maintain them, or, you know, I feel like there's ways we can use that kind of language to say, look at what we did in the past, you know, we would love to, you know, how can we recreate these efforts to maintain invasives?
Or it's, you know, it's either recreating or it's saying, this is really important to us and we think that we should prioritize this kind of stuff in the downtown or elsewhere.
Sure, yeah.
So that
The
gets
government
us
needs
to
to
number
do that.
5.
Yeah, so I thought just getting a sense, if you have walked through what's written so far, just what folks in the room see as priorities. I'm willing to share what I think are priorities, and then
Oh gosh, why don't you kick us off? That would be good.
see where we go. You know, so if you're thinking about, as we're thinking about the implementation matrix, one of the things we're going to do is sort of sort them in terms of importance or priority or time frame. And
So we're doing matrix.
yeah, huh?
Okay, we are doing
I don't know if it's going to be a matrix. I just call it implementation. We have a bit of a challenge, which we have to get through here in the design plan, is that the design plan, the story map thing doesn't accept a table very well. And so we normally do implementations in this table format. So we're hitting our heads here to
The
figure
town
out.
plan definitely has one.
Yes, this is a real planner problem. But anyway.
Well, another thing that I like, kind of spinning off this question is, what do you guys think of like short-term and long-term priorities?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In
Like in
terms
terms of like things that might take a little longer in terms of getting funding, like
I'd like to-
redesigning Harmony Lot, or something quicker like adding lighting, better lighting to downtown, for example.
So basically synonymous with easy and easily achievable and more complex.
Or exactly,
low-hanging fruit,
kind of. What do you think of that idea? I'm curious because I've been thinking about it lately. So.
Yeah. So I mean, having worked
Have
through.
that four sector grid of
it's helpful to
what's
see that.
easy and fast and what's
You know, it could be
slow and
helpful
hard.
for prioritization. Just, you know, obviously some things are going to take longer to implement.
Yeah, is any of the commissioners prepared to articulate a priorities? Yeah.
I don't know if something jumped out at you as you looked through that you were like, we should get on that right away, or that's like, I think that's sort of a critical first step, or anything of that nature.
I don't feel ready to.
Well, you can think about that until we meet again.
Can you throw some options out there?
So-
I have some floating around in my head, but maybe it's just because they're the ones that I remember.
Yeah, so it seems to me that, you know, the impetus for doing the plan was the change to the bridge. So the work around the intersection in Bridge Street, that seems to be, those are big projects and expensive projects and complex projects, but those seem to be kind of priority pieces, I would think, there. And then I come back to the transportation center. It seems to me that the transportation center and getting people to park there is critical to doing anything else that follows.
That's a good point.
And so some of that is, you know, some physical changes. It's trying to shift public opinion, and it's not going to be easy to do. You know, if you look at the parking numbers in that facility, it's horrible. And the only way you're going to get the cars off the surface parking and off the on-street parking and into the garage is if there is a very significant public perception shift in the use of the garage. So it seems to me like that. It probably actually, I think they're gonna fix the elevator, right?
Yes, the parts have been on order,
Yes, so that is like, there are some things there, and I think, the conversation around lighting of the interior lighting has been bounced around.
DBA has had lots of discussions about placemaking, not only the Ask the River art, but, some art on the different levels of the floor, like that was seen at the pop-up, active community alley and activating the transportation centers and more.
Yeah. So that seems to me to be a pretty critical step. And then, unfortunately, just circle back to just the basic maintenance. Just cleaning and trimming and tidying and maintaining what's there now. Because there's actually a lot of really good stuff there now that could be better utilized. And start to create a more it's as much a public perception problem at this point as anything, and so those aspects to me seem like they're pretty important piece of the puzzle, and they're not hard to do either. I mean, in terms of the short-term easy question, you've got the resources, the town has the resources to do it. It's a commitment of the resource question, I guess.
Yeah, tacked on to that, I'd love Harmony parking lot to be a park and the rail trail to go in.
I would love bigger sidewalks on Main Street.
Oh yeah, that too.
Are we putting a hyperloop in there too? Like you just?
Oh come on, now you're being.
I'm sorry.
What's a century plan?
I'm supposed to be long-term strategic.
Yeah.
I think the whetstone pathway too is, some sort of redesign of the space that is there that doesn't function very well.
Yeah, maybe that's something that we should actually talk about a little bit, because that's one that's got sort of two very different options ahead, and sort of two very different ways to think about the space. And I'd be curious to see what your response was to that. They both came out of the charrette, but we had feedback from people. In terms of what it would take to do this, to make this into a good public space. So there were really these two competing ideas. One is it's a path, and it should just be people moving on it, and it shouldn't be a gathering space so much. And so there is the this design idea, which really takes a bunch of that plaza space away and puts green space there. There was also a lot of sentiment, if you remember, in the public survey responses and people who came through, that people would like to see more green. The hard surfaced places in downtown are not particularly popular. We can say whether we think this works or doesn't work, given how those spaces are supposed to function, but a lot of people expressed an interest in seeing more green. So this really just makes it more of, this is a pathway approach. Yes, there might be some seating to overlook the river and that type of thing, but it's not sort of envisioned as that public gathering space. And then, let's see here.
That serves as such a great public gathering space right now.
Yeah, I don't actually have the drawing in apparently for the other one. I did start on. So the other one.
Is that sarcastic?
No, it was
yeah.
totally
Yeah, there are some good.
boom boxes and people making music and people selling stuff.
I'm gonna just check and see if it's actually down here, and I didn't drop it in yet,
But you
or
think this
if it
will
ate it
enhance
again.
it, or
Every now and then
muddy
this
it?
thing eats a drawing. You put something in and it goes away. So let's see.
Is this section, this is
I
owned
thought
by
maybe
the
that's why
town,
you
not by
bring
the
that up.
village?
Yes, it is owned by the town.
Because you had thoughts about that.
I should probably go within 15 minutes and look at the times.
Okay.
Well, I don't see it sitting right here easily, so why don't I'll just, so anyway, the other plan takes a different approach where it takes, the parking that's here in front of the entrance to the store and shoves it down there. So taking out this walkway, so you push the parking that way. You still end up with fewer parking spaces, but you could sort of figure out how many you could manage to do away with. I think I said 7 or so might go away, and that would allow this whole space in front of the store to not have any parking. So, and then really extend the whetstone pathway that way, so it interfaces with the front of the store a lot more. I mean, if you notice that part is paved, as if it's meant to be a pedestrian zone, right? But it really, given the parking and the, let's see, where's the, do I not have the area? Okay, I don't know that. But anyway, to really sort of make that more of a pedestrian plaza space with the cars, yes, would still be coming by, but it wouldn't be the parking.
It wouldn't be the parking and all the movement.
All the movement going back and forth there. So, if you could think about the co-op could extend their outdoor seating for their cafe across. There could be, you could still leave it hard surfaced. You could have food truck or food cart type activity. That kind of thing could fill into that space instead of using it for parking, and in that way really open up the whetstone to the pathway to the front of the store. There's something, the difference in the elevation and the cars is just enough to really make it kind of hidden. By the time you're in this corner, yes, you are visible from the parking lot, but you're not really highly visible, I guess I would say, if you're in that area because of the slight difference in the elevations and then the parked cars. So in some ways, that goes back to that whole surveillance and public visibility, and so all those kinds of changes and the opening up of the vegetation in there as well, that's also interesting, this vegetation along the back rows. If you go back and look at some of the earlier air photos, it's pretty obvious that this stuff in earlier actual photos, even when the store was just built, it's obvious that this stuff has grown up an awful lot in less than 10 years. Basically, probably since Irene, there was probably a change to the how much sediment there is down there and stuff got pulled in and stuff. There's a lot of that. Basically, everything that's on the riverside is young for the most part, and is bushing quite a bit at this point in terms of blocking it around.
That area, that parking area, strikes me as accident prone too, but maybe it hasn't been. But I wonder if anyone's heard of car accidents being frequent there.
In the parking lot?
The first row.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's times when I walk, cars come in, and I'm like, should I go or not?
But I think I'm cognizant of the time. So I want to know how we want to go forward. Do you have some?
Yeah, I did. I had this really novel thought that I wanted to share, but related to this. Was there ever the thought of us, maybe it's kind of a sacred cow, but a taboo thing to bring up, but that we have public spaces that are so underutilized and that relinquishing them, selling them, would free up resources to apply to a better spot? In the same way that we are entertaining the idea of relinquishing some parking spaces because they're excessive or unused.
That is not something that's necessarily, it didn't really come up in the discussions we've had, I guess, from the community, but it's certainly a valid idea. I think there was some thoughts around Harris, wasn't there, of trying to get some buildings back?
Nothing serious. I think it's plain fantasy that Harris would be a great place to put some housing.
Oh, good.
Okay.
No,
Has a nice view.
It has a nice view, nice flat parking lot. Like, we always thought that would be a great place for, when Melrose was being closed, like, oh, that'd be a great place, you know, who wouldn't want to live downtown?
The other question, I mean, the question is, what would you be able to relinquish? You wouldn't be able to relinquish the riverfront area because of the pollution issues with that.
Maybe some really strange building could go in at Plaza Park.
That's got, I think, I haven't tracked it down or looked it up, but there is some historical.
It's on the National Register now.
Because of the fountain?
What?
Wow, really?
Or more
Yeah,
than that, the wall that
it
goes
is.
around and everything.
Yep, it's part of the
downtown district.
The downtown district, and yeah, so
That's amazing.
Let's see what the
I want to
whole
give some
line-
thought to your, you know, any
Yeah.
consideration
Yeah.
of selling public spaces.
Because if it's so hard to find funding and stuff for additions,
Think-
and there's
There's always
things,
precedent. We
and
can have
there's
that as
things,
an option.
things we have that don't satisfy, then we're saying
There
cycle
could be
things in
an
and out.
adopt a park.
Right.
Museum, take that malfunction junction park again. Do something cool with it.
So, outside of selling off some of our real estate, what's the, do you need anything else from us this evening?
I need a decision about whether you want to see me next time in April, or if I don't know what else you've got from an agenda perspective and things like that. So,
Well, we have the pressing issue of we need to work on our zoning, and before we work on our zoning, we were gonna have our values conversation and get that out of the way so that we could make more rapid decisions on our zoning, because we've had our values all set.
We are, I mean, the only thing I would say is that we are on a deadline. The municipal planning grant is up
Right.
in May. I'm not exact, I think it's the end of May, and then I've got a month to kind of close it out. I don't have the exact deadline, but.
I don't know the exact.
So
thing.
your
I think
recommendation
it's-
is we do this again in April?
Well, my yeah, I mean,
Just
I mean,
tell
I think if you want more time with Brandy and we want to be checking in on our work, then
Yes.
maybe we can do more than one thing at a meeting, I don't know.
I mean, there's also the question, you know, if you wanted to do another time slot too, if you had other agenda items.
Would,
Or if we wanted to do a special meeting to do values or something like that. That's an option too.
would,
Now that you're
would another meeting with Brandy, we would still be looking at the draft.
Within another month, I should have the strategy stuff done.
So it'd be like a final draft.
It'd be a final draft
And
version.
meeting in April would be a final draft-ish version.
Yeah.
Would that be a chance to maybe gently invite some other people in to take a look?
Sure, absolutely.
So maybe not that we are having those conversations that we talked about potentially having, but at least including
Yeah, the DBA and
the
some other,
DBA,
maybe.
rec department, I don't know. if
Right,
they would
the
come.
maintenance, people who are in charge of maintenance, it seems like
Rec department.
rec department. yeah.
Not as a presentation of a final anything,
But just as a discussion as we try to
this is
finalize
where we're
things.
at. What do you
I would
feel?
say if we take that approach, we should not have anything else on the agenda.
And the one issue might be to think about, if we invite people who haven't looked at it at all before, they're going to need some time in advance, probably, to have the option of familiarizing themselves.
lots of reviews.
So that affects sort of how quickly I gotta turn this around.
Well, is there a chance that we can, we meaning the two of you, introduce those people to this
Yes.
before that?
Not just what's on Brandy, like when is that?
Yeah,
When
to
is
get
the
this done
deadline? Should we
quickly.
do this in April? Should we do it in May?
Well, I don't know that we should push all the way into May, but if you thought you had too full of an agenda to take it on, and you wanted to push this into a little later into April, that could assist with the,
Well, it all
Having-
depends on
having
the
it more
commissioners-
complete so
commissioners
before we look
whether or
at it.
not you guys can do it 2 meetings in April.
So the only thing I will say is that I am on vacation the week of April 20th, and I would want to be here for the discussion.
And then I'm on vacation the week before that.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, okay.
But I
I
don't,
think we
as
can
long
still
as one
have a
of us is
meeting the
here.
week before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have to be here.
But we could, I mean, the DBA and the rec department could see this.
Yes.
And
This is
that
live,
would go
so-
a long way
yeah.
towards.
And
Yeah.
it would also
Briefing.
give them a feeling of, okay, this is still in
It's still in-
progress.
Yeah, and then,
I don't have to
and
have
then
a
if they
full-
see the finalized, whatever you've got in April at the same time we do, then we're actually really collaborating with them instead of saying we're sort of just bringing you in when we've already chewed it.
So I can share
Sixth.
with those that we want to bring into the discussion.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
is that okay?
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like you were trying to push for a later April.
Well,
meeting,
I was just
so
worried that if you want
Right.
them to look, but if you're happy with just having them walk through what's here now, you know, I'm like.
Well, because I think it's going to be a discussion. I'm going to show it to them and
Mhm.
explain where the conversation went and, you know.
Yeah, so I do keep adding things, so.
Yeah.
I know, every time you look at it, there might be some new stuff.
And I think that it was really helpful for us to react to it with having some guiding questions to
Okay.
react to, so.
So you can keep those in the back of your mind, because as I've gone through it, those seem to be the more pressing policy questions.
Indeed.
So as we go forward.
Great.
Okay.
All right, so, are there any other issues? Anything else? Anything else for tonight? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
You can make most.
I'll make it. Move the way adjourn.
I will second the motion.
Are all those in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
But it looks like I'm going to just start the meeting. So welcome to the March 11th meeting. This is for the representative town meeting informational meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned.
Indeed it has.
Very good, thank you. I'm going to start with a couple logistical matters. For those who are just walking in and wondering where childcare is located in room 130 down the hall on the left-hand side. Quick segue, representative town meeting will be at BAMS, the middle school this year, and childcare will be provided there as well, which is a really nice location for childcare, so I think that's going to work nicely. Back to tonight's logistics. Bathrooms are out the door to the right. There are signs helping you find your way. There's hand sanitizer available on all of the tables. Feel free to find it as you feel that you need it. And finally, we do have interpreters here this evening. They will not appear on the live broadcast. We are live tonight, but tomorrow you can check BCTV's website, BCTV, to view the recording of tonight's meeting, and that will include the interpreters. Okay, so those are my logistical announcements. And at this point in the meeting, we're going to begin with a COVID update, and then we will move into summarization of the articles. Peter, do you want to take over for COVID?
Thank you, Brandy. Good evening. If you're a human on our planet, you're aware of COVID-19 these days, and we knew that would be on everyone's mind. We've got a large public gathering here this evening, and another one planned 10 days from now. And so we wanted to take a few minutes at the beginning of the meeting before we get into dealing with the substantive matters that you've come to discuss this evening, to let you know what we know, let you know what the town is doing, what we think that individuals can be doing for themselves, and look ahead a little bit to what we can reasonably expect. There's not much that we can predict with certainty. The one great true thread that's running through this experience for all of us with COVID-19 is uncertainty and how it changes from day to day, depending on circumstances in each region where it's impacting. Fortunately, right now, Vermont is an area that is not as significantly impacted as areas around us within the northeastern United States, and certainly elsewhere in the United States and elsewhere in the world. But it's an epidemic. It was declared today a pandemic by the World Health Organization, and as such, it is literally a matter of time before everywhere is touched by this, and everyone has some degree of vulnerability to it. So the key thing is to learn about it, be aware of it, pay attention to what the health experts in your particular area, our particular area, are saying about it, and do those things that each one of us can do ourselves, make the most intelligent decisions we can for those things that we control in life. What we are doing about that as a town is we've seen this coming for a bit, as it was, once it had arrived in the United States, and there's really good emergency management networks within all levels of government that communicate pretty effectively around these things. And so word was coming out weeks ago that it was time to get ready for the potential impact in communities in the United States. So we've been doing some planning. We now have those plans in place. We've taken the what in emergency management jargon is pre-incident actions. We don't really have an active incident to manage as an emergency in Brattleboro yet, thank goodness. So we're taking the pre-incident actions that are necessary to make sure that town government is ready, and to the degree that we're interacting with our partners in the community and in the region, that those that we depend upon are also ready to step up into a more active level of emergency response if and when that may become necessary to do. That's almost certainly going to arrive for first responders, and it may arrive more broadly for us as a community, but there's just really no way to predict when or in what ways, how significantly we may be affected by that. But the main thing that you can do right now as an individual is to stay informed through the expert health advice and directives that are coming out of the Vermont Health Department and Vermont state government more generally they've activated the EOC. So the state government has now got a centralized point of communication for all the different departments of state government around this issue to make sure that they're communicating effectively internally among state employees and state agencies. And they're in a position now where they can more efficiently push messages out from the interdisciplinary folks representing the different state agencies there at the EOC to people like us. Both those of us in this room who represent your town government and have a role to play in that intergovernmental relationship, as well as us more broadly, all of us as people in the community who may be affected by this and need to be knowing what the state and others are doing about it. The health department is updating its website at least daily, and in some cases more frequently than that. It is filled with really good information and links to the CDC and the World Health Organization and other expert sources of information. You want to go to those sites, please, to learn about what's happening and what you can do and what others are doing around these issues. Please don't rely on Facebook. Please don't rely on neighbors. We'll rely on each other for help, for information about what's going on and what's currently happening and how it's moving around and eventually probably into our area. Please rely on the State Department of Health website, and you could call 211 is the other way to access the expert information that is being put out by the state and by other officials. The Health Department website, if you want an easy link to that, if you're somebody who goes to the town's website for information, you can go there, brattleboro.org, and over in the right-hand side under News, where we always have some links to things that are relatively more timely. There's budget information at this time of year, and there's other things there about what is more current events in the community and in town government. Right now, at the very top of that news list, and it'll stay there until it is appropriate to remove it, is coronavirus information, which is your link directly to the Vermont Department of Health website that's going to have all that information that's going to be updated all the time to tell us what's actually going on these days. The main advice right now, while it's ever changing, the primary advice is and has been to individuals to rigorously practice good hygiene, both in the hand washing aspect of that I think probably has become completely known by all, I hope, by now. We need to be washing our hands frequently, and we need to be washing them for longer than most of us are used to. I know that there are some medical professionals in the room who are used to washing your hands more completely and for longer periods of time. Some of the advice is to sing the happy birthday song twice to yourself as you're washing your hands, and that'll keep you actually moving the soap around long enough. So you want to do that. Make sure that you're keeping your hands clean, that you don't touch your face if you can help it, that you certainly cover any cough or sneeze, preferably with a tissue, and throw that away. If you feel unwell, stay home so that you don't expose other people in the community to whatever it is that's causing you to feel unwell. It might be COVID-19, it might be something else, and we just need to be really careful about not exposing each other to illness these days. And if you can avoid being around other people who are not well, please do that. Obviously, there's a more complicated question there. We take care of each other. There may be a family member or a good friend or a neighbor or somebody that you're assisting who's not feeling well, and you're going to have to do the best you can to protect yourself as you provide help to them. But in general, in terms of our social interactions with one another, avoid being around people who are not well. That is the basic broad picture of how it's happening right now. The numbers in Vermont actually got better today, but please don't take that as a sign that we're dodging a bullet here. Again, based on the declaration that it's a pandemic and based on how the virus itself is actually mutating and moving around in ways that it's really hard for the medical professionals, public health professionals to predict. Nobody is dodging a bullet at this point. We all need to stay vigilant and aware of how it's happening. But it is a fact that today, the numbers of people in Vermont who have been officially declared to have been monitored and tested and not have COVID-19 went up, and the numbers of people who are being actively monitored went down. But that's today's news. That's not an indication that we're heading in a better direction. Very likely, because we're an area that's been spared so far, there's only one person who has been confirmed as a diagnosed case of COVID-19 in Vermont. They're in the hospital in Bennington. Because of that, there's going to be increased numbers, and we'll be having to stay aware of, where that is within Vermont, where it is in the tri-state area as well. Massachusetts has been harder hit. We're keeping an eye on where that is, and New Hampshire has had cases as well. So probably the unasked and unanswered question about all this at this moment is, what about town meeting? We're here tonight to prepare for representative town meeting. It's 10 days away. Frankly, while there are increased numbers of public gatherings of different types, social and cultural events that are being canceled or postponed, for an event of this importance to the community, we're going to do everything we can to hold it on time, but we're not going to be foolish and reckless about that. And so right now there is not a reason to postpone representative town meeting. If there becomes a reason, either because the state says we're not having any more public gatherings in Vermont, which is possible, then obviously we would follow that guidance and postpone. Or if the state doesn't require us to, but there is some obvious reason and changed, a substantive change in the local circumstances that make that the prudent thing to do, then it may become necessary to do that. But for all different kinds of reasons related to the sort of logistical and legal importance of what you do as town meeting representatives, and the one time a year that you come together to do it, and the time frame within which a postponed meeting would need to be held, which is complicated by the fact that this very well may get worse instead of better. So postponing to have it, think maybe a month from now it's going to be better, there's no reason to have an expectation that that's going to be true. We just don't know what's going to happen. So what we can assure you is we're monitoring it vigilantly. The select board will give consideration to this on Tuesday night, to COVID-19 in general, including some discussion of representative town meeting at the regularly scheduled select board meeting on Tuesday the 17th. And our intention at this time is for us all to gather at BAM's at 8:30 in the morning on Saturday the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay. So we will, in just a moment, move into summarizing the articles. Some of them will be cut and dry, and some of them we will actually provide summary for. I will ask at the end of each article if there are direct questions. I would remind people that any hearty discussion or debate should be saved for representative town meeting, which is a warned meeting where people expect to be able to come to discuss these articles. And I will be gently but firmly ceasing any debate that accidentally tries to happen here this evening. I will, at the very end, have a general Q&A as well as article-specific Q&A as we move along. Are there any new reps in the room? Raise your hand. Welcome. Woo! Welcome to your vibrant town government that I'm glad we are able to have. Out of you new reps, did anybody just barely caucus in this evening? Nice. Thank you for doing that. That takes courage. Well done. Okay, so at this time we are going to move directly into our articles. Okay, Peter is going to kick us off.
So the first thing that we wanted to speak specifically about tonight is Article 4, the interim treasurer, because while the appointment of a treasurer, or ratification of an appointment of the treasurer is usually one of the more routine matters to come before town meeting, this year we are in between finance directors. John O'Connor has retired. We are currently recruiting for the new finance director. I'm happy to tell you that we have a good, strong applicant pool. We'll be conducting initial interviews next week, and we hope that by the latter part of the spring we'll have the new finance director on board. And at that time, as is the practice here, the finance director will be the treasurer also for the purposes of meeting all the statutory requirements of having the treasurer by that specific designation. But for right now, we have an interim finance director. We've contracted with an auditing firm from New Hampshire that has experience auditing Vermont municipalities. And so we are having the affairs of the finance department overseen on an interim basis, just as steady as we go through the transitional term, and then the treasurer position, interim treasurer, as appointed by the select board, is Debbie DeRosier. You all know from coming and paying your taxes at the treasurer's office on the first floor of the municipal building. She's been the assistant treasurer for very many years. She's been a town employee for 25 years. She's extremely reliable. She, as the assistant treasurer, has acted as treasurer in John's absence. So she is officially the interim treasurer for now. We're asking you to confirm that with your ratification vote at representative town meeting. And so the wording is a little different on that item as well. Instead of it being for a term of a year, it's for a term of up to 1 year. Because with the appointment of a new finance director, the select board will also appoint that person to be the town treasurer.
Are there any questions about what Peter just talked about with our interim treasurer? Okay, move along.
So use of fund balance is the next one we wanted to talk about. That's Article 12. A reminder, and we appreciate the Finance Committee's joining us in this annual reminder that it's a best practice to use the fund balance for non-recurring expenses. Most typically, and it has become our standard practice in Brattleboro, to be used for a capital investment of one type or another, either into a project or into a piece of equipment. But in the event that it weren't actually spent on something capital, it should always be spent, fund balance that is, on and something other than a recurring operating expense, because otherwise we're just making it a little easier for the tax load this year with the known additional burden that represents for the year following. So thankfully, we've made a really good standard practice of that over the recent years. This year, the particular detail of it is we had $223,000 available. We have that policy of the guideline to set aside 10% of the unassigned fund balance for events that are unforeseen. That came in really handy for Brattleboro during the Tropical Storm Irene. And so it's important to have that as a sort of emergency fund above and beyond the 10%. When there is an amount in the unassigned fund balance above and beyond the 10%, that's what we look to make an investment into some appropriate non-recurring cost. This year, that is a fire engine. There's a 1994 fire engine scheduled to be replaced. It's going to cost about $550,000. So it is in the capital plan for a $550,000 expenditure, and we're asking that you authorize under Article 12 that $223,000 of that be from the unassigned fund balance.
Thank you, Peter. Questions or comments on Article 12? And I apologize for not having said this before. If you haven't found it already and you just haven't wanted to ask, we are looking at the warning which appears on page 9, where you can see the full wording of each motion. Peter and I are kind of using outline language, but if you're looking for the exact wording, you're going to find that on page 9, and you will find descriptions of the articles on following pages. So the next thing that we're going to discuss, or that we're going to overview, yes? You can come right up to the mic in the center and introduce yourself and your district.
Yes, Ralph Mima, District 3. I just had a quick question about Article 12, about the unassigned general fund balance transfer. I just wondered if there were any other potential uses for that money, and how the decision was made to use it for the fire engine and not for something else.
Yes, the other potential uses are many, probably. The reason that we selected what we selected is because the fire engine is so old and significantly, it is a piece of equipment that is obsolete, needs to be replaced, and we are, as we'll talk about a little later in this meeting, moving now into a period of time when we will have a much more stable means to funding equipment replacement using the 25-year equipment replacement plan. Won't go deeply into that right now because we're going to cover that under the budget piece, but because this is the last year before we're going to be fully into that process, it seemed a logical place to make this investment in that piece of equipment. It's as long as it's being spent on something that isn't a recurring operating expense, it could be just as well spent on something else that isn't recurring, but we would then strongly request and recommend that Representative Town Meeting appropriate the full $500,000 from just general operating revenues in order to be able to, $550,000 in order to be able to purchase the fire truck. So,
thank you for that. Okay, we're going to move into Article 13, which, like I said, you can find the formal verbiage on page 9. Last year, this is the Community Marketing Initiative, and this, if you remember from last year, if you were present, is the joint DBA and Chamber initiative for marketing Brattleboro. And last year, Representative Town Meeting approved $42,119 towards this initiative, which was meant to be 10% of the prior year's collections of the rooms, meals, and alcohol tax. And that motion was subject to the Select Board's approval of the plan for the marketing and for evaluating impact. This year, as you'll notice, it's in there for $43,748, which is, again, based off the same formula of 10% of the prior year's collections of room, meals, and alcohol tax. There was some projection early on, and we noticed that there was some media coverage of maybe we had approved an increase. It's more that we finally got the final numbers and made adjustments that were correct and true to the numbers that we finally received. And so that is the number that you will see, which is $43,748 for Article 13, the Community Marketing Initiative for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and the Chamber. Any questions? Yes, right up to the microphone in the middle and introduce yourself and state your district.
I'm Millicent Cooley, District 3. I think to answer the question, to vote on the question, I think of it in two parts. One is, does one agree with spending that kind of money on this thing, and does one agree with the way that money is directed in the proposal? So when I looked at this book, I saw that what was listed was the website, and so I went to the website, and because I have experience in hiring groups like that, I was frightened at what I saw on the website. So then I emailed Peter, and I got the proposal, and I had a very, very different impression. So I guess my question is, I would see it as helpful to this group to share the proposal itself, because it's so different, and in my mind, so much better quality than what is represented in the website, which is the link in this thing. So.
Thanks, Millicent. Do you want to speak to that at all, Peter, of the ability for us to link the proposal, or anything you think is good to say?
Yes, is there anybody in the room who wouldn't be able to go to the town's website and take a look at that proposal if we posted it there tomorrow? Okay, so if you would want to look at a hard copy rather than at the online version, then you can just contact the town manager's office and we'll make sure that you get one. But since the vast majority of you would be able to go take a look at the website, we'll just make sure that it gets posted. I think because I'm thinking on my feet here and not sure of exactly where we should put it that's going to be easy for you to find, we're going to make it as easy as possible, put it right beneath that coronavirus link. So it'll just be right on the town's homepage, directly under coronavirus information, and it'll be labeled something like Community Marketing Initiative Proposal. maybe perhaps exactly that. But that you'll be able to find it there. Take a look at it if you want to be prepared in that way for that item at town meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Yes, in the gray, you come forward and introduce yourself, state your district.
Louise Zach, District 3. Was it true that last year when we voted on the 42,000, it was assumed that this would be an amount, the 10% of the rooms and meals tax, on a recurring basis? I recall that it was kind of a one-time pilot thing, and maybe I misremembered that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it was proposed as something new. I think probably whether one anticipated it to be recurring or a one-off may have very well just depended on one's perspective. I don't personally recall explicit discussion of that. There was explicit discussion of what can we expect from this, what will be the measurement of success, and there was an amendment that passed on the floor that attached some conditions. So Representative Town Meeting approved the funding subject to the Select Board approving the process by which it was going to be implemented and how success was going to be measured by those who are responsible for the project. And then this year, the request was made to continue the practice of a 10%, using 10% of the prior year's proceeds from the rooms and meals tax for this purpose. So the condition was met. Representative Town Meeting's condition was met. The Select Board viewed an initial proposal and then a second proposal, did give its blessing to the project moving forward, and now the matter will be freshly before you. Not as a question of whether this is automatically going to happen every year, but whether it would happen this year as a second instance of using 10% of the prior year's proceeds for this purpose.
So in that proposal that's going to be on the town website, will that include the evaluation of the effectiveness and the success of the campaign?
There is information in there. Honestly, I don't have it committed to memory. Kate's.
There is somebody here who could answer that question if you'd like to yield the floor.
Sure.
Kate? Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Kate O'Connor. I'm from District 2, and I'm also the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce. We do actually, the campaign was kicked off on January 15th, and we just received on Friday from the local marketing firm that put the proposal together. We have the latest statistics on the digital presence and the print and marketing, and I'm very happy to can do both. We can put that on the chamber website, and I'm happy to give it to the town to put on their website. And I think that will answer, hopefully, a lot of the questions that people have.
That's great, Kate. Thank you.
So thank you, Kate, for that. And so just so everybody's clear then about what we'll do, that link from the homepage on the town's website will take you to a page. And on that page, there'll be separate links to the two documents. There'll be a link to the proposal and a link to the document that Kate's going to supply.
Great, thank you. Spoon, and then Alex, and then Wendy.
Spoon, Agave, District 3. I'm a little confused at the moment because I thought we were talking about the request from the chamber and who else is it? And that's, we didn't have anything like that last year. Last year we dealt with CEVEDs.
No. Yep. This was approved on the floor last year.
Both this and
We did
CEVED.
both last year? Oh,
Yes.
okay, I'm sorry.
Alex Fisher, District 2. I was curious, between the DBA, the chamber, and the town, a lot of the promotion is targeting communities that exist here, but also bringing more specifically queer and trans folks and folks of color to this town through the marketing campaign. And I'm wondering what the town is doing to make sure that it is a safe and welcoming place when folks get here, as it is not already for the folks that are being targeted as tourists, and it's not that for folks that already live here. So I'm curious what is being done to make sure that law enforcement isn't pulling over more folks of color, that there's bathrooms and like service providers that are treating queer and trans folks appropriately. I'm curious sort of what's being done besides just getting people here, but to actually make it a good experience.
Thank you for that question. Don't go away. Because I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't know how complete of an answer it's going to be. I'm going to kick it over to Peter because I think there are some answers, and I think that is a really valid question that needs to stay on the front of everybody's minds.
So the part of your question that relates to broader community readiness and welcomingness is something I'm not really well prepared to speak to, because there's certainly other organizations and lots of individual businesses and all of us individually as people who need to be part of making sure that Brattleboro is welcoming for everyone who lives here and moves here and visits here. But I can tell you that town government has taken this matter very seriously for the last 3 years. You and I have had a fair amount of communication directly around it. We've got a long way to go. I think anybody who's paying attention to becoming a more equitable environment, to creating a more equitable environment for all people present and all people who are coming, knows that the work doesn't ever get finished. We've made, as town government, some particular progress this year in moving from our sort of engagement with folks in the community who have been working around these issues to some beginnings of more concentrated work ourselves. It is just the beginnings, but you will recall, and actually many of the members will recall, because thankfully you voted 2 years ago to support the creation of a position of Human Resources Director, in part to address these issues, and in larger part to make sure that we just have appropriate human resource practices across all the different operations of town government. So now we do have Sally on board. She's been here for 6 months. She's doing a great job, actually more like 9 months, doing a great job. And recently we had training around equity and inclusion. That's baseline training just to open up our eyes and get ourselves ready to do work together that included the select board and every town employee. And in the months ahead, we'll be working towards actually starting to put actions in place around those issues.
Thank you. And I think maybe more my question is specifically towards the DBA and the chamber. I'm very aware of what the town's doing, but because it's a marketing campaign for businesses and for downtown, what is the Downtown Alliance doing to answer that? So I don't know, Kate, if you want to jump on that, or anyone else.
Kate, you can if you want to come up.
It's actually a really good question, and it's something that we put a steering committee together when we were doing the RFP for the proposal for this, and we actually have a small steering committee that stayed on that is helping us as we roll out the campaign and sort of help us oversee it. And it's something that we talk about at all of our meetings, is that we're doing a marketing campaign and asking people to come here, and are we going to be welcoming to the people that come here? So we talk about exactly what Alex says. And a lot of what we're trying to do is make sure that the businesses in town know about the campaign. And so if people arrive and they say, oh, we're here because of Love Brattleboro, and they're going to go, what are you talking about? So, and this is going to sound really, really small and not what really, Alex, I think you're looking for, but we have, and again, I don't want to sound diminishing what you're saying, but we have window clings as something as easy as that we're trying to get the businesses to put up to say, I understand this campaign is going on, and I am welcoming you, visitor, who is coming for this. So we're trying to just at a very basic level do that, but also bring a general awareness to ourselves that we are asking people to come here, and we need to make sure when they get here they have a good experience. And we are doing that with, the discussions are, should we be targeting individuals? Should we even be doing this for our town? Because we do want people to come here. So from the littlest thing, by having a rainbow window cling and a business, and all the way up to the really sort of the higher level discussions on making sure that we are a welcoming community. I don't know if that's, it's a bigger issue, but that's what we're really trying to do.
Thank you. I'll have Abby come up, and I will say that what I can feel, I'm sorry, Wendy, and then Abby. What I can feel in my gut is that this is a very large topic, and I'm going to expect robust discussion to take place on this at representative town meeting, and I'm going to try and give respectful restraint to it not being a huge topic for tonight, only because it doesn't allow for the conversation for the warned meeting. And so with that, Wendy, I'll have you come right up.
Hi, I'm Wendy Levy, and I'm from District 1. This is more of a procedural question about the article. So as Louise mentioned when she came up, last year from the floor at Representative Town Meeting, we amended the article to provide select board oversight, right? I don't see that reflected in Article 13. So if we want to continue that, does that mean we have to amend that from the floor?
Good question.
Thank you.
Peter's going to take it.
Actually, our expectation is that the motion, so let me say just as a quick example of how the motion can be more than just what is listed as the essence of the matter on the article. The budget is a really good example of that. So the budget article asks, how much shall we raise and appropriate and expend for the operations of the town? And then there's a motion that is, a couple of paragraphs long that goes into a lot of detail about how much taxes to raise and different kinds of revenue and when the taxes are due, and all of that fits into that motion that you ultimately then consider and adopt in one form or another. So our expectation is, based on the action of the body last year, that you'll want to adopt this year, if you do choose to approve this again, the same form of approval that you gave it last year. And so the motion will include the conditions that it be, again, subject to the select board approval.
So we won't have to amend that from the floor?
No, you won't.
Okay, thank you.
Abby?
Abby Manukin, District 2. I don't want to continue the conversation, but I'll just say that I don't feel like, Kate, you answered Fisher's question, so if we can just get back to that at some point. It's not a matter of marketing Brattleboro so that it feels welcoming to visitors who are coming here, but it's how is that marketing campaign also making people who live here feel welcome, of all persuasions. And it reminds me of the initiative where there was talk of paying people $10,000 to move to Brattleboro, and how is that money, how could we use that money to make people who are here actually stay, as opposed to getting other people to move. And it feels like there's a parallel there. So it's not just like making visitors feel welcome, but making people who live here feel safe and welcome. And those are very different things. So if we could get back to that at the representative town meeting, that would be great. Thank you.
I think that that would be a very wise idea to have, to kind of take stock of this conversation tonight for representative town meeting and know that those questions are going to come up probably in threefold for people who are not even able to be here. Chris, I'll take a question, and then I'm going to probably move us along to our next article.
I don't have a question, but I do have an observation from page 12, which indicates that the steering committee is made up of a number of folks, including Mr. Curtis Reed Jr., who's executive director of the Vermont Partnership for Fairness and Diversity, and who has a long, broad reputation as a champion of human rights. And I would hope that that would really carry some water on the question.
Thank you, Chris. We'll take that into consideration when formulating discussions for representative town meeting. That's a valid point, and there's definitely other voices that will want to be heard equally as loudly as Curtis's, which is a very respected voice. At this time, I am going to move us on, and we are next going to discuss, I'm up again, Article 14, which is specific to the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. It's the last article that you'll see laid out on page 9. And it is discussing the usual amount of $80,000, which for those who already know, it's the usual amount. And for those who don't know, that is monies that are collected from only downtown property owners. I believe many people know it as the DID, the Downtown Improvement District. And so this is not money that comes out of town-wide taxes, but rather is something that downtown Brattleboro property owners participate in, and this is a annual allocation. Are there questions? Peter, did you have anything to add? No. Are there questions? Yes. Now you know the drill, so I'm not going to.
Louise Zach, District 3. I couldn't find the revenue portion of that 84,000. I would have thought that would have been a pass-through. The 80,000 that they collected, and then we passed that 80,000 out. I may have just not looked at the budget carefully enough, but is it in there?
It is. Let me see if I can point you quickly to it.
Tim just said, as a side remark, that it's in an odd place. So I doubt that it's that you didn't read it thoroughly. It's just one of those things.
On page 114 of the town report, it's the first page of the detailed line item budget, and it's the revenues section. The second cluster of figures there is taxes, and the second line of that is downtown district, and that's the source of the 80,000.
It's helpful, I think, for people, for that to be explained again to people, that that is not money that comes out of taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. That is not sickness. I've been working with hay all day, and I'm really feeling that. Any other questions on the DBA $80,000 annual assessment on the downtown improvement district? Okay. So we will move on now to Article 15, which is me again. Just feel like all of mine are in a row. I'm just throwing that out there. And that is human services monies. And so we have now moved on, of course, to page 10, and it is the large descriptive paragraph right at the top, which is a very distilled reflection of all the very hard work that the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee puts in every year to reviewing I don't know how many applications and trying to be as fair and as plentiful as possible with supporting our local human services organizations. So as you can see, there is a slight increase. The Select Board supported the Human Services Review Committee's recommendations, and that slight increase is 1.03% of the proposed FY21 general fund budget, which is a total of $190,105. You can see it all broken out to who's kind of getting what, and is there in this? Good. Hold on. My fingers are too dry. Oh, good. If you look to page 16, there is a graph that can show you kind of year over year. So you can get an understanding of increases, who's generally gotten funds, who hasn't gotten funds, who isn't currently getting funds, and it gives you a little bit of a window snapshot into this item. Peter, did you want to add anything to that? Give people,
Maybe just regarding the 1%. So many of you will remember that there's been some discussion the last couple of years by Representative Town Meeting about whether there ought to be sort of a standard target figure for funding for human services. There's been no decision made by Representative Town Meeting to actually say that it should be 1% or some other amount of the town's budget. But based on the fact that we were already right around 1%, and there had been quite a lot of discussion about that being at least an appropriate starting place for such an annual target, we thought it was important to report that, the results of the committee's work. So somebody from the committee would have to speak to the question of whether or not they viewed it as a goal to bring a recommendation to have it be 1% of the town's budget. But what we did in preparing the presentation for tonight was we wanted to make sure that you were aware that in fact it slightly exceeds that at 1.03%.
And I think for anybody who's new, and I see your it's important for anybody who's new or just doesn't know to realize that the Select Board does not sit here and go line by line and say, I don't think this organization deserves money. The Human Services Committee, Review Committee is a member or is a part of the Representative Town Meeting. It then, after doing so much work of sifting and deciding and using very good algorithms, brings the recommendation to the Select Board, and we pass it on to you generally in bulk to be hashed out on the floor or approved as presented, since the hard work was already put in. Liz, let me pass you this. It's already on.
Thank you, Brandy. I just wanted to point out to the Assembly that on page 50 of our booklet, there's several pages that the human service agencies have submitted about each group that would be receiving a grant. And also the Finance Committee's report discusses the process that the Human Service Agency went through in great detail, and it's a very, very good analysis of their process. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Liz. I'm going to try not to knock over this water here. Okay, are there questions on Article 15, the Human Resources Committee recommendations? Kurt.
Kurt Dimes, District 2. I would like to ask someone on the committee how far back their perspective was directed to get an idea about our historical contributions to human services. I understand in 1932 the budget was $75,000 or $750,000, and our expenses for the poorhouse, the farm, and another allotment for the poor totaled almost 7.5% of the town budget.
Thank you for that question. I'll see if there's anybody. I just need to clarify. I believe I said the word resources when I meant to say the word services. That's my bad. I see somebody walking forward, looking like he has all the answers in the world. Please introduce yourself.
Absolutely not. As far as all the answers, John Kennedy, District 1, also a member of the Human Services Subcommittee. What we did is we reviewed 33 applications. We had an initial meeting with all of the organizations to go over the application before they had the time to submit. So they had about 6 weeks before the deadline. We developed a matrix that scored everybody on how well they answered the questions in the application. We went down through then, and that gave us a broad view of kind of the 5 members' view of how well those questions answered. We ended up looking at a perfect score of 15 and then grouped the 6, 7, and 8 scores, the 9, 10, and 11 scores, 13, 14, 15, and worked down from there to come out with numbers. We basically used 1% of the previous year's budget as a guideline. We had no number to work with other than that. And as the numbers showed, we came in within a few percentage and said, well, let's run it up the flag and see who salutes it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming up and offering the explanation of the methodology. Millicent, you know the drill now.
Yeah, Millicent Cooley, District 3. I guess I didn't really hear the answer to Kurt's question, and I'm combining that with what Peter said about the fact that town meeting hasn't discussed it. So is there going to be some information? Is it possible to, at some other time, to look back at that, and is that significant? You know,
I mean, yes, I don't know that we'll look back as far as Kurt's description of 1934, but I think we can see over a 5-year trend or something that's a little more feasible.
There's 6 years worth of data in that chart on page 16. And just to clarify, the comment that I made was that Representative Town Meeting has discussed this question, but has not taken action on the question of an actual target, a fixed percentage of the budget that ought to be devoted to this purpose. And it's actually increased during this 6-year period that the history is shown in the book. It has increased from less than 1% up to slightly over 1%.
George? I just see a hand go up way in the back.
George Carville, District 1. There was a lot of discussion last year about the appropriate percentage, and I remember we tried to come up with some things, and some of us got overruled. Could someone, perhaps this is a question for the moderator, is there a mechanism that we could use so that this body could inform the select board what percentage we would like them to use. Is there a way we can do that?
Mr. Moderator, you've been interrogated if you
Committee of the
choose to be.
whole something?
We could do a committee of the whole if permitted. It tends to, with a body, a group this large, become somewhat unwieldy. However, it's a committee of the whole, George, would be permitted. It is something that is authorized by the charter and by Robert's rules, so it's possible. We don't typically, I have no personal recollection of actually doing a committee of the whole with town meeting since I've been a member. And the reason is it can be somewhat cumbersome and difficult to pull off in a way that is meaningful, but we can do it. It's permitted. The other thing we could do is actually debate this issue as a separate motion under other business as a advisory directive to the select board based upon what the general sentiments of this body might be. And as you all know, other business is not binding. However, we could have a good, healthy debate, at which point that would be potentially instructive and helpful to accomplish what I think you're looking to accomplish. So that would be my recommendation, is probably the best way to handle it.
Thank you. Did I see a hand go up way in the back over here, or maybe somebody was just stretching? I just want to make sure I'm not ignoring anybody because I actually can't see super well over all the heads. Okay. Abby, do I see?
Abby Manukin, District 2. I noticed that there are 5 organizations that applied for funding this year that got $0, and I don't see that in previous years where the requests are listed, which is only the last 2 years. And I'm just curious if this is the first year that's ever happened, if that has happened before and we just haven't seen it. It seems like kind of a high number of organizations to receive $0.
Peter's saying he can speak to that.
It has definitely happened before. If you want more detail about how it's happened and who was affected, somebody else will have to speak to that. But what I think what you're seeing in the chart is a record of who has received funding, and because that has changed somewhat from year to year, there are some places where there's blank lines when an agency wasn't receiving money, and then other years when they do receive money. Some of them have received it every year. The information about who asked and didn't receive money is something that would require digging back into the records of the committee.
It just seems notable that 4 of those organizations had never asked before, so I would just hope that some amount of feedback were given to them so that were they to reapply, hopefully that wouldn't happen. Because at least one of them asked for a big chunk of money and got 0. So,
fair question, and maybe I think good to bring back up on, I keep wanting to say Saturday, but 2 Saturdays from now. Good, okay. Other questions on human services before we move on to Article 16? Just not my turn. Okay, Peter, it's your turn.
Okay. I'll ask in advance for your indulgence. This is the budget article, so I'll try to move through it quickly, but I also want to make sure that I cover the significant aspects of it. The bottom line of the proposed budget that is recommended by the Select Board to Representative Town Meeting is an increase of 2.1%. And the property taxes necessary to fund that proposed budget would increase over this year's property taxes by 2.9%. That would be a 3.77 cent increase in the property tax rate. And so town property taxes per $100,000 of value would increase by $37.70 for the year, or $9.43 per quarter.
Can we direct people to which page they should be on?
Sure.
Sorry, I should have set that up.
Yes, I can do that. One of the things that is
Yes.
difficult about responding directly to that reasonable request is there's a 20-page line item budget that I don't think is the place you want to be looking at while I'm speaking. I don't think that's going to be helpful to you, although we're happy to look at any line item and answer any question that you might have about that level of detail. It might be helpful to look at pages 112 and 113, which is 2 pages at a glance that provide a more detailed summary than the couple of tables that I've included in the budget message. But I would suggest, I guess I'm going to quote the Finance Committee here because it's a little awkward for me to recommend my own document to you, but we work hard to make sure that the budget message that comes along with this document, with these numbers, explains where the priorities are and what the decision context was for the expenditure of $18.5 million that we're proposing. And so I think it is, as the Finance Committee thankfully pointed out to the membership, useful to read that. It's only about 7 or 8 pages worth of explanation, but it'll go a little deeper than what I'm going to cover here in this brief presentation tonight. And hopefully it'll be helpful to the members in formulating your own opinion about whether the proposed budget is reasonable or whether there's things you'd like to change about it. But for tonight, as I go through the highlights, it might be useful to you to kind of keep an eye on pages 112 and 113 as the sort of middle ground between very, very big picture summary and the line item detail. I'll move on from the summarizing as I did the overall increase, so that I talk now about the particular causes of that increase. What are the major items that are driving a 2.1% overall increase? And this year, the really overriding theme of the budget that's proposed is the major investment that we have made in town employees and the continuing cost of that in the upcoming budget. So this past year was a year when 2019, all 4 of the collective bargaining agreements expired with the unionized employees. Most of the town employees belong to one of those 4 unions. There's about 25 or 30 employees that are non-union employees. That's mostly the management team and part-time employees and just a couple of other positions. So we have new agreements, new 3-year agreements with each of the different unions, and there are included within those agreements some continued work that we began 3 years ago in the cycle, the 2016 cycle of collective bargaining agreements, to make sure that we were paying attention not just to cost of living, but to the actual structure of our pay system and making sure that in areas where it was not equitable across the full town organization, that we have made adjustments in how we pay people in addition to how much we pay people. And so that had some impact over the last couple of budgets from that 2016 set of agreements. It has a more substantial impact this particular year, where the overall recommended increase in employee salaries from FY20 to FY21 is an increase of 5.9%. Part of that is because we've created a new position, so it is a larger than normal increase because we don't very often create a new position. But this year, at the direction of, well, not quite the direction of representative town meeting, at the recommendation of representative town meeting to the select board, and then the select board's very thorough consideration of it during the summer months, in August, we created the position of sustainability coordinator. And so that salary and the benefits for that position and the other costs related to that position are all reflected in the proposed FY21 budget. There was the $100,000 flat amount of money that was a sustainability-related language, but not in the salaries part of the budget because it wasn't a position. So it was the standard $10,000 for sustainability that had been in for many years at that level. Representative town meeting last year directed that be increased to $100,000 with the intent of creating a position and hiring a sustainability coordinator. So that got approved by the select board. We have done that, and now that money, instead of appearing over in the non-personnel expenses, is in the staffing costs of the town. That's one part of the 5.9% increase, and then the remainder is we would have, even without that factor, have had a larger than a sort of a normal average year in terms of compensation increases for town employees because of the structural work that we're doing in the implementation of the new round of collective bargaining agreements, and then the additional impact of looking at the non-union employees. We had not done that for the non-union employees at all, at least during the 5 years that I've been with the town. And we had done some really intentional work around the collective bargaining agreements. And so it became apparent last spring, as we were going through finalizing this new wave of the collective bargaining agreements, we really needed, out of fairness and running a good operation, to see what the situation was for the non-union employees and take action there also to ensure equity across all town positions. We believe we've done that. And no system is perfect, but we think that we've calibrated the town's pay system now to really fully defensible to a sort of magnifying glass kind of review. I'd be happy to sit down with anybody who has any continuing concerns around what you see in town compensation, because we've gone from some parts of the system that were really just being carried forward from some very old decisions year after year, and others that were sort of very isolated issues that were addressed to solve a very isolated problem, to taking a much more comprehensive approach and making sure that we can look each employee in the eye and say we believe we're paying everyone fairly. So the impact of that is that there are some positions that have received more than just a cost of living increase. We've got full documentation of what that looks like in the collective bargaining agreements and in the materials that the Select Board approved for the non-union employee changes. But the impact to this budget, just to carry on and implement those changes, will be a 5.9% increase in salaries. There's also a 3.4% increase in employee benefits. That's actually smaller than a typical increase for those costs, primarily because health insurance is such a large expense. And so this year we do have, in just the health insurance premiums, there is an increase of approximately 10%. And what we did was we worked hard in other areas of the health insurance program and related benefits to make sure that we didn't have more money there than we needed. There's an element of this that we talked about very extensively a few years back. I won't go into it tonight except to mention it. The health reimbursement arrangement portion, the HRA, which is a self-insured layer of the health insurance program. That's not a fixed number. That's a number where we need to make a judgment call about what's a prudent amount of money to set aside, because there's some risk that the town is taking. We're going to be paying claims that are unknowable, that are going to occur between 6 months from now and 18 months from now. But we've got several years of the HRA experience of administrating the HRA now, so we've got a really pretty good handle on what sort of an average year with a factor to give us some protection for when there's a heavy claims year looks like. And we found that we, over the last few years, had been budgeting more for the HRA than we really need to have there. And so this is a year when the HRA line item is coming down. There's a few other adjustments like that within the area of the broader definition of employee benefits, so that the overall impact, even though the one single highest expense there is the health insurance premium, and that's going up quite a lot, the overall increase is $112,000, or 3.4% of the cost of employee benefits. Department expenses are also up by greater than a normal amount, but for three really clear reasons. So that increase is 6.1% over the prior year, or $117,015. But the main reason why is additional costs that are related to our obligation to comply with state stormwater mandates. So there's acts of the legislature that were adopted in order for Vermont as a whole to comply with federal regulations that we're not currently in compliance with. EPA water quality standards that are particularly a problem up in the Lake Champlain part of the state, but there also are some issues related to the Connecticut River that are part of that set of issues between Vermont and EPA. And so the state legislature's action imposed uniformly across all the municipalities of the state obligations that are substantially increasing our costs for stormwater management. In the upcoming year, in the budget that you'll be considering 10 days from now, the funding above and beyond last year is $60,000 of additional funding. It's gone from about $25,000 to about $85,000 in this 1 year. And we know this is basically planning money. There is some implementation work going on here, but it's sort of early and low-hanging fruit kind of implementation. There's planning going on that's going to lead to far more significant expenses in the future. And it's all going to be an obligation that we as a community will have to step up to in order to meet the state requirements under the new act. So related to that, not before you for the consideration of this article or any aspect of the representative town meeting this year, but something that staff will be working on and developing together with the select board in the months ahead. We plan to create a stormwater utility, and the reason for that is it'll function as an enterprise fund like the water and sewer utility and like the parking fund. That has advantages and disadvantages when you look at it just as, is that a good idea or not? It isolates those expenses in a way that will be very easy to see. But you wouldn't necessarily do it except for the reason I'm about to offer, which is the state of Vermont will need to pay its fair share into the stormwater utility as a payer of fees for one who owns and operates and maintains large impervious area in Brattleboro. And the state of Vermont doesn't pay taxes. So since these costs are going to go up very significantly and we can't prevent that. We can manage it and be wise about it, but it's going to increase. We want to make sure that that doesn't just automatically bring an additional tax burden for Brattleboro taxpayers with it. Instead, we'll create a more sophisticated fee structure. There are examples already in Vermont, up in the Lake Champlain area primarily, where communities are already creating these. So we'll work to create a structure where an owner that has a lot of impervious area pays a high fee, and an owner that has a little bit of impervious area pays a little fee. Typically, residences get standardized, they get homogenized because residences don't typically have a lot of impervious area, and so in the creation of these models for these fee structures, usually there's a relatively small annual fee that's paid by residential owners, and then there's a more complicated formula that determines what commercial owners pay. The state of Vermont will be paying a very substantial fee because we're an interstate highway town. So I-91 running through Brattleboro will significantly impact the state's share of expenses into this stormwater utility. So beyond the $60,000, there's two other reasons why the non-personnel department operating expenses are increasing by more than usual. One is the creation of a new funding line item this year for Project CARE. That's a social community outreach, social service partnership that the police department operates together with Turning Point and Groundworks and others in the community. And it has been unfunded up until now. It's been done with volunteer labor and time that the town commits to it out of our already funded personnel. We will be continuing to make in-kind contribution to the police department's role in this. The $16,000 will provide some funding to pay for the volunteers who participate, or who have been volunteers and will now be paid participants in the program who actually provide coaching services to the folks who are recovery coaches who assist folks who are entering into recovery services, and for transportation services to make sure that people who are in a medical treatment to help them get off of an addiction to a illegal drug get the transportation that they need to stay on that program and get healthier. So the Select Board is recommending $16,000 of funding for those purposes for Project CARE. And there's an $8,000 increase in the elections line item simply because of the increased cost of both the representative town meeting related costs and the operating of the elections themselves, the actual balloting processes. So those three things together make up well over half, something more like 70 or 80% of the overall increase in that area. The one final increase that I want to mention that is greater than normal also relates to something that the committee has recommended be addressed, and we town staff agree, and we'll be bringing forward to the Select Board next year for consideration a way to address this in what we think is going to be just a more proper and way to go forward is the transfer to solid waste. So it's not a new issue for you to hear from us that the transfer to solid waste is going up, that the reason it's going up primarily is because we do better and better and better at diverting garbage out of the garbage waste stream and into the recycling and compost waste stream. That's a great success, but it means that we're selling fewer yellow and purple bags, and the bag revenue is what is the primary source of non-tax revenue for the solid waste program. Basically, when the law got passed that said you had to have variable rate pricing that would discourage people from throwing away garbage and encourage the recycling and reuse, the calibration of that was appropriate to the amount of garbage that was being thrown away at that time. But because the program has been successful, there's less revenue for the program, and each year we've had to have pretty substantial increases in the amount of taxes that subsidize the operation. So the recommendation from the Finance Committee, which we think is a good one, is to just incorporate solid waste into the general fund. It used to be there. It got broken out to be an isolated set of revenues and expenses as part of the compliance with the state's law regarding variable rate pricing. That's really not serving any useful purpose to anyone in our community or outside it at this point. We know we're in compliance with the state law, and we are an example that others are trying to follow in terms of the compost element and other ways in which we've been really successful with this as a community. So from a funding point of view, what we ought to do is show it as what it is, which is an expense of the general fund where there is some revenue to the general fund that comes in as a result of the bag sales, but it's carried heavily by the property taxes or general revenues.
Hi, I'm Andy Davis from District 3. I was trying to find in the revenue side what the income from bags is. And I'm just curious, that number.
Yep.
And I'm also curious, I know trash is complicated. We've spent a lot of time on it over the years. But the component of taking trash, that section of the waste is being driven to Coventry, virtually driven to Canada.
Yes.
And I'm curious, is it possible to compare what people are paying for those bags with the actual cost of that component of disposal?
So we will look into this and provide some supplemental information. I don't have right at hand certainly that very precise piece of this. It is a little more complicated than just driving to Coventry. There's actually multiple places where Triple T can and does take the garbage, and they make that decision. That's not a decision that's controlled by the town. But we do know what component of the overall contractual relationship we have with them is for the transportation of the garbage, or at least for the combined cost of transportation and disposal of the garbage. So we'll provide a breakout of that. I don't have that with me tonight. And the revenue side on front of the bags as well. That's actually in its current form a budget that the select board will be looking at in April and May. It's a very small little budget. It's got 4 or 5 items of revenue and 4 or 5 items of expense. But we'll grab what we have on that, the most recent data that's responsive to your request, and we'll make sure that everybody has that for a week from Saturday.
Thank you.
Sure.
Millicent Cooley, District 3. This is a question I asked in the caucus room, but I wanted to ask it here while Peter's here. 138, page 138, there's a pie chart. Page title, Select Board's recommended fiscal year 21 general fund budget expenditures by type. There's at about 9 o'clock in this is a piece of pie that is for debt and debt service, and it's 7% of the budget for $1.2 million plus. And I'm inexperienced completely with debt, how towns handle debt, what's normal, how, and what's the plan for this? What's the vision for? Because we're going to be debating other articles about like $43,000 for marketing. This is like 3 fire trucks.
Yep. Thank you for the question. This is an area we've done a lot of work on, and it's an area that is decreasing substantially. I haven't quite finished with the presentation. I was about to highlight some things that I've gone over all the things that are increasing by more than a normal amount, and I'm happy to share with you some good news about areas where work that we've been doing over a period of years is paying off, particularly in the area of workers' compensation and debt management. So if I may, I'll address that as we get through it. It's actually, your question is very well taken. You want to be careful not to take on too much debt, and there's very specific ways in which we have reduced the town's use of debt that is beginning to pay dividends for us. I'll get to that in a second. Moving on from, we have another question. Robin?
Sorry, I just had one question about the trash bags. Did I understand you to say that the price of the bags is probably going to increase to accommodate that people aren't buying as many?
No, I'm sorry if I left people with that impression. The bags prices are not intended to be changed. The subsidy from the general fund has grown larger and larger in large part because of what we have discussed about how well we've diverted so much material, and also because of the volatility in the world's recycling markets. So the compost is an unmitigated success. It's wonderful. The recycling is a more double-edged sword. We are recycling a lot of material that's not going into the landfills, but it's become substantially more expensive to do that.
Okay,
and so there's an increased cost to this operation for that
The
purpose.
fund burden is increasing, but the bags will stay
The
the same.
bag price for individuals who go out and buy a bag is going to stay the same.
Okay.
Yep. So moving on from the, I'm sorry, again.
Peter Falley in District 3. I wonder if part of the presentation, Peter, on Saturday could get at the figure of what we're saving in transport costs of that trash, which is now being recycled. But heretofore, we had a large expense in carrying those things that we're now recycling. Is that figure available?
We'll try to give you something responsive to that. It's honestly likely to be an estimate at best, and we might beg off on it and tell you that we did in order to not just be throwing something on the wall.
Sure.
I'm not sure how precise we're going to be able to be, and I can tell you it will not relate to the diversion of the recycled goods because of how expensive that has been and how volatile that is out in the markets where the recyclers sell the goods. So that cost has increased. The tipping fee cost for recycling has gone very high. Mm-hmm. Where we do have a great success, and we can quantify it for you, is in the increased volume of compost that stays right here locally. That gets processed at Ferry Road, and it's there's a cost savings and a sustainability aspect to that that's terrific.
Mm-hmm. And that's part of the revenue stream. I mean,
that certainly is material that 7 or 8 years ago was part of the garbage.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Is there any other question about what we've covered so far, or are we ready to move on to other aspects of the budget? Okay, great. So I want to move now into one thing that is not going down, but the very fact that it's staying level is really good news and an important reflection of work that we've done concentrating on something we knew was a problem in operation of town government. And that's our risk management funding at $845,000. It was that last year, and it will be that again, or it is in the current year's budget, and it will be again for FY21. And the reason why, a major component there, that this does have also the property and liability coverage in it, but the most significant cost in this group of expenses is the cost for the workers' compensation insurance. And we recognized when we did the comprehensive review of town operations several years ago that when we were identifying areas that really needed attention in town government because they were either operationally deficient in some manner, or an opportunity that we needed to seize, or in some cases like this one, a cost that was out of control. We identified things that just needed that more intentional effort to improve. In workers' comp, what that led to was a better procedure for how we handle claims and help employees get back to work sooner. Won't go take the deep dive that we've done with you sometimes in the past around workers' comp. I'll be happy to do that if somebody has a question about it. But for tonight, let me summarize by saying that it's good for the employee and it's good for the organization and it saves society money in addition to saving the town's taxpayers money when folks are getting back to work after an injury quicker. And we've created ways in which we help ensure that that happens by working together with the employees and with the medical treatment, the folks giving the medical treatment to them. In addition to that, there's been some really concentrated work on safety and just better practices among town employees to have fewer claims in the first instance. We've had some ups and downs with that. Some of that is controllable and some of that is circumstantial. But the combination of the intentional work to maintain a safer workplace and the significant improvement we've made in claims management has taken a cost that was going up by double digits, out of control, and together with a softer market, this is a year when workers' comp isn't increasing as rapidly as it has been in some years past. But a very significant part of the level funding this year is because our rating, comparing the town's experience to other employers who provide similar services, is now better than average. So where we were running, they call it an experience modification, we were running at some years at 1.25 and higher, where 1.0 is average. This year we were at 0.96, and the first time we've been below 1.0 for a while. So the town staff has done a tremendous job to actually pay attention to this need and get this cost under control, and it's reflected in this year being a level-funded risk management budget. The capital transfer is slightly reduced. I want to tell you that that's not so much strategic as it is circumstantial. We have created a practice. We together have, you voted to support recommendations to increase the amount of cash from the annual revenues that we're putting into capital investment over these last several years. We got that up to $1 million last year. We're proposing again this year that it be funded at $1 million of real-time revenues. So the difference between last year and this year is that the FY18 budget ended with a slightly larger surplus than the operating surplus than the FY19 budget did. So we had almost $300,000 available of excess fund balance to put into capital last year, and we had $233,000 of it this year, but or $223,000, the number that we talked about earlier. So there's a slight decrease there, but it's because of the money that was available to invest in the capital needs of the town. Our intent in future years is, as we can, as opportunities arise, when we don't have other expenses that are increasing in particular years, to seize again the opportunity to push that $1 million a year into something a little higher. We think that $1.3 million, maybe $1.5 million would be a more prudent level of expenditure to keep up with the aging infrastructure that we have in the community to make sure that we're addressing the capital needs fully. But it's an achievement that we've come up from about $300,000 5 years ago to $1 million now, and holding and using the good practice of using this fund balance as an additional contribution to capital when we have that opportunity to do that. So this year, the main point here is that's how the funding of capital works, and the emphasis of capital this year is to fund for the first time the implementation of that 25-year capital equipment replacement plan. So we're going to be levelizing by funding the budget in the manner, the transfer to capital in the manner that it's recommended. We're going to now be levelizing the annual commitment to capital equipment replacement. It'll go up a little bit over time. There'll be years when it stays flat. There'll be years when it goes up by $5,000 or $10,000 or $12,000, but it'll never again go up by $400,000 and then down by $200,000 and then back up by $500,000, which is something that we've been coping with in the past. And that goes squarely to the management of debt, because when there's those kinds of cycles happening and you've got vehicles that are failing and just absolutely have to be replaced, especially when they're $300,000 or $500,000 large vehicles, we get ourselves in a situation where we need to borrow money to replace operating rolling stock. It's still a capital investment. These are vehicles, especially the larger ones, that are going to last a long time. But to borrow money and pay interest, usually on a 5-year note was typically how it was done here and how it's done in many places. We're paying interest for the borrowing of that money in order to buy a vehicle that we're going to buy it again when this one wears out. If we have a plan, as we do now, for seeing those things coming, where a fire truck is going to last 20 years and a dump truck's going to last 10 and a pickup truck's going to last 7, those kinds of things. A police cruiser lasts 4. And when we see those cycles and can plan for those expenses and then levelize that over the long haul, we avoid the spikes that would either cause a significant tax increase or the necessity of borrowing. And so instead, what we'll do is part of that leveling process is managing well the timing of the replacement of vehicles, so we get sort of as much value out of them as we can, but we don't run them until they die. And then part of it also is, for those very large items, pre-funding some. So that in the fire trucks, there's a whole plan that's part of it that we went over last year that is, and again, I'd be happy to sit with anybody and go over the details of this, but where we're actually setting aside a certain amount of money each year, because over the course of time, when you got 3 or 4 years in a row of buying fire trucks, that's just money that can't then be invested in any of the other capital needs of the town unless you've set some money aside for that. So we'll have a fire truck fund that we set money aside in. And we'll also, with some of the larger pieces of equipment, set money aside over 2 years or maybe 3 years and then buy it in the second or the third year. So the sinking funds, the fact that we're going to be setting aside some money as part of this levelizing to be ready to make the larger purchases, means we're going to be earning interest on that money that in the past we've been paying interest on as debt. So all the way around, for all those reasons, we think that this year is a particularly important year, please, to approve the capital transfer part of this budget in the manner that it's proposed, because it's the year that gets us into that levelized program.
Cooley, District 3, thank you very much for that. Are you saying that by having this transfer process, transfer fund approach with vehicles, because those are the examples you're giving, that we are heading towards a time in the next 3 to 6 years where we're not going to be running debt?
No, we won't get to where we're not running debt. What we'll get to is we won't be borrowing. We already haven't been borrowing for vehicles. So we used to borrow for vehicles. This year, debt service is going down because a previous borrowing for vehicles, the final time we did it, is now going off the books. So we aren't borrowing anymore for vehicles. So that part of debt service is just gone. It's not down, it's gone. But we still have debt service that we need to pay for the investments that we make in our facilities, and we've got more of that coming. We've got old facilities that need attention. So we talked extensively during the budget process with the select board this year. There isn't any particular proposal before representative town meeting this year, but we will be before you probably next year, certainly within the next 2, to be talking about capital investment that needs to be made to facilities at Memorial Park and to facilities at the Public Works operation. And so that's going to be beyond the scope of what we can fund through an operating budget. We will need to borrow funds. We'll have lots of good detailed information in front of you, not only about the projects that we're proposing once they take shape. There is some planning, actually, in the capital budget this year. There's some planning money related to the Memorial Park pieces. You funded last year the planning money we needed related to the Public Works piece. But when we come back and have actually a proposed bond and program for making those improvements, we'll not only be specific with you about the work to be done, but also about the impact that has on our level of debt in relationship to not only our operating budget, which is one measure of managing that debt properly, but also to our property tax base.
So do you have a point of view about where that debt, a general, where should we be aiming for on how much debt?
No, it's not really quite that clean and clear. It depends on a lot of context. We'll have that conversation a year from now about the context, and in the run-up as we get to there. I will say it is in a period of time when it is lowering we will ask you to allow it to go back up for these other facility needs. But the community made a very big investment 4 years ago. There was a decision to support the police fire project. And so that the first year of any borrowing like that is always the most expensive year. So that cost is coming down. All the prior borrowing for other facilities needs is coming down. We are in a better position than we have been, but we're going to need to borrow some more and make a new investment in those other facilities I've described. And I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. I'll point that out in a second. One of the reasons why it's so important to get on levelized funding for the equipment replacement is so that we can focus in a less complicated manner on the facilities needs, so that as we're determining how much we need to invest and what it's going to cost us to do that, it's not muddied up with this is a year when we're doing $1 million worth of vehicle purchases instead of a year when we're doing $300,000 worth of vehicle purchases. We need to keep that piece stable because we can, and it's smart to, and we avoid debt. And then it helps us also isolate more transparently the cost of maintaining the facilities in proper order. A couple of final highlights, if it's okay to do that. On the revenue side, I just want to point out that the rooms and meals taxes have increased again, not quite as dramatically as they did over the prior few years, but the increase last year was about $20,000, so we have brought that over into the expected level of collection for the coming year. A $20,000 increase in that line item is about 4.8%. And the initial news on the local option sales tax is very good. We had estimated $630,000 of revenue to be collected over the course of the whole year. In the first 2 quarters of receipts, we've actually collected over $400,000. We're still being cautious. Our budget figure for that item in this proposed budget is $630,000 again, because the first 2 quarters were great. We don't think that we have enough experience with that source of revenue to make a bet on it staying up at that level. If we get a whole year of that and we see it continuing into next year, then next year we'll be talking about being able to take advantage of the extra value that provides to us of collecting more revenue from that source than we had expected to. But it is that piece is paying dividends. I'm done.
Good job.
Finally. Finally.
Good job. All right. Okay, we'll take 2 questions, and then we do need to move on. George and then Chris.
George Carville, District 1. Last year, we approved $100,000 for sustainability, which included hiring our new sustainability coordinator.
Right.
He didn't start until well into the year. So we voted $100,000. What happened to it and what's left?
Sure. So we've run an estimate on what we know we will have expended by June 30th because Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, started with the town on February 3rd. That's 5 months of the fiscal year that we'll be paying salary and benefits for him, as opposed to the full 12 months that was the intention of the funding. And so the cost for the position, as well as the related expenses around the creation of the position and the equipping of the position, are about $35,000. $36,000 is what we expect to have incurred by June 30th for that. And there will be additional expenses that are sustainability related that are going to be coming before the select board between now and June 30th. It's going to be hard. It is hard for me as I sit here tonight to tell you exactly what that might look like. There's a couple of specific things that are being analyzed right now, and there's the potential that other good ideas might come along to draw also on the sort of balance of that. What we'll want to be careful about is just the same conversation that we have about use of fund balance or for recurring expenses. Why we use fund balance for non-recurring expenses is, so in this situation, the investment of the balance that's available because of the fact that the position wasn't filled the whole year, we'll want to make sure is not in something that we expect to do again next year, because next year we're going to pay 12 months of salary and 12 months of benefits and 12 months of operating costs related to the position. We, in this budget, did apply the direction that we felt we had received, the combination of your decision to fund that function at $100,000 instead of at $10,000, and the select board's decision to invest the lion's share of that in the creation of the position, is reflected in the budget that's before you, because there'll be about $90,000 worth of not just compensation, but compensation and other expenses related to the position existing and functioning within town government, and about $10,000. There is a $10,000 line item in order to reflect the $100,000 commitment that you had approved. There's a $10,000 line item now within the planning services department, because that's where the position sustainability coordinator resides. That's where the salary is reflected. So there's also a $10,000 line item in the non-personnel expenses of personnel services for activities and outreach and sustainability related expenses.
Chris.
I just wanted to say how grateful I am as a taxpayer for this tremendous initiative you've taken to conquer the volatility in the capital budget. I really think you need a standing ovation. I thank you very, very much. Great work.
Good job, Peter.
It's a team effort, and it's been a long haul, and it has required not just the work of the senior staff, but the support of the select board and representative town meeting, so thank you.
Okay. So let's do a time check, because I already forgot my last time check. 8:42. All right. So we are moving on now to Article 17, which is conveniently located on page 17 and 18. This is SEVED, Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Services? Strategies. I almost nailed it. So there is a pretty brief summary on this article. On page 17 and 18, I'm going to go over our bullet point. If you want more in-depth analysis questions, on page 18, in the last paragraph, you can see that Adam Grunald invites your comments and questions to him, and that's his extension listed here. And also on page 55 of your packet is their full narrative. So you can get more information from there. For what information we will be giving tonight, it is called Article 17 for SEVEDs. The request this year was for $3 per person for the town of Brattleboro. The select board has put that through at that amount to the reps, you all. That is a total of $36,147. This comes out of program income, which originates as federal funding via state of Vermont to Brattleboro. So we are kind of the end of that pass-through. Program income can only be used for economic development or for housing. So that's a very specific pot of money that comes from the feds to the state and lands in Brattleboro, and that is where this request is coming out of. The request goes to all towns that SEVED serves. You'll see that in their summary, and with the detailed report being on page 55 and Adam Grunald's contact information being on page 18 for more in-depth defense of why they feel they have earned that $3 per person. It would be weird for us to give that defense for them, basically. So you should reach out to them, read your materials for that. And talk to your fellow reps, but not by replying all to emails, please. Okay. General questions on this item outside of what I just covered for reading and question directing purposes? Good, okay. I'm up again with Article 18, which is not on page 18, it is on page 19, right? Is it on page 19? No, that is not correct. You know what? It doesn't have its own thing. So for those who are veterans, you're going to recognize this. For those who are newbies, just kind of bear with me for a moment. So this is the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District. This is required to pay bonds that funded previously, water and sewer improvements that were needed at Mountain Home Park. It was paid by Tri-Park to town, to creditors, because the town is the borrower. The amount is $223,276.47 for fiscal year 21, and this amount varies slightly from year to year. If anybody has questions on that, I'm going to direct them to Peter, because I myself, it took me a little while when I was a newer rep to kind of wrap my brain around it. Does anybody have questions? Yes. Come on up, Gary, and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Gary Stroud, District 2. Question, do you have it, I guess, on the website when you go on there and have it all pretty much on a PDF file, the breakdown of how that is, the 220, what is it?
So it's a single figure. It's the annual amount owed to pay down the debt for this thing. And so unlike our town projects where there's some piece of more broadly serving public infrastructure that RTM votes to support a bond on, and then it just becomes part of our debt service that the town pays for the town's infrastructure. This one instead was something the town did to facilitate some really desperately needed water and sewer improvements within Mountain Home Park that Mountain Home, the Tri-Park, the owners there, needed the town to be the borrower in order to obtain the funds and have it be the most favorable rates for borrowing. And so we have this unusual arrangement where each year there's an assessment against the district. Tri-Park pays the town pays the creditor, because the town was officially the borrower, even though the benefits were for a particular spot rather than for the whole town. Does that make sense?
If you can say no.
So there isn't a detailed breakdown.
No, I can understand the accounting act, but there's a breakdown that I guess in a sense for interest and all that.
There's a debt service schedule that identifies why the amount is 276 this year.
Okay.
The finance director generates that number based on what they see coming as what's going to be owed to the creditor in the next fiscal year for this debt. It's going to last still for a while.
Okay.
It's a long-term borrowing. Right. But each year it's a pass-through where it's always right around $220,000, but it varies a little bit. And this year it's 223, 276, 47. You'll, I hope, approve it, because otherwise we're in trouble. And then we'll collect that from Tri-Park and make the payments.
Okay, I'll see. I just wanted to, I guess, maybe this to see how it was broke, but I think I got an idea. So maybe the next meeting we'll get a more clarification, I guess, in a sense, on the aspect of that. That'd be good.
We'll take a look at it, see if there's something that we can provide other than just sort of the paperwork from the creditor of what we owe. I mean, that's how this number is derived. But if I may not be fully understanding your question, if you want to see me after or at the office, I'll be happy to try to get to the bottom of it.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
Thank you. Bob Tortolani, District 2. A while. I was trying to remember how long the a while is. That's all.
Good question.
So I'm sorry. We'll provide that answer along with whatever we can do that is responsive to Gary's question, along with the solid waste question that came up earlier. When we push out the additional information, we'll tell you exactly what it is. I don't remember the exact term of the debt.
Thank you for that. Okay, so that is technically our last summary. I want to point everybody to this purple book that you have. And it's just there's almost no page on here that doesn't have good information from, starting off with summaries of each of the articles, moving towards like the pages 20 and 21, and up through 24, you have the opportunity to read the minutes from last year, which can be super helpful. There's, moving on to page 25, there's a summary from the select board, from myself, from parts of town government, and then as Peter referenced, his town manager's report, which starts on page 27. So there's really just a lot of good information in this book, and if you can dig into that, I particularly, for anybody who's new or just wants a refresher, read last year's minutes so you can remember, especially when we're talking about reoccurring items. At this time, I would be open to taking any general questions, and I, of course, will lean us far away from any kind of back and forth debate on topics. Yes. God damn it.
Orion Barber, District 1. As a hearing impaired person, I just want to give you my thanks for, one, your management of the microphones and the general sound system here. And if lessons, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
If tactful lessons can be imparted to the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union meeting people, I would be so grateful. I attended a meeting, I guess it was it last night? And it was useless for me to be there because even speaking into a microphone held like this does not work. So, thank you.
My pleasure. I have always loved a good microphone. That is nothing I've ever shied away from. And thank you to Tim and BCTV. And I've got a question coming down, yellow shirt from the back. It's a long walk to that microphone. I feel that.
Testing 1, 2. My name is Dan Jeffries. I've lived in District 1 out here in West Brattleboro for the last 25 years. In the last 25 years, we spent $55 million on the high school. We've spent about $23 million on the waste treatment facility, and we've spent a few million on the fire and police stations, all good infrastructure expenditures. And I'm open to being told that there's a better time and place to ask this question. It's kind of seasonal. I'm very curious, and I think Peter has addressed this once before, and there was something in the Reformer about this just in some detail, which was helpful, but I'm really curious after 25 years what the plan is for Western Avenue out here in West Brattleboro, in that currently it is a game of chicken driving down Western Avenue. I am astounded that anybody would ride a bicycle down Western Avenue out here. And I'm just curious, I know it's a big expenditure, I'm just wondering, is there any plan at all? And as I say, we could address this at some other time. Thank you.
Interrogated, Peter?
Sure. So I'm going to provide a 30,000-foot perspective on it. Steve Barrett is the fellow who could speak in greater detail both to the history and then, to what we cope with, what I'm going to give a brief description of. There probably is a better time to have that conversation, but if y'all want to stay, I know Steve has answers that he could offer to you. But it's complicated, and the reason it's complicated is the old road underneath the asphalt is a concrete road, and so the layers of asphalt that get put down on top of it don't behave in the manner they would if they had been placed on top of a proper road base with different types of stone at different levels that allow it to expand and contract with the seasons and drain better when there's water that seeps through. And so instead what we get is repeated instances of a significant overlay on top of that historically problematic section of road that doesn't last very long. And we have to encounter the kind of problems that we've had this winter. This winter has been particularly tough, not just on that segment, but all over town because of the freeze-thaw cycles being more significant than in some winters. But that's the bottom line. That's what a town manager can say about it. Your public works director could talk more specifically about what options there might be to do something more thorough. But frankly, to rip up all that concrete and build the road properly is, I believe, more money than any of us can believe that the town would tolerate. And so instead, we do the best we can to do a much more frequent repair and resurfacing in that section than in most areas around town.
Spoon? Well, actually,
Just a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
So this is not something that can get bonded and repaired once and for all?
Well, Steve walks up, I'll just say you could. We could, and if, you know, the community would like us to generate something more like an estimate rather than a, you know, descriptive response, then we certainly can do that. I'll leave it there and let Steve take a deeper dive.
Yeah, Steve Barrett, Director of Public Works. It is complicated. One of the things that we need to remember is that the town is responsible for repair of that road, and the state is ultimately responsible for major capital projects. So we, if anywhere, we should be lobbying the state to push them to get funding to fix the road. It hasn't been done in many years. It's way overdue. And our challenge has been to try to, you know, repair something that's way beyond repair. So the place to lobby really is the state and our representatives, and to get funding for this road, which we've been successful a couple times, and really that's just been a patch. You know, it was a 3/8 overlay that made everybody feel good for a couple of years, and we're right back where we started. So lobby the state, that's where we can go. Then the bike lanes and everything else can be included in the projects, and that's the way to go.
As an aside, since this happened to come up, I'd be happy to see the Putney Road money go into Western Ave. But anyway, I'd like to ask whether the town, is the state pressing the town at all on the sewer line that runs through the Whetstone Creek?
No.
I love the brevity. John Kennedy, District 1. I'm looking at the budget summary on page 112. And in income, you're talking about the sales tax that we much discussed last year. At last year's town budget, I asked that we work with the elected officials to address the extra $350,000-ish that the state takes out of that sales tax money to see if we can't get our share or a significant portion of that share spent in Brattleboro rather than be a windfall in the black hole they call the state budget.
Right. Yes, you did. It's a statute. It's not just a operating decision of state government, and so the law would have to be changed. Everybody who adopts that provision, who adopts a local option sales tax, only gets 2/3 of the revenue, and the state takes the other. So, and then that money goes. Some of it is actually taken by the state as an administrative fee, and the balance of it goes into a fund that is used to pay out to a payment in lieu of taxes to the communities that house state facilities. So Brattleboro does get some of that money, but it's arguably not our fair share, I think, based on the fact that there are communities that house, in Montpelier and Barry and Waterbury and other places, many more state facilities than we do.
So we tried, but it's not really an option.
It's not really an option. We'd have to get a broad coalition across the state to want to make that change, and I can tell you that most municipalities would think it would be great, and the legislature hasn't been all that responsive to what most municipalities would think would be great in recent years. And to be less sarcastic and more direct, the status of the self-governance initiative is, it made good progress last year in the Senate, got voted out of committee and approved by the full Senate, not really entirely intact, but at least it was moving along. And the House Government Operations Committee, despite repeated strong requests from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns and those of us here and other municipal officials across the state, has not taken the matter up. And the biennium is about to end, and we're going to have to start again.
Thank you.
Hi there, Dr. Tortolani.
Hi there, Bob Tortolani, District 2. Thank you. I have quite a concern about pedestrian accidents over the years. In the United States, it's going up dramatically. I think a lot of that has to do with the pedestrians themselves are distracted in their walking, and they're not necessarily looking at where they're going. Makes it harder for people driving cars, of course, watching out for them. So it's a big, big problem. We've had some tough problems in this town over the last 10 years with pedestrian injuries. I guess the one thing I can think of is that the crosswalks, I noticed that many times they're not easily seen and they're in bad shape. And I think that's probably one thing we can do is just try to make the crosswalks very, very kept up as well as we can. I've seen in other communities where the crosswalks are actually different colors from the road, like red or blue, and it seems to stand out. Here we have the white things. It's fine, but I think that whatever we do, we've got to keep them in good shape, and I guess we all have to be very alert for pedestrians because, you know, they're at high risk, and bikers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tortolani. I have seen those in Northampton, and I think they're good, the multicolored crosswalks. Any more questions pertaining to what was discussed tonight, Gary? And then...
My last and final, but Gary Stroud, District 2. What Steve Barrett was saying, and it was a while back, I don't know if you remember when we did pave the roads from, I think they came from Massachusetts, this company. Was it, Steve, a while back when they paved the roads? And I don't know how long ago, is that something that we have to do with the state alongside with us to get that happening again?
Do you wish to be interrogated, Steve? Because we don't know the answer up here.
Well, as far as the line striping goes, when a road is paved, like when Main Street was done, it was done with a more permanent type of line striping. We do paint the roads twice a year. This body supported increasing our painting budget several years ago. Dr. Tortolani's suggestion to paint crosswalks with a different color, that could be considered, but it comes with a cost. But we certainly could consider that, and we would welcome funds to do that. But that's what it takes. It takes the funds to do it. But doing it twice a year has helped, and we paint right before the fall, before the winter months, and then of course, you know, the winter, the abrasion from the sand and the salt, you know, scrubs that paint off. And we'll be out there here just next month to brighten everything up.
Right, 'cause I remember we had gravel the streets. This was like a while back, and I think a team came up when they did Canal Street. But it was a big and then everything was like, I didn't know if that's something that we can consider again.
That was part of a state project, similar, like if we do the Western Avenue that I talked about, awesome. That would all be included in a contract.
So we would notify our state reps and. Thanks.
Okay. All right, seeing no further hands, and at 9:03 p.m., we will adjourn this meeting. Have a great night. We will see you all in a couple of weeks. Please keep your finger to the pulse of anything going on that might change that.
So we're going to start, so this morning we're starting by, let's recap where we've been. Yesterday we were asked by the Speaker's office to try to come up with short-term emergency proposals that would address the health care needs of Vermonters in the midst of the situation we're in with COVID-19, particularly looking at issues of health care around home health, mental health, and related issues. We had the good fortune to be working with a group of stakeholders in the room yesterday who very actively, on our behalf and with the committees, with some conversation with the committee, came back with a list of specific proposals. You haven't seen it. This has all my notes all over it, but I don't know how to reference the document other than it's been posted. It's been posted
yesterday.
Yeah, but this issues talking about possible emergency statutory measures, looking how to sustain the care network workforce, and issues around the recommendations were issues also around compliance and insurance or consumer Medicaid recommendations. Our legislative counsel, who's worked very, very late through the night to try to put this in a form that we could possibly consider it. And that's what we're going to look at now. So Jen's going to walk us through. I should say that I took the liberty, because we don't know what form this may be used in today. One thought was some of this might be amended to something. I took the liberty to ask Jen to include in that amendment our telehealth bill, which we've already sent to the Senate, our workforce bill, which we have not yet reviewed fully. I mean, we talked about it, but we haven't actually approved in the committee, which we will have to do, which we will do later today, regardless at some point. So understand that that's in that amendment as a preliminary thing that's not been approved by the committee. And the interstate nurse compact, which is coming from the Senate. We were just trying to think, what are some of the essential pieces of statutory work that we're doing that is pertinent to the situation we're in. We're not going to be reviewing those parts this morning. And I didn't want anybody to sit when you saw that and say, I asked to have that done. But we're looking at all kinds of possibilities. So what we're going to do now is to walk through the pieces that respond to this memo and to a few of the suggestions that Jen Oxford made around pharmacy. Blue Cross Blue Shield also alerted. I don't know how broadly that was shared, Sarah, but there was.
I sent it to our committee. What you sent.
So about the pharmacy refills being authorized, and we can come back to that. Just but there to know that. Would you send that to Jen so she has it?
Which you sent? Which
what came from Sarah? Okay, maybe.
Okay, I'll send it.
Yeah. Okay. We're also.
Well, and just that there are two other pieces that Jen included so that we had it there for discussion that came as requests from inpatient psychiatry. So when you see those, that's the source. You didn't see that stuff before.
I'm going to mention the resolution.
Yes.
One of the other suggestions that came out in our discussion yesterday with Brian Chena on the phone was concern for undocumented Vermonters, folks working in Vermont who are undocumented, and what can we do to protect them from fear of seeking health care services in the midst of this situation. And there are limits to what we can do, but we felt it was imperative to make some type of strong public statement, and we have a recommendation, and Ann is working and taking the lead on a resolution around that, which would be possibly introduce today. And Ann can say, maybe just...
I can give you a snippet, because
Really
we
a snippet.
looked into it. The president has, on a couple of prior occasions in an emergency, declared health facilities as safe zones when it's critical to have folks come in and be tested for the sake of public health. He did it in some hurricane situations and the water crisis, Flint, Michigan. So this would be a request to please consider this such an instance and apply that. And also for the group of people who are legal immigrants but afraid because of the new rule that's about to come out on public health burden, if you burden the system and you're not a citizen, that be delayed implementation so that it doesn't affect getting people to come in and be tested for public health protection. So that would be what it is, and that's being worked on. We'll be able to look at it.
So then, the Joint Rules Committee is meeting as we speak, and that's the leadership of the House and the Senate. I'm told there's probably going to be a chairs meeting called for somewhere between 9 and 9:30. I'm going to leave early to go to that. Lori is going to take the lead on walking us through the review of the amendments. And depending on what might emerge from the Joint Rules Committee, there are announcements from the podium. I'll come back, and then I want to make sure everyone, we were going to work through the first hour of the floor this morning. That was our understanding, our plan. If it's appropriate or necessary for us to be on the floor to hear any announcement from the podium, we'll do that. We also have third reading on price transparency that Representative Rogers has presented yesterday. And as importantly, or more importantly, actually, we have second reading on our emergency services bill, which is also something that would become a component, possibly, of something if we did an amendment. And Mari is presenting that. I looked at the order, and it's kind of late in the orders of the day, so that we may come back and do some more work in committee if we believe in the speaker to be off the floor.
We have our tiny snippet part of the commerce bill
That's House meeting. So, yeah, no offense to commerce, but that doesn't really require a lot of our attention. So with that, well, first, questions, and things are changing as we're doing our work. We're trying to prepare ourselves for different possibilities, and what form or action they take will be unknown until we take next steps. But I think we should be prepared. We should prepare our amendments as best we can, so that if they're to be used, then they're prepared to be used.
So, I mean, I know no one knows yet. One of the possibilities would be that we would not be in the State House next week, right?
That's a possibility. I have no idea what the decision is being made.
Yeah, I guess it feels like from everything I've been reading, it seems like there's a lot of evidence that people in leadership roles being proactive about dispersing gatherings could be a really important thing. So I think for whatever it's worth for me to say this here and someone to say it somewhere else, I'm going to say that.
Lots of places in room 10, they're making that decision right now. Okay. And I don't think there's anything more we can do to influence what decisions get made.
Understood.
So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, but Jen, would you begin to walk us through? And there are a couple hard copies. If people need a hard copy. Yeah, that would be great. Could we go and just for our purposes Mike, let's start with you and just go around very quickly who's in the room and your affiliation, so we know who we're working with. Because we invited different people to come, not all of them were familiar.
Mike Fisher, Healthcare Advocate. Wayne Fisher, Orca Media.
Lauren Hibbert, Director of the Office of Professional Regulation.
Mr. James, Department of Vermont Health Access.
Sarah Teachout, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Vermont.
Emily Brown, Department of Financial Regulation.
Corey Gustafson, DIVA.
Susan Gradkowski, MVP.
Stephanie Winters, Vermont Medical Society, also representing pediatricians and family physicians.
David Hurley, I'm Executive Director of Florida Medical Practice and Director of Hospital License.
Keith Gilman, professional regulation.
Becky Lewandowski with DRM, hospitals in North Carolina.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I don't know, somehow, maybe it's just me, but there seems to be extra background white noise this morning. So I will ask people on that end of the room to speak up because it's barely could hear some of you.
We have guests on the phone, right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the reminder. I think Brian Chena, State Representative Brian Chena of our committee's on the phone, and Commissioner Swirl from the Department of Mental Health. Thank you. So I'm going to turn to Lori and have you start.
Great. Jennifer Kirby, Legislative Council. So this is my attempt to put the ideas that you looked at on a list yesterday into draft language, and I don't think any of them are here, but a lot of the stakeholders who were talking to you yesterday were incredibly helpful to me in coming up with more details for the language.
And I didn't say it, but those various stakeholders are also meeting separately at another meeting. He could not join us at 8:30. We invited others for whom we were drafting, saying, does this work? So we're going to be looking for input, like, is what we put forward here feasible, viable, et cetera. So we'll be looking for input.
Yes, and I do not have particular pride of ownership. I think there's a lot in here that could probably be improved upon by people who know more about the subject matter.
Can I just, I think we hop around a lot in this, so I don't know if it would be better, Jen, in your perspective, to walk through the emergency pieces once, or stop at each one and talk to the respective groups who might be able to provide feedback. What would you like to do?
I'm not sure, from a time management standpoint, I'm not sure what makes more sense. I mean, I think, maybe to the extent that we can fix up each section as we go through it, that's great, although you are missing a lot of the...
Right. So we'll come back to the ones that I'm thinking for OPR, or medical practice. And we'll watch the time. If it gets to be too much, I at least want you to get through it once.
Yeah. All right. So we start off with some legislative intent around a state of emergency, and you heard from the stakeholders yesterday, the ones who were here, about some external things that kick in, or some things that are not tied necessarily to the governor's emergency powers that kick in if a state of emergency is declared. And so this is an attempt to get at that, although in researching one of them, I actually don't think it's applicable, so it's not in here. This would say it is the intent of the General Assembly that if the coronavirus disease 2019, which I then referred to as COVID-19, pandemic continues its expected spread in the state of Vermont, the government should exercise the authority granted by 20 VSA Section 9 to declare a state of emergency based on the all hazards event of the COVID-19 disease-related emergency. That's just using some of the language from the emergency powers statute. In addition to the emergency powers granted to the governor by 20 VSA Sections 9 and 11 during a state of emergency, such a declaration may initiate opportunities to expand access to necessary health care services. For example, 3 VSA Section 129A10, which is in the Secretary of State Office of Professional Regulation statute, allows certain professional licensing boards to issue temporary licenses during a declared state of emergency to healthcare providers who are licensed in good standing in another state to allow them to practice in Vermont for up to 90 days. These temporary licensees will likely be necessary to help provide critical healthcare services to Vermonters who become afflicted with COVID-19. So the other piece of that you had heard about was federal telehealth, and that Medicare coverage kicks in if there's a state of emergency, so that it waives the site and the rural locations requirements, geographical requirements. I looked into that last night, and based on some recently enacted federal legislation, that seems that it should already be in effect. It's based on a federal declaration of emergency, including declaration of public health emergency, which happened on January 31st. And it doesn't seem to have any connection to whether a state declares a state of emergency. So I did not put that in here, both because it didn't seem applicable based on the state emergency declaration, and also because it seems that it should already be in place. It seems like it was enacted specifically in part to address COVID-19. So it describes the emergency period as kind of being while we're having this emergency and for future emergencies. So do you want to stop there and seek necessary clarifications? there are any. I mean, mostly I'm thinking if OPR thinks I got that language wrong.
You got it right.
Okay.
We're good.
Great.
Okay, great.
One, I got at least one. All right. Next we have measures. So I kind of grouped these together somewhat the way the stakeholder document had. I called this measures to support healthcare and human service provider sustainability. One thing I should say, up at the very top of the document, it says House Healthcare Committee, parentheses, and House Human Services, proposals regarding COVID-19. House Human Services, some of the members of the committee provided some input while I was next door working with the stakeholders. That has been included in here. I think they're also working on other language. I'm not sure how this is all going to roll out. I just sent it while we were sitting here to the chair and committee assistant there in case they want to take a look since their name is on it. But so you'll see there is some human service provider, also given the sort of blurred lines between what is healthcare, what is human services. So,
Which we talked a little bit about yesterday.
okay, so all of that said, measures to support healthcare and human service provider sustainability. The first one is some temporary provider tax waiver authority for the Secretary of Human Services. This would authorize the Secretary to waive payment of the assessment imposed by 33 VSA Chapter 19, Subchapter 2, what we call the provider tax, for one or more classes of healthcare providers for all or a prorated portion of fiscal year 2021. I'm not sure if that's the direction you want. There's a couple of different pieces in there, but as far as timing goes, it seems like they get imposed at potentially different times depending on provider class. And while I wasn't sure you would want to go back, and the stakeholders were not interested in you going back and recouping anything from during the emergency period, I put the prorated language in there so it didn't necessarily cut off that source of funding for all of FY 2021 if that was not necessary. So that's why the language reads the way it does. It can change. So the provider tax can be waived if the following two conditions are met. First, the governor has declared a state of emergency as a result of COVID-19, and you'll see that language repeated a lot in here. That was my effort to get at this temporary authority and have it linked to something. So it would automatically go away at the end of a state of emergency. So if the governor has declared a state of emergency as a result of COVID-19 and the waiver is necessary to preserve the ability of the providers to continue offering necessary health care services.
How much annually is the provider tax? How much we?
Ooh, I'm looking at either Nolan or Corey on that.
Like 100 something million. Hospitals alone are, it's significant. It's between 1 and 200 million.
What is it? Do you know, Nolan? It's a percent of.
It's there's 6 or 7 provider classes, and they all are assessed at different rates. And some are like nursing homes might be per bed.
Pharmacy is per prescription claim.
Prescription, where hospitals are 6% of patient revenue.
Yeah, 6% net patient.
So they're all different. Hospitals are just. I have this information.
No, that's fine. Just the ballpark was helpful. Thank you.
All right. Anything more on this?
Eva, any comments right now?
So I do have a clarifying comment, and this is James, Department of Vermont Health Access. So under Section 2, we're listing the Secretary of Human Services. When we break out the separate assessments, it always lists the Commissioner of the Department of Vermont Health Access. And so I just want to make sure that we're not going to run into any issues with the existing statutory language.
Okay, that's fine. Yep, I can certainly change that.
We'll check it.
Okay, I will plan to change it unless I hear otherwise.
I'm sorry,
Mike Fisher. I believe the provider tax represents about a quarter of Medicaid funding, and given that, I wonder if we want to give the right person the authority to waive or postpone.
Waive or postpone, make the terminology waive or postpone.
The collection of those monies, give them the authority to do either.
Okay, I mean,
that makes sense. Flexibility, yeah.
Can I clarify something? I'm interpreting this, and just to clarify, would it be correct to interpret this that they could say it's waived for nursing homes, but nobody else, like the one or more classes?
Yes, that's what I was doing with classes.
Yeah.
There are requirements in the federal law about provider taxes being applied uniformly across a class, and so I was concerned about allowing them to pick among providers.
And is the interpretation of necessary to preserve the ability that without the cash flow, they would have to shut down, cease operations?
I think that gives some discretion to the commissioner to decide. I mean, it may be that their ability to continue long term would be threatened. It may be that their ability that they would shut down short term. I mean, I think it's looking at if that is affecting their cash flow needed to respond to this crisis or to keep the hospital or nursing home or whatever open in the future. That would be sufficient authority for the authority.
Does it also maybe make sense to give the commissioner authority to maybe change the rate instead of completely waive it? Because if we don't collect provider tax at all, then we might have a cash flow issue.
Okay, so what about waive, modify, or postpone?
There you are.
Sounds very easy. I don't know how easy that is.
I'm just saying the more.
But it's an option.
I'm not saying anything about his comment whether
Yeah.
it would provide flexibility or not, but a lot of this is one of the ones that the legislature would need to give us authority on. There's a few others I think that we saw were not. So we do need the intent and the flexibility, just not knowing exactly expectation of how easy it
And I want to say out loud what I said to Ann a few minutes ago. The Ways and Means Committee will have want to weigh in on this because the revenue, there's serious concerns about revenues for the state as well. So there's going to, I don't know exactly how that works, but they will want to have a word on this.
Okay.
Commissioner, are you good?
I'm okay. I think that I mean, I'm thinking about how for the current fiscal year or the current provider tax year, I would say it this way, that part of the issue is your taxes generally relate to your revenues, but we set them and then they have to pay them. And if the revenues drop, but the provider tax level has been set, so how long into the next, it's kind of that current situation. I mean, as we do the calculations going forward, that's a different story than them meeting the obligations that are set for them today if their revenue changes.
So that gets all be all your fun work if we've given the authority for you to waive, adjust, or defer.
Should it be for FY20 and FY21?
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
Oh, I
mean,
see.
I'm getting at, and you mentioned that there's different timelines for the different.
Yeah, I
That's something I'm
looked at
not
the
clear
statutes
on.
last night, and it seemed like there's a schedule for nursing home ones as opposed to like one date for hospital ones.
Some are quarterly, some are once a year.
Jen, why don't you put that in, and it's going to go to Ways and Means.
Yep. Okay. So I'm going to put.
I am going to, at the chair's meeting, try to alert Representative Ansel that this is a piece of one of the things we're looking at. That the people with expertise around this in Ways and Means are going to need to help craft if we move forward.
Okay, let's move it.
Right. All right. So I'm making some changes to this one just to recap to make it DIVA, to make it waive, modify, or postpone, and to apply it for FY 2020 and 2021. All right. Next is Agency of Human Services provider payment flexibility. And I did make a lot of these Agency of Human Services thinking of them as kind of the umbrella agency, but if that is not, if we need to make it a department within there, we can make that change. So this would say, notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the Agency of Human Services may provide payments to providers of healthcare services, long-term care services and supports, home and community-based services, and child care services in the absence of claims or utilization if a provider's patients or clients are not seeking services due to the COVID-19 pandemic, even if federal matching funds that would otherwise apply are not available, in order to sustain these providers and enable them to continue providing services both during and after the outbreak of COVID-19 in Vermont. So this is this idea of paying them in ways that they wouldn't otherwise get paid in order to keep the doors open and have them exist to serve people when this is over. Okay. It is a may.
And it's a may, so it doesn't direct, but it gives authority.
Right. Okay. Okay.
This is Commissioner Squirrel. Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
Please let me know if you can't hear me. I just wanted to note, just for the committee's understanding, that The Department of Mental Health currently, through payment reform, has a case rate for all of the designated community mental health agencies. What that means is that they are paid a prospective payment on a monthly basis, and that reconciliation for that happens at the end of the year. So I guess my point is that this model makes CMH really well poised to adjust for substantial decreases in services and utilization across the state already. We can also adjust our valuation model at the end as well to adjust for that, which would mitigate the impacts of decreased utilization due to COVID-19. So I just wanted to make sure that committee members were aware of that.
Great, thank you.
That fits the main.
Yes. Okay, all right. The next, and it's my understanding that there's more language coming. Some had been provided early this morning, but stakeholders are still working on it. This is the idea of DEVA allowing DEVA to provide cash advances to Medicaid participating providers. There was some reference to rules about expected claims payments. That's about all I had. So this is really just a placeholder. That's why there's a question mark. Okay, we'll come back to that. And if it makes sense to DEVA and you want to help blanket, I'm good with that.
I mean, the only comment is that would definitely not be Medicaid match dollars. It would be state-only dollars. Again, I don't know that we need legislative authority to do it, but we could not. It's more of a CMS conversation, and it speaks to a point that should be made. Is a lot of this will be colored by what the federal government does in terms of assisting.
I would just say there are times in here where I'm going to suggest that we might put language in, even if it does not appear that it's necessary, because it reflects our intent of that's being reviewed as a possibility.
All right. Section 5, again, may need more, again, a little bit of information last night, but maybe not enough. This is on FQHCs and rural health centers and the Medicaid encounter rate. So again, during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, DEVA shall reimburse FQHCs and rural health centers using the alternative payment flexibility Medicaid encounter rate instead of the standard prospective payment system Medicaid encounter rate.
That's possible.
Can I? What is a rural health or like rural health centers? I am not familiar.
It's a different federal designation, and beyond that,
I guess I'll specifically, like in my county, many of the.
It's not just describing a health center that's in a rural area. It is a specific federal.
Right. So I'm wondering about many of our rural counties depend on independent physicians for their rural services. Does this do anything for them?
No, because I don't believe they have an encounter rate. That's sort of an FQHC and rural health center term of art in the.
So if they were to need different Medicaid reimbursement in parallel to FQHCs, what would we need to do to?
I don't know if you do it in parallel to FQHCs. This is kind of specific in the sense that the obligation to the rural health, the FQHCs, there is, with that designation comes a guarantee of a certain coverage of their expenditures. Our current methodology falls in line with that. If their encounters drop, then we would, in all likelihood, they would have a fiscal situation on their hands, and we could find a way to adjust those rates to match what our obligation to meet their expenses are. So that's what I mean by it's possible. In that case, I guess I would. I don't know how many we're talking about, and I don't know. Our rates right now are at the Medicare levels. I mean, I think we'd be open to looking at rates, is how I would say it, for basically our entire provider community. This FQHC one's kind of specific.
Is how and I know Bill has.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I received, after this work had been done last night, a request from David Mickenberg on behalf of independent practices suggestion that because of the possible cash flow pressures on them, that we might consider including that Blue Cross, as an example, Blue Cross Blue Shield has said to temporarily halt any quote recoveries that are occurring in the process right now, but not to end them, but to temporarily
Suspend them.
Well, I'm just saying what I've received, and
Wait,
so,
the temporary suspension.
So I'm going to just suggest that there's someone who has been advocating on behalf of independent physicians and made a suggestion. It's not incorporated into this yet, but we can review that and have the right people understand what it is, because I'm not sure I'm representing it accurately. But I will forward this to Nisa and Corey.
And Jen. Sarah.
And I'm sorry, it's Sarah, of course.
Yeah, that's why I was doing you said Blue Cross and you're looking at me.
Oh, old hat.
Well, yeah, right. We'll forward this to everybody. Or we'll see how it goes.
So if you need anything changed on that one, good.
No, I think it's okay.
Great.
I mean, again, that might be one that we don't need.
Right.
All right, so then we get into a group of sections I've called compliance flexibility. So the first of these deals with healthcare and human service provider regulation and allowing waivers and variances. So notwithstanding any provision of the Agency of Human Services administrative rules or standards to the contrary, during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the Secretary of Human Services may waive or permit variances from the following state rules and standards governing providers of healthcare services and human services as necessary to prioritize and maximize direct patient care and to allow for continuation of operations with a reduced workforce and with flexible staffing arrangements that are responsive to evolving needs. So things that could be have provisions waived or varied from would be the hospital licensing rule, hospital reporting rule, nursing home licensing and operating rule, home health agency designation and operation regulations, residential care home licensing regulations, assisted living residence licensing regulations, home for the terminally ill licensing regulations, standards for adult day services, therapeutic community residences licensing regulations, choices for care, highest manual, and then I just put a catch-all for other rules and standards for which the agency is the adopting authority under the Vermont Administrative Procedures Act to the extent such waivers or variances are permitted under federal law.
That's a mouthful. So, Lauren and David, any initial comments?
I think that would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see, from the Board of Medical Practice side, I don't see a real impact, but on the hospital licensing, potentially it could be because we've incorporated the federal standards into our hospital licensing rule.
Okay.
And so there may be situations, as you know, there's huge volumes of rules out there that may come into play, so that would be welcome.
Okay. Lauren? Yes, it's fine. And Dave, is this something you want to comment?
I don't have much to add.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is largely on facilities.
Okay.
So it may be something that somebody wants to let Dale know about.
Just one quick comment. This is Sarah Squirrel. I think it was captured in the end. I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing that Vermont can't override federal laws. So as long as there's understanding and language that it still would have to be in compliance with federal laws, CMS and Joint Commission.
I have one question, and this might be just because it's under the Agency of Human Services, but in one of the earlier items, we talk about provider payment flexibility to child care services. Would Agency of Human Services also be the responsible party for licensing child care services? That was something we
Yes,
talked about?
I think because DCF would be under them.
I think that would make it important to add.
Yeah, so let me find out what those are.
I had the same thought.
Okay.
And I think in response to the Commissioner's statement, I think it wouldn't hurt to add language to the top part saying to the extent the waivers or variances are permitted under federal law, and then I can just take it out of the end. So maybe I'll just move it actually.
And I think when we get to it, I was sending things, didn't know what was already underway. It's possible that the piece on hospital licensing in conjunction with recognizing we can't override CMS will actually cover for the mental
One
health
of the
pieces
issues. All right.
later, but we'll hear what we say when we get there.
I know Woody made the comment yesterday about and I just want to make sure that this covers it, which I think it does. If you had brought up, someone who's not quite out of school,
like third or fourth year
gets
residency,
called up, it sounds like this would cover that by.
So this is really looking at, I guess it gives additional flexibility at the end, although it would only be for rules and standards for which the Agency of Human Services is the adopting authority. So OPR would be outside of that scope. To me, this was looking more at facility rules around staffing and administrative responsibilities that take away from direct patient care and things like that. So I think if you want to do something, when I was working with the stakeholder group, they weren't quite sure how to put that into place, especially given that it sounds like, at least in other states, they're trying to keep students out of the healthcare settings, not put them in. But we can look at that in the context of some of the section on
point, though,
retirees.
we did discuss yesterday relaxation of license rules for those that are retired.
Yep, that's coming up.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned. 2 more sections. All right, so this next one is Medicaid and health insurer provider credentialing during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19. DEVA, whoops, I should have a capital A there. DEVA shall relax provider credentialing requirements for the Medicaid program, and DFR shall direct health insurers to relax provider credentialing requirements for health insurance plans in order to allow for individual healthcare providers to deliver services across healthcare settings as needed to respond to Vermonters' evolving healthcare needs. So this was supposed to, the idea from the providers, or from the stakeholders, was to allow somebody to move to lots of different settings to provide the services they're qualified to provide without getting stuck in a waiting period for credentialing from the payers. So I don't know if there's
Any comments?
Sorry.
Yes. So Mrs. James, Department of Vermont Health Access. So I think there are a couple of components here that we need to consider. So this language may look a little different than what we talked about yesterday. I think in terms of enrollment with our provider management system currently, we are set up to, if necessary, enroll providers within 24 hours. I think when we use the word shall relax provider credentialing as a phrase, we get into concerns around patient safety and whether or not our enrolling providers would then meet CMS requirements. And so I think to Commissioner Squirrel's point earlier, several of these sections we are going to need to add in that language around CMS.
to the extent permitted under federal law.
Exactly. Okay. Everybody's saying the same thing.
Okay. Well, then we'll just put that in the lead-in.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Emily Brown, DFR, and we don't have any issue with this language.
All right, so. All right, so I will add that to the lead-in. So it would say during a declared state of emergency, to the extent permitted under federal law.
Perfect.
All right. Next, we have the retired healthcare providers, Board of Medical Practice, and OPR. Again, during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the Board of Medical Practice and the Office of Professional Regulation may permit former healthcare professionals who retired within the past 10 years, we picked 10 years as a place to start, you can make changes to that, who retired within the past 10 years with their license in good standing to return to the healthcare workforce on a temporary basis to help deliver care in response to COVID-19. The Board of Medical Practice and the Office of Professional Regulation may issue temporary licenses to the former licensees and may impose limitations on the scope of practice of returning healthcare professionals as the board or office deems appropriate.
That works.
Silence is inferred consent.
Well, it's important not to see some shaking heads.
Yes, just we have some of our providers that might be involved to have certificates and not licenses, so license or certificate.
Okay.
Jen, if you wouldn't mind adding registration as well.
Yep.
License, certificate, or registration.
Okay. Okay, we'll do that.
And, sorry,
Yes, sir.
just a question. I mean, it doesn't say anything about money.
Yeah, is the
And
intent that this is free?
with the,
I would assume so, but could we put it in?
Right, that we're not going to charge.
Yeah.
Right.
how about, or maybe that we have the authority to waive, and we could set by emergency rule and just make it for, I don't know, volunteers or maybe some other certain classes, I don't know.
Maybe you and I should talk offline. I don't know how many people are going to take us up on this,
Yeah.
so I'm not worried about the cost of operations. I think we should just be free personally, but I'm happy to talk about this with you.
Right.
Okay, you two chat, get back to us?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to potentially put in, and I'll just take out the reference to former licensees because it's too complicated to say the rest of it again. I will say, may issue temporary licenses to these individuals at no charge, and then you can let me know if that changes after. Okay, section 9. This is one of the ones that Representative Donahue had asked to put in, and that may need either revisions or may be unnecessary depending on input of others. So this is involuntary procedures, documentation and reporting requirements, waiver permitted. Notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the court or the Department of Mental Health may waive any penalties associated with the treating healthcare provider's failure to comply with one or more of the documentation and reporting requirements related to involuntary treatment pursuant to 18 BSA Chapter 181.
So Sarah, it'd be great to hear. I wasn't sure because we were being responsive, but Jen was also already working on other pieces, whether this is already covered under the hospital as long as it still meets CMS and all that, and or whether DMH isn't, other than designation, I don't know that you actually have penalties. This was a concern, obviously, of inpatient providers because of the many specific things they need to do and should do for documentation around, for instance, if the involuntary medication orders, there's a lengthy requirement about weekly reviews, and if they have no staff and they're overwhelmed, like the other things we're talking about in this bill, the idea would be the authority to waive some of that. But it may be covered under what we've already been discussing, or you might not be the right one to waive it. So if you could just weigh in on that.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Squirrel. I think that it will certainly help with the EIP rule, Anne, and we certainly agree with the language as presented. As I noted before, we can't override federal law, so we would still have to be aligned with CMS and Joint Commission. We have gotten some guidance related to licensing and protection related to how hospitals can manage this from a documentation standpoint. So we do have some initial guidance from CMS, but I do think this would help with the EIP rule. And the other thing that I would just note, I did have a question about what the difference was between quarantine and isolation.
We haven't gotten there yet.
That's a later piece. We're just looking on the document that
Section 9.
Yeah, Section 9. That's in Section 14 when we get to it.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
So can I ask, Commissioner, do you think it's necessary to add to the extent permitted under federal law, or you just wouldn't try to waive something you weren't allowed to waive under federal law?
Well, we wouldn't, but I don't think it would hurt to add it.
All right, great. All right, then we have, next group of sections is what I called access to healthcare services and human services. Section 10, health insurance plans, Medicaid, COVID-19 treatment, cost sharing prohibited. I'm summing the whole thing up. As used in this section, I used actually the same health insurance plan definition you have in your telehealth bill. So that's any health insurance policy or health benefit plan offered by a health insurer as defined elsewhere in statute, as well as Medicaid. Oh, actually, we don't want Medicaid in this piece. Sorry, so I don't want that one. Because we're going to talk specifically about Medicaid in one piece. I don't think it applies. I don't think the first two apply to Medicaid, although we'll take a look. Maybe it makes sense. And does not include limited benefit coverage. So during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, first health insurance plans shall not impose any copayment, coinsurance, deductible, or other cost-sharing requirement for healthcare services directly related to COVID-19 treatment or prevention. So this is broader than just the testing. I was just going to put treatment, but to the extent there becomes available any sort of preventive measures, that seemed appropriate as well. The second would require, and this is one of Jeff Hochberg's recommendations, require health insurance plans to suspend deductible requirements for all prescription drugs and shall impose only the applicable co-payment or co-insurance requirement under the plan. And then I did a carve out here, except to the extent that the deductible suspension would disqualify a high deductible plan from eligibility for a health savings account. So recognizing that you couldn't necessarily, that it wouldn't make sense for some people to have that. And then third, health insurance plans, and this is where I added in Medicaid because I don't think the first two apply to Medicaid, shall allow their members to refill prescriptions for chronic maintenance medications early to enable the members to maintain a 30-day supply of each prescribed maintenance medication at home. And it sounds like now there's 180-day, so maybe you'd want to expand that, but based on the
Sister Kowski and Vicky, we're not at 180 days.
Okay.
That's just Blue Cross.
So 30.
And we've already done the early refill. We have that in place.
So can I just ask if it makes for, I didn't see 1 and 2, the copay or deductible or anything applying to Medicaid, and I didn't see deductible requirements for prescriptions applying to Medicaid, so I only put Medicaid in number 3. I could keep Medicaid.
Deductible, no, you're right. The copay, yes. We have 1, 2, and 3 other copays.
Right, but but this is for healthcare services directly related, and then it's the deductible is waived for the prescriptions.
Yeah, so we just got word, we're gonna gavel in and gavel out and then go back at 10, so we can keep moving forward. You won't get to be there, so.
Yeah.
So for outpatient hospital services, we have that $100.
Okay.
So what we have already put in place is confirming with CMS that we have broad approval to remove that, but I do think it would be applicable to us. And
Okay,
again,
then I'm just going to leave the definition in at the beginning that includes a health insurance plan that includes Medicaid in it, and have it all.
And then the deductible part is just
and then the deductible part just isn't applicable. And you don't have to do it.
All right. I think we should have the word diagnosis in there as well.
Oh, treatment, diagnosis, treatment, and prevention. Good.
Does that cover the testing?
So testing is already
elsewhere.
happening, but yes,
It's already
yes.
happening.
But I think yes, to the extent anybody who's covered under this wasn't already doing that, yes, diagnosis would, and diagnosis could be broader as well if there was more involved. So I think it's a good addition.
Hopefully,
Right.
Hopefully, it would also cover flu testing as an aspect of ruling out COVID.
Sarah. So Sarah Teachout with Blue Cross. We do support emergency measures in the state of Vermont. We would prefer to give the Department of Financial Regulation broad authority to do whatever emergency measures they feel are necessary and not try to put it all in statute now, recognizing that it's a quickly evolving situation and that we would like them to be able to respond with a lot of free sort of ability and not do everything in statute. I can talk about what Blue Cross has done already, and what everything that we have done so far applies across every one of our covered lives, and we would prefer to be able to do things that way because we feel that it's better for the population as a whole.
I see a lot of shaking heads in that corner.
So is
nodding,
the-
shaking? Yes, I'm sorry. And Brian, we'll get to you in a moment.
Emily Brown, DFR, and we agree with Blue Cross's position in giving DFR broad regulatory authority, and as well that will enable us to react to what's happening at the federal level as well as the state level, and like Sarah said, have the flexibility to react quickly rather than be constrained by something that was put in statute.
So is there, wait, Maureen,
Oh,
we just let them, I just want to make sure I'm MVP and then we'll come back to this side of the stage.
Yeah, MPP agrees.
Agree.
I think I agree with the strong legislative intent to diminish or eliminate any financial barriers to care.
Maureen, sorry.
So is there an objection to adding the word diagnosis in there?
And so if I could speak for them, I think only in the sense that they would prefer you took a different approach to doing this and gave authority to DFR in these areas as far as what insurance plans should be doing.
Right. Like we did the other day with the telehealth.
Exactly. Right.
So would that mean also taking out treatment or prevention?
I think it would be taking out the specifics. I think it would be.
I think you could add those general guidelines, but then not be so prescriptive as to say, you know, what kind of cost share or what kind of solutions.
So I would feel more comfortable to have language in there that included those, but completely agree that it be worded in a way that gives you the flexibility.
Can you guys think about what that language might look like?
Anyone on this side of the, I'm sorry, what do you go ahead and
Well, I was just thinking about Ms. Ticho's comment. Couldn't we eliminate this piece of legislation and just have one final item, or just one paragraph that gives broad authority to all the agencies that?
So I would say yes and no, to the extent that you are delegating your legislative authority. You need to do so in a reasonably narrow way that gives direction to
But it would
the
be just
executive
for a
branch.
set of time during this crisis. But anyway,
Right. So I think there's a way to get. I think this proposal is potentially a way to get to more of a middle ground on that, with some direction and some parameters, but more flexibility to be responsive.
Brian, I think you were trying to speak.
I have a question, and I think you're addressing it, but I still want to make this question statement, whatever it is. When I read that language, it sounded really focused, like if a person has medical issues, they go in, and it's determined that it's COVID-19, things would be covered. But I think my concern would be, if you have a respiratory illness right now, you might be afraid to go to the doctor because if it's not COVID-19, you're going to be slammed with lots of bills, especially if you're not working, the person's not working, and like they don't have enough food at home, etc. So my concern was around like making sure the language be broad enough that we people go get checked out, and if it's determined they don't have COVID-19, that should be considered a good thing, but I don't think they should then get slammed with a medical bill because they don't have the disease for going to the doctor either. Does that make sense? So I don't know.
So I think the diagnosis language helps, and I think I'm now turning to DFR to see if that's the kind of thing that they would consider if we directed more broadly to have you do limitations on cost sharing around diagnosis, if you would consider a diagnosis of exclusion to be still a diagnosis.
Yeah, so Emily Brown, DFR. So DFR just issued a bulletin around testing, and which provides the testing at no cost share. So that would include if you went in and you had the test and you weren't positive, it would still be covered at no cost share.
What if you went in to see if you needed to have the test and they determined you didn't need to have the test?
So I believe and I don't want to speak for the provider community and how they're handling it, but I believe a lot of providers are encouraging people to call.
Correct.
And then talk to their provider about whether they need a test or not. And I believe in the telemedicine language, which will pass, included audio. And I want to make sure I'm speaking correctly with that, Jen.
Yes, I'm scrolling. It's in this bill as well, so we can just look at it here.
Which would then allow, I believe, the providers to count that as a telehealth visit.
So there's during a declared state of, oh no, that's the Medicaid part. So the language that we gave, one piece was may require a plan to reimburse for services delivered by store and forward.
Yeah.
Did that the other day.
But so
And there
the
was
whole
an
bill is
audio
in here.
piece.
The audio piece, I think, actually is in here. Commissioner may require a health insurance plan to provide coverage and reimbursement for things delivered by audio only, telephone, email, or fax to the same extent as coverage for telemedicine, not to exclude 180 days.
Right.
Are there people going to get tested even if they feel good? Or
I think that's up to the providers. So as I see it, there's such a shortage of testing tests available that my understanding the providers are being pretty conservative in in screening people before using a test.
I actually had a question about the phone call piece, which is, and I'm sorry if it was said already. Would this create the potential that someone would then have a copay for their phone call to their provider?
Yes, because you allow a copay for telemedicine.
And is that something I would feel concerned
But not
about?
if it was in the context of COVID-19.
Because we're already doing a waiver.
Because that's already, right.
Okay, so someone would not potentially not call their provider.
I don't think so. I want to get Emily in on this to. You want to repeat your question?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, I guess I want to, I'm struggling with the language, and I just want to make sure that we aren't potentially creating a situation where because providers could now get reimbursed for phone calls, then the patient would have a copay for a phone call and would be disincentivized from calling their provider.
That's a good question, and I think I defer to the providers and the health insurers on this. I mean, currently, I think a lot of times you can just call your provider, and it doesn't count as a visit, so that's a good point.
Right, so if it now counts
that may
as a
trigger
visit.
that response.
Sarah Tijout with Blue Cross. So under current policy, yes, it would. We are changing our policies rapidly. And you should all be aware that there is a weekly meeting that's happening at least weekly or more quickly with DFR and all of the insurers to discuss potential changes to our policies going forward.
So let's on this issue, because we got to get through this. You have our intent. So if you can come together and craft some language and get with Jen, that would be great. Keeping Lucy's concerns in mind, which are good concerns. Does that work? Do you want to take a break?
Well, if I could just interrupt just to say, I think it's already been shared that the floor has been postponed till 10, but the request is for everyone to be on the floor at 10. There will be further the Joint Rules Committee, but what is public at this point, the Joint Rules Committee will be, we will be adjourning at the end of the day today until March 24th. But we are asked to continue our work because some of the work we're doing may need to, in fact, be incorporated into actions we take on the floor today. It's a fluid situation, and so many of us are recommending the calendar be cleared of things that do not require a response, because we have a full calendar, and that the Pro Tem and the Speaker are meeting with the Governor as we speak, and that the issue of crossover is being shifted. We don't have the specifics on that, but we're not going to be under the pressure of crossover for today, which is a great concern.
Jen's immune system. Stress is not good.
So I think they said maybe until midnight tonight. Yeah, no, but I think there may be other announcements, but I think how we proceed through the day, all members are requested to be present through the day. We will need a quorum, we will need to be taking actions in committees and on the floor. So this is not a please go home now to members. It's in fact asking members to stay.
Potentially late. So like
Well,
we don't know.
We don't know. It's an evolving situation, but know that the decision has been made to adjourn until March 24th. without committees meeting in the interim, with the possibility that that could be extended, but that's what the decision is at this point. So with that, I think we should continue our work, but we should stop at 5 so that we can be on the floor, so that we're not missing any further announcements.
Mike?
A little bit higher level statement. This draft does a great job of protecting people from Medicaid and commercial, but I don't see anything for uninsured.
Okay, we'll keep that.
Should we delegate that to someone to work on that?
Well, I think, so DFR does not have authority over uninsured.
We do not.
Who has authority over uninsured? We do.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to,
Providers.
right, yes, you would have to either have the providers do it at no charge or have the state pay the providers for doing it
So
at no
let me
charge.
say one other thing, that there's also actions being taken at the federal level around possible sick leave, et cetera. I mean, this is not directly addressing this, and I understand that there is a series of actions that have been taken by administratively within departments. We're all working hard. At the same time, there may be some proposals coming out from the administration that address some of our concerns. We should continue to move our proposals forward so that in the event that but it was brought to my attention that the emergency management had put out a long email, which I frankly did not see. And it came from our police department, which I do not read everything our police department sends because it's often about weather, and I don't always need to read that. But I think at this point, when they send something, we should at least see what's there. And apparently, it's that he is the point of contact for emergency management, which is important for us to now know. And there's a long list of actions that have already been taken, some of which may have some influence there. I have not had a chance to review it all.
Okay, so let's keep the uninsured up here, but let's make sure we get through this in the next 10 minutes because we'll be coming back.
Section 11 is on pharmacists and clinical pharmacy and allows for the extension of a prescription for maintenance medication. I took just a little tiny slice of the OPR bill around pharmacists prescribing. I didn't take most of it because most of it wasn't relevant here, but this would allow during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, a pharmacist to extend a previous prescription for a maintenance medication for which the patient has no refills remaining or for which the authorization for refills has recently expired if it is not feasible to obtain a new prescription or refill authorization from the prescriber. A pharmacist who extends a prescription for maintenance medication pursuant to this section must take all reasonable measures to notify the prescriber of the prescription extension in a timely manner. As used in this section, maintenance medication means a prescription drug taken on a regular basis over an extended period of time to treat a chronic or long-term condition. The term does not include a regulated drug, which is controlled substances. So I look to OPR.
This looks good.
Okay.
Thank you. Great.
Section 12, this is something from the Human Services Committee. Older Vermonters Nutrition Services expanded capacity, again during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19. The Agency of Human Services, in consultation with the area agencies on aging, shall expand the state's capacity to provide nutrition services to those individuals who are eligible for nutrition services under the Older Americans Act and who have critical health issues. And the concern here is about people who may come for congregate meals and are no longer able to either, they're not happening, or the person is concerned because of their health issues about traveling outside of their house, and making sure that they would then get home delivered meals. That is my understanding of the intent.
And we'll talk to Human Services about this. And we just had a request. So if you're not right at the table and are speaking, if you could just speak up because people on the phone are having a hard time to hear, that would be great. Thank you.
Section 13, I don't know if it needs more language than just this. Long-term care facilities and programs, bed hold days, and during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the Agency of Human Services shall reimburse long-term care facilities and programs for bed hold days. This is based on the requirement that the facility hold a bed, not put somebody else in it while a patient or resident is in the hospital. And this would allow them to get paid for that. concern they might be more granular.
I just want to throw out a comment on the last one, not to address it right now. I think it probably is being addressed elsewhere, but we should also be thinking of the children as well as older Vermonters if the school's closed. So, Jen, I don't know if you want to put something in, but then we can also check with education if they're doing anything.
Yeah, check with education and human services.
And I know that the state is looking at that.
All right, then we have a new standalone section on quarantine, and actually it should probably, if we keep it this way, say quarantine and isolation for COVID-19 as exception to seclusion. So this would say, notwithstanding any provision of statute or rule to the contrary, it shall not be considered the involuntary procedure of seclusion for an involuntary patient in the custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health to be placed in quarantine if the patient has been exposed to COVID-19 or in isolation if the patient has tested positive for COVID-19. So in looking a little bit into quarantine stuff last night, quarantine appears to be what you do when somebody has been exposed to an infectious disease but has not shown symptoms of it, or has not tested positive for it. Isolation is what you do to contain it once somebody has tested positive.
Quick FYI, there's been emails circulating with Sarah, Disability Rights, Vermont Legal Aid. They get it. This is good. There's a phrase to add to the earlier part, which we can do offline, but it's all being worked
And
through.
certainly, if there are others who know more about infectious disease terminology and that is not right, let me know. I was looking on the CDC's website late at night, so who knows. All right, then we get into mostly stuff you have done, except a few things you haven't. You want
So
me to-
I don't think we're going to continue.
Okay.
If it's so, telehealth is in here.
Yes, there's an additional piece in telehealth. Okay,
let's go over that one,
Okay,
and
that's
then
what I
we'll
was
leave
gonna
the
do, is
other
just-
bills for
Yes,
when we
just
come back.
jump to,
Thank you.
so this has your H2 723 that you recently passed, goes on for several sections, but then section 20 would be new. It's telephone. I put it in under telehealth.
So
If
we're on
people
page
don't want that, we don't have to put it
12,
there.
but
To the bottom of page 12, top of page 13. It says DIVA, Medicaid, healthcare services delivered by telephone. During a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the Department of Vermont Health Access shall reimburse Medicaid participating providers for healthcare services delivered to Medicaid beneficiaries by telephone, including mental health services and including other services delivered by providers who may not previously have been included in the department's telephone reimbursement policies, as long as the services provided are clinically appropriate for delivery by telephone. I know this was in part to deal specifically with the concern about video being required for mental health visits, but it sounded like there were also concerns about other providers who are not currently included in DIVA's coverage of telephone services, but who may need it during this time.
Should it just say AHS instead of DIVA, because some of the
Sure.
reimbursements through DMH?
That works for me.
Yeah, thank you.
This is Sarah Squirrel, the Commissioner of Mental Health. I think the caveat around mental health covers us, but for emergency evaluations and warrants, we will be allowing emergency screeners to utilize telehealth, but those assessments cannot be done just via telephone. So just to clarify that, but I think that's fully covered in the language.
Can I ask, is that a legal requirement or a clinical appropriateness requirement? I'm just wondering if we need to say legally, clinically, and legally or something, or if you think that's covered in clinically.
I think it's covered. I think we should say clinically and legally. Things are moving so quickly. I just want to make sure that for those individuals who are at the point of maybe going involuntarily into the care and custody of the commissioner, that we still have appropriate measures in place to ensure that they're assessed appropriately.
Maybe legally. I don't know. Okay, we'll look at whether that makes sense
Thank you.
to add or not. Because now I'm thinking maybe it isn't. Anyway.
Jill,
legal
From the
issue.
field, there is
Jill, make sure you speak up.
Julie
Chester, Vermont, Care Partners. The feedback I'm getting from the field is there may be extenuating circumstances where you can have eyes-on observation, or the availability of the video. So we did want the opportunity to be able to use a direct phone line. In extenuating circumstances, it's never the first preference. We always would rather be able to have some eyes on, but we're concerned. I mean, we have very few staff on our crisis teams. They're not deep, so if we lose a few due to the virus for whatever reason, and we're going to be doing mutual aid for each other too.
Clarify, are you just speaking in support of the language generally, or is in response to the commissioner's statement about the screening?
The language for us gives us the flexibility. We're seeking the commissioner's concern. I get her concern, but my providers are saying we may not be able to always meet that, and so we would like that flexibility because we're very concerned about our staff's abilities at this point, and just having staff to do this and do the level that we prefer.
Right. And again, if this is on specific authorization of the Commissioner of DMH, in other words, we're not saying right now you can just start doing it that way, but the Commissioner has the authority to waive that, then if the Commissioner feels it shouldn't be,
that would give us the opportunity to keep this dialogue going. And
that's what it means,
Right. It does require, so it says HS shall reimburse the providers for services delivered by telephone, as long as the services provided are clinically appropriate for delivery by telephone. Do you think that is sufficient flexibility to say
that sounds
these ones?
right.
Okay, I'm not sure the legally part, frankly, helps. So, because I think the issue is the clinical appropriateness for involuntary.
Right, which the
face-to-face.
So DMH still controls that decision. Yep.
And David is trying to.
Yeah, I don't want to, I'm sorry to interrupt, but one really important request on licensing that hasn't come up yet. We don't, the provision about emergency licenses that's in section 1 that OPR has, we don't have that. And I'd like to ask the committee to consider allowing me and Jen to talk about adapting that to the
About
board.
putting a similar provision. I actually looked in the board stuff last night for that. Okay,
Please do.
Please.
Can I just add something as well? A lot of times it says the board shall issue the emergency license, and I just want to make sure that David or I have the authority to issue that license, that we don't have to convene a quorum because we're already dealing with quorum of board issues.
Okay.
So that may be a separate provision, but any place where it says the board shall issue, I want to make it really clear.
Let's connect, because I think it would be good to do sort of a blanket. Whenever it says board, it may be, for this purpose, it may be the director. Okay.
Right, so I thank you, everyone.
Well, it's great to be back home. I really appreciate the honor of serving you in Montpelier, and there's nothing I don't like about that work, except being away from home and being away from my family and all you people. So it's great to be back home right now, see familiar faces. Now, town meeting week is about the midpoint of the legislative session, and it's a week away from what we call crossover, and that's when bills have to make it from the House over to the Senate or vice versa if they're going to be considered by both chambers of the legislature and then make it onto the governor. It's a good chance to straddle the first and second half of the session, to look back at what we've done and look ahead to what we hope for. And one of the things I want to share is how important I feel it is. How we do things is just as important about what we do. And as we see the kind of vitriol pouring down from Washington, one of the things we're really concerned about is it not leak here into Vermont. We want to keep things civil. It's something, one of those Vermont traditions that we've always had. And to that end, I've done some volunteer work for a group called the National Institute of Civil Discourse. They're headquartered in Tucson, Arizona, and it started there after Gabby Giffords got shot, which was kind of the ultimate in incivility. And the idea is words matter, because words are the prepositions for actions. And if we can't keep it civil, we're pushing things in the wrong direction. So with that guidance, I try and bring that into the State House with everything we do. One of the important things we've done, climate change is real. Climate change is here, and everyone has to take their stand and do what we can here, even little old Vermont. Now, we just passed a bill called the Global Warming Solutions Act. We've been following other states, and Vermont's been the last on the list in the Northeast, but this is an important thing. It's an important thing because it's up to us to leave the planet better than we found it. And as someone who just became a grandfather, I'm well aware that it's important to leave a legacy of a cleaner planet. Now, the old saying is the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. And the second best time is right now. The same thing with laws like the Global Warming Solutions Act. A lot of this stuff we should have done 20 years ago because people were saying 20, 30 years ago, this is what we're going to be looking to. The second best time then is right now. So that's why we're getting on with this. We're dealing with a lot of other things in the legislature. There's 25 committees between the House and Senate that are working every day. And for a more extensive look at this, we have a website, wyndham4.net, and you could look and get a little sense of what's happening in just about every committee here. One of the things I want to mention also before we leave, though, health care and access to health care is going to be a concern we have, and it's another situation that's right here, right now, something we need to deal with. There isn't a hospital in Vermont that's not being challenged right now. Access to health care is, especially in rural areas, is something we need to be intentional about moving forward on. Maybe some of you have followed that earlier this year, at the start of the year, the Brattleboro retreat made the news in a way you don't want to because they're having some struggles. And what I would say is, what's happening for the retreat is no different than a lot of other rural hospitals. The reality is the cost of services is not being met by what they're getting paid for with providers. And that's one of these things we're going to need to look at in the near future and on ahead. Lastly, I want to say something else about health. Now, is Bob Nassau here yet? Bob called me yesterday, and everybody who's got a young kid here might have seen Bob Nassau when he was a practicing pediatrician, but now he's retired, and he's only practicing a little. But he made sure to call me and say, you know, we have a public health crisis in this country. You may have heard of the coronavirus, COVID-19, and the reality is it's a public health issue that we need to face right square and head on. And we are. All hospitals regularly have infectious disease protocols, so they're ready. But on top of that, the governor has appointed a task force to make doubly sure that they're ready. So there's a lot of things we can do as individuals. We're talking about make sure you wash your hands a lot, and if you're feeling poorly, stay home and don't share the joy. But we want you to know this is something we're paying attention to. It's important to us, and together we'll get through this just like we do anything else. I think next on our list is my district mate, Nader Hashim. I just want to say Nader's doing a great job. He's in his second year, and it's been great to work with him. He's a smart guy, he works hard, and he's been a great addition to our delegation. So thank you very much.
So thank you for that, Mike. And hello, Putney. It's good to be back down south. So I wanted to say that the Wyndham delegation right now is down a member. As many of you may know, former Representative Trieber resigned to pursue his career. And I have to say I miss him a whole lot because he has this way of being critical of just about everything that comes in front of him. And, you know, he really taught me a lot in how to analyze a piece of legislation regardless of where it comes from. And so his voice is definitely missed in the State House. And I just wanted to start real quick with just a quick little story about last year. So as a freshman legislator, I had a few different assumptions about how things happened in our State House, just like all the other freshmen did. And one of those assumptions I had was that in the General Assembly, Democrats sit on one side and Republicans sit on the other side. And that's how it's divided in Congress, and I just kind of assumed that's how it happens up here. And so tradition dictates that new legislators get their seats assigned to them, whereas returning legislators go to their old seats or pick new ones. So on the first day I received my seat, I went and I sat down and I looked all around me and I didn't recognize anybody. And I realized I was sitting right in the middle of the Republican caucus. And so I thought to myself, hold on, did somebody make a mistake, or did I make a mistake? What's going on? And ultimately I found out it was not a mistake. And in our State House, legislators are mixed and interspersed regardless of party affiliation. And I was a little bit nervous at first, but I'm actually really glad it's set up that way. And the reason is that because over the last year and a half, I've had some of the liveliest debates and conversations with my friends from across the aisle. I challenge them and they challenge me, and all of us together are able to think about the variety of perspectives that we bring to the table. And what is additionally important is that all these conversations are carried out with mutual respect and honesty. It's a trait in our State House that makes me especially proud to be a legislator here. And I also think it's reflective of the broader picture in that right here in communities like Putney, we may have a diverse array of opinions on how things should be done, but we generally engage in our conversations with respect and honesty. And I'm fully confident that tradition will continue into the future. Now, moving on from that, I just want to give you a brief rundown of some of the legislation that we've worked on. My district mate touched on it. He talked about the Global Warming Solutions Act. As you know, this passed about 2 weeks ago with a strong showing of tripartisan support. And some of my thoughts related to this are that while there's a sense of immediacy in how urgently we have to act regarding climate change, it's also important to maintain hope that we'll have a clean future for the next generation of Vermonters. And one of the indicators of hope, got to move this around? More into it? Okay, is this better? Sorry about that. So one of the indicators of hope that I saw when this was being voted on was the general tripartisan agreement among folks that climate change is real and that it will first affect our farmers as well as people living in poverty. And this is a bill that will allow Vermonters to hold the government accountable through the judiciary for its climate emission goals, while also creating a plan that includes strategies and programs that will aid in addressing climate change and building resilience. And just a few days ago, the Cannabis Tax and Regulate Bill also passed in the House. The reality that we all know is that cannabis has been legal for years, but there is zero regulation. And the lack of regulation creates a variety of challenges, both as it relates to legality, safety, and consumption. The lack of regulation also ensures that all the money people are spending on cannabis is going into the black market. And I'll support legislation that prevents money from going to people who are also trafficking other drugs in Vermont as well. The role I played in this legislation was directly related to highway safety. So as a former trooper in DRE, I weighed in on the logistics and usefulness of the training and helped create provisions that would allow for more training for police to identify drug-impaired drivers. I know highway safety is a very important topic for a lot of members in the legislature as well as right here in our communities. And overall, I believe this is a bill that will keep recreational users safe from potentially tainted black market products, and it will bolster our tourism economy. And the licensing options also provide farmers with an additional moneymaker if they choose to go that route. And so that's just a very small window of the work I've been doing. As the session goes on, things get a bit more frantic and fast-paced, but regardless of all that, it still remains an absolute honor to represent all of you, and thank you for the opportunity. And so I believe I'm handing off the mic to my friends in the other body, which is the Senate.
Hello, I'm Becca Ballant. I'm one of your 2 state senators for Windham County. I live in Brattleboro, though I did live for a while on East Cemetery Falls Road, and I have a special place in my heart for Putney. I'm the majority leader in the Senate, and I just want to say, I want to start with talking just generally about democracy. As I've been traveling around to meetings in the last couple days, I do feel this heightened sense of anxiety among all the constituents that I talk to, regardless of political party. There is a sense of anxiety of where are we going in this country and how have we ceased to be able to talk to each other across the aisle. And to echo the sentiments of Mike and Nodder, this morning I was working out at a gym in Brattleboro, and the woman who hopped on next to me used to work in Phil Scott's administration. She was the Commissioner of Housing. And she's one of my favorite people. And we do not agree politically on many things, but we spent a good 40 minutes talking about housing policy in Vermont and how to get it done together. And I just want to assure you that we are working together across the aisle and keeping the best interests of Vermonters in mind. I wanted to start with the health of democracy and now shifting to the health of our people. And Mike touched on coronavirus. I just want to give you one number that I would like you to call if you've been traveling out of the country. The health department put out an alert last night, and the number is 802-863-7240, and they're asking you to call if you have been traveling outside of the country. I know that my own children have been asking me, well, what's our role in this? We don't seem to have coronavirus appearing in Vermont yet, but we have a case in Hanover where all the states surrounding us have had cases. It's just a matter of time. If you've been traveling outside the country, please call the health department and let them know so they can talk you through whether you might be at risk. The health department lab now has tests from the CDC and can do tests here in Vermont. So I just wanted you to know that. Once again, the number is 802-863-7240. So I sit on 2 committees in the Senate. One is the Economic Development and Housing Committee, and we passed a very large housing bond last biennium, and we're seeing the fruits of that bond. We were able to parlay $37 million into over an additional $100 million of investment, which has meant over 800 new housing units for Vermonters. We have an incredible shortage of housing across the geographic spectrum in Vermont, and we know that many of our employers are not able to bring workers here to Vermont because there is no housing. So to continue with that thrust, we've been working very hard on passing something that we're calling mini TIFs, which is tax increment financing, and I won't bore you with the details. But generally, it's a way to make local investments when you don't think you're going to be able to float the bond with the resident taxpayers that you have. And so a way to get a boost from the state to do that. These TIF districts generally are in larger towns in cities in Vermont. And it has meant like places like Putney and Townsend and Jamaica are not able to take advantage. But we're hoping in this year's omnibus housing bill, there'll be a mini TIF option for towns such as your size to get infrastructure investments in water and sewer to make it more possible to build housing in your designated downtowns. So I wanted to let you know about that. The other work that I do is in the Finance Committee, and although we deal with taxes, we also deal with pharmaceuticals. And one of my proudest moments so far this session was shepherding a bill through the Senate which will cap the amount of money that diabetes patients will be charged for their insulin. I don't know if you've been following this, but insulin prices have skyrocketed in the last decade. Vermonters in some cases are paying $1,600 a month for insulin that will keep them alive. This for a drug, when the patent was sold, the doctor sold it for $1 to the University of Toronto because he said nobody should be making money off of this. So here we are. We have patients in Vermont who are putting off taking their insulin. They're getting very sick from it. Many of you know it's life-threatening. So this bill that passed unanimously in the Senate has been sent over to the House, and I'm hoping that my counterparts in the House will be able to shepherd it through over there. It says that diabetes patients in Vermont cannot be charged more than $100 a month for any amount of insulin they may need, even if it's multiple drugs. I wish, yes, this is good news. I wish it could be less than $100. Even $100 is a lot for many people, but this, I can get very emotional talking about this. We saw a chart in the Finance Committee that took the 3 most popular insulin drugs and tracked their prices over the last decade. And there is no other way to look at this than it is price fixing. There is no other way. And so our hands are tied in terms of what we actually can do. A lot of this work needs to be done at the federal level, but until that time, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that life-saving drugs get in the hands of the Vermonters that need them. The other thing that I'm very proud of that I also worked on in the Finance Committee was a bill to regulate student loan servicers. So student loan servicers are basically the middlemen between borrowers and the institutions. And what we learned is that a lot of student loan servicers are taking advantage of borrowers to the tune of billions of dollars of additional interest in this country. So again, bipartisan support in the Senate passed unanimously to start regulating these servicers in Vermont. Just a little snapshot, most Vermont borrowers who are borrowing for college are now paying $31,000 of debt, which is a $200 payment every month for 13 years. And those folks are not investing in homes, they're not investing in their health, they're not investing in purchasing power, transportation. So we're trying to, again, make the limits that we can within the law, but I hope the House is going to be able to get that over the finish line. The last thing I want to say to you is only 30 people in the state of Vermont get to serve you in the Vermont Senate, and I am so grateful that I get to have that job. Thank you.
Thank you, and I am one of the other 30, and I represent you, and it is truly an honor to represent, be one of, okay, better? Thank you. It is truly an honor to be one of the people that represents Putney as we serve all of Vermont, and I thank you for that opportunity. So, as Becca said, in the Senate, we serve on 2 committees. I serve on Judiciary in the morning, and then I chair Government Operations in the afternoon. And in Judiciary, we have been working on looking at our whole justice system. And in 2010, we worked with the Council of State Government around what we call justice reinvestment. And at that time, our trajectory told us that if we stayed on that, or the projection showed us that if we stayed on that trajectory, we would have 2,700 people in prison by this year. 2,700 people in prison is a lot for a population of 620,000. We were the highest per capita in the nation. So we worked with them, and did a lot of innovations, and as a result, we have not completely dropped, but we're at 1,700 now, so we have changed that chart. We are now going to Justice Reinvestment 2. We're starting on that, and we're looking at other ways to look at our justice system. And kind of the two main areas of focus that we have is how do we look at what crimes we have, and are they really the crimes that we think we should have? Or so lessening the number of crimes that we have, and then looking at alternatives for dealing with people who do go afoul of the law. Prison isn't always the best. In fact, it's probably never the best. But there are people who are there, and we're looking at alternatives. So that's, and I just should say that even though we're focusing on a couple different things that we're working on here, at the same time we're working on lots of other issues in all of these committees. So government operations, which I chair, sounds like probably the most boring committee in the world, but I love it. It is what I think of the foundation of democracy. We deal with elections, we deal with municipal issues, we deal with the structure of state government, we deal with law enforcement, the military. So it kind of provides the basis for everything else, I believe. Some people don't think that. They think that being sent to government operations is punishment, but I don't. So one of the things that we've done is, I served on the select board here in Putney for 9 years, and I see that the municipalities, towns really have very little power and authority. We are what is called a Dillon state, so it means that you in Putney can do only what we tell you you can do. In other states, towns can do anything that you're not prohibited doing by the state. So we are looking at making some tweaks in that, and last year the Senate passed what's called a limited municipal self-governance pilot plan. It would allow a certain number of towns to have more authority and more power. You wouldn't have to go to the state for every single thing you needed to do. So we're hoping that the House will take that up this year and that it'll pass, and it'll be limited to 10 towns in this pilot, but they're going to have to be geographically diverse, small towns, large towns, towns with town managers, towns without town managers, so we can get a sense of how this might work. We're also dealing with our EMS system and law enforcement, because we know that both of those systems are, EMS is suffering from lack of funding and from some pretty bizarre credentialing requirements that the state has put on them in the past, and we're trying to deal with that. I want to say that I want to say a word about our appropriations and how we deal with the budget. Everybody needs more money. We know that. Every group comes and needs to have more money, and that is a given, and we need to put more money into climate change. We need to put more money into public transportation. There's a lot of needs out there. And our Appropriations Committee, I believe, is the chair is from St. Johnsbury, and she knows state government, she knows health needs, she knows human service needs, and she has a way of balancing them, and it's not going to make everybody happy, that's true, but there is no way ever, I believe, of making everybody in the state happy, because the needs are so intense. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the Appropriations Committee and the way we deal with the budget, and then the entire Senate does that weighing when we vote on the budget. The last thing I'll say is, this is the year that we're going to start the census. And it is absolutely important that everybody respond to those census surveys. We get billions of dollars from the federal government, and it's all based on the number of people we have. If there are many communities who are, and I don't mean communities like Putney, I mean communities of people who are leery of the census for one reason or another, or people who just think it's a stupid thing and don't want to fill out that survey. But we stand to lose billions of dollars coming into Putney if we don't answer those questions into Vermont. And so we need to make sure that, so here in Putney, make sure you have everybody register and fill out the survey, and you have friends in other places, promote it, because it is absolutely important. And there is no citizenship question on there, and I know that was a huge scare for people. But so anyway, that's all I'll say, and if you have any questions, and you can contact us. I'm just going to say our legislative website, as Mike said, is very good, and not only are the agendas on there for each committee, but every every time somebody submits a piece of paper as a witness or a testimony, all of that is on the website. So it's a pretty complete, you can see what is really happening up there, and you can get a recording of it if you want. Thank you. What?
Sorry. Elizabeth, just because we do not have any runners today, we don't have a traveling mic. We have set up, Steve has set up a standalone mic right there in the center. So if you want to ask if you want to make a comment, because no one will be able to hear you unless you, and this is a heads up for everybody, there will be no runners. You'll need to use the standalone mic. The mic isn't on, Steve. Oh, now it is.
Sorry. One thing about the census, I was at a recent census person meeting, and the one thing he said that was surprising to me, but I think it's really important, is that you will get a census form in the mail, but it is written to box holder or occupant, and a lot of people tend to throw those things out. So please notice, if you get anything to occupant and it's in the post office, please check, but it's very likely mid-March to be your census form. And we really need you to fill it out. And you can fill it out by phone or online. Easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thanks to our elected officials. Thank you very much. So I'm actually going to start the formal meeting because I haven't done that yet. This was all pre the meeting. The 2020 town meeting for the town of Putney is formally started. I was going to have some announcements, and then it seems like somebody has their hand up. My name is Meg Mott, and I'm your town moderator. I would like to invite to the stage Kim Monroe, who is going to be taking our minutes today, and Karen Astley, who is our town manager. So hearing no objections, I'm inviting our two key players to the stage.
Could you just tell people that Jeanette and I will be back with people
Just so you're clear, Meg, Kim is our assistant town clerk also.
And Kim is the assistant town clerk, sorry about that. And Select Board, would you be willing to introduce yourselves?
Yes. Hi, I'm Josh, Select Board Chair currently.
Hi, I'm Laura, Select Board Vice Chair. Oops, very loud, scary microphone.
And I'm David Babbitt, and I'm the clerk.
Great. I have a couple of announcements, and that is, if anybody has parked in the Horseshoe, would you please move your car so that if you're staying here for the meeting, the parking is over there behind the school. If you're just coming in to vote, you may park in the Horseshoe. So that's what the Horseshoe is all about, that drive in front of the school. I am assuming that everybody who is sitting here is a Putney resident. The chain that is setting right there is for people who are not Putney residents to observe the town meeting. We're asking everybody to please check in the back. That way we'll know who's here and that you're a town resident. So if you haven't already done so, please check in behind. Great. We will be taking a recess around noon for lunch. I will try and make that happen around an article. It's always inconvenient to stop deliberating in the middle of an article, but I'll be keeping track of the clock, and we'll probably take a 45-minute break around noon. The town meeting is run by Robert's Rules of Order and also by Vermont state statute. You can change Robert's Rules of Order, however, that will take a 2/3 majority to do so. You cannot change the state law that has to do with the town meeting. There's information about Robert's Rules. I've been working with Howard Fairman this year, Laura Chapman, and I think it was Laura Casey. Putney Huddle started a great initiative a few years ago, and that was to make sure that the voters of Putney understood how Robert's Rules work. And so every year we've tried to give you more information. This year I was working with Howard Fairman, who is very good at chapter and verse for Robert's Rules. So you will find that on pages 70 to 71 in your town report. And I'm just going to go over a few really key provisions. Every article that we discuss must be moved and seconded. I will state it in its entirety, and then it is under your consideration. You all control the conversation. Articles may be amended, and we may consider one amendment and then an amendment of an amendment, but at that point, we have to stop. After you've spoken on a particular article, I would ask that you don't speak a second time until others who are waiting to speak have a chance to do so. We're going to be using voice vote. If, when I call for the ayes and then I call for the nays, if it seems as if it's too close to call and you want a division, then somebody just needs to say division and we'll get a hand count. It takes 7 people to call for a paper ballot. And the order would be first voice, then division, and then paper ballot. Debate can be cut off by a call the question. It's going to be my job to try and get the debate moving. We'll hear people in favor, people against. And if I start to feel that there aren't new arguments being made, I will start to let you know that I'm going to be moving to a vote. The reason I'm doing that is so that we can avoid calling the question. Anybody at any time can call the question, but it's a move to stop debate. It requires a second, it's non-debatable, and it takes a 2/3 majority. So I try and avoid calling the question because I'd rather have people actually deliberate the articles rather than we get into procedural problems. Right. So we are only able to discuss articles that have been warned. Any amendment that starts to move an article in a direction that the original language didn't warn will be considered non-germane. And reconsideration, which is when an article has been voted on, and somebody wants to go back and reconsider it, you may not do that once I've moved on to the next article. So we're going to deal with one article at a time, and it can't be reconsidered once we've begun discussion on the subsequent article. It's my job here to help you do the business of the town. So I may be asking you a question. If you're making a comment and it begins to look like an amendment, I'm going to ask you for very specific language, whether it is an amendment. And really the whole beautiful thing about Robert, Mr. Robert, Brigadier General Robert, is that he gives us the mechanisms to talk about one thing at a time and to hear the minority point of view. There are other ways of reaching decisions, and some of you may participate in groups in which consensus is the way to reach a decision. I don't want to say that Robert is anti-consensus, but he's very interested in giving us an opportunity to hear dissent. So unlike a consensus model where we're trying to reach the same opinion, in this procedure, I'm going to be saying, is there somebody who wants to speak against the amendment? And that's important for us to actually deliberate. I'm assuming, as I said, that everybody who's sitting here is Putney residents, and great, and that you've all been marked off, because when I call for a vote, it is only Putney residents who are allowed to do that. So before we get started with the articles, was there any questions or concerns? Yes. And we're going to have to use that standalone mic. Thank you.
Ruby McAdoo. I wanted to ask this question of our legislators, and so I don't know if they're going to be around at the end of the day, but essentially I am the clerk of the Putney Central School Leadership Council, and the co-chairs, Liz Adams. This is so annoying. I'm so sorry. I'm just going to lift this up. So Liz Adams and Jamie Contois are the co-chairs. They're also here. We have a table in the back. The reason I'm standing up and what I'd like to hear from the legislators, if they can speak to it, is that there's a lot going on both in our local school board. I've been attending the merged school board meetings, and it seems like there's a lot of special ed funding decisions that are coming down the pike, and I would like to hear what's going on in the legislature. I'd also like to just urge everyone to stick around after lunch in the other business portion, because I do think the Leadership Council would like to engage with everyone and let everyone know what's going on in the school and in the district. But anyway, so that's what I would have liked to have asked the legislators.
Two things, and one is Mike Merwicki will be returning, and I believe Jeanette White will as well, so they will be around later. I'm not going to be able to allow for other sort of announcements and that sort of thing. We'll do that towards the end. But if there were any questions about Robert's rules at this point, otherwise, I think we're going to get started. So, this is the 2020 warning for the annual meeting. The legal voters of the town of Putney are hereby notified and warned to meet at the Putney Central School in Putney at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, to act upon the following articles. Polls opened at 10 a.m. and will be open today until 7 p.m. The first two articles are going to be decided by Australian ballot. The first one, Article 1, to choose all town officers required by law to be elected at the annual town meeting. We will not discuss Article 1. It will be decided by Australian ballot. Article 2, the town of Putney seeks voter approval to purchase a new 2021 fire engine for the Putney Fire Department to be financed by general obligation bonds or notes for a purchase price not to exceed $550,000. The language on the Australian ballot is included in Article 2. Although we will not be deliberating Article 2, we may ask questions, and the Select Board is here to answer any questions that you may have about Article 2. Are there any questions for the Select Board? Yes. And when you come to the mic, if you would just state your name. Thank you.
Alan Blood. I'm sorry I haven't been paying as much attention as I should. I assume that this is to replace a truck that we have that's falling apart, but maybe somebody could give a sentence or two on that.
Select Board.
Tom was here a moment ago. Do you want to speak to this article, Tom, or? Yeah, why don't you?
I don't know if I need a microphone or if everybody can just, yes, okay.
Yeah, and you can always pull it out, and Steve has provided handy wipes in case for concerns about, and are we going to worry about feedback, Steve? Okay.
Will we good? Yep, we are. Okay. To give a little bit of history with this, the truck that we're looking to replace is a 2006, one of our two primary engines. Excuse me. And we're actually looking to replace this engine early, 4 years early. The truck's not due for replacement for another 4 years, which means in reality we wouldn't see a new truck for 5 years because there's a 9 to 12 month build time. The reason that we're bringing this forward now, early, is simply because of the cost savings associated with this project. Unfortunately, given the situations that we're in with different tariffs, just the general costs associated with fire trucks and emergency services apparatus today, we're looking at costs that we haven't seen before. Typically, we've been very used to cost ranges of $230,000 to $280,000, and now, like you're aware, we're at $550,000. We have no control over that. The truck that we're speccing is nothing more than we've ever had, than we're used to. There's nothing extravagant about this truck at all whatsoever. It's built to work. It's not built to look pretty. So that's where we're at with that. So again, the truck that we've got that we're going to be replacing is a 2006. We're starting to see some issues with it. Some electrical problems. We just had to replace a computer in it to the tune of about $3,200. There will be more of that coming. I'm certain. We're looking at some mechanical things that are going to be creeping up on us. So again, all of it put together, that's why we're coming early. When I mentioned the cost savings associated with buying this truck now versus waiting 4 years, the cost that the money that we're looking to save, in reality is just over $200,000. So that's why we felt it was appropriate, as well as the select board, the town manager, felt it was appropriate to bring it forward now, knowing that we're going to be actually saving that kind of money over the next 4 years. If we wait 4 years, then we're going to be looking for $200,000+ more. So that's where we stand.
So just a couple of the drivers behind that, not the wrong term, but mincing my words. Sorry, Meg, is it all right if I comment also?
Sure.
Thank you. The cost for the truck itself increases on an average of 3 to 4% per year. So that's just a projected cost. So when you take the truck value before trade-in of $650,000 and increase that by 3 to 4% per year, that ends up being over $100,000 there. The other savings that we think we would realize is that the truck that we currently own has a trade-in value probably in the ballpark of $80,000 to $100,000, and in 4 years it's projected that its trade-in value will be more like 20 or less. So those are two of the components. And then also interest rates right now. One of the reasons that we are asking folks to do this, to vote on a bond issue, is because the interest rates for bonds are incredibly favorable. Right now, they are projected as 1.45%. Can we guarantee that that would be the price we would get if this is approved and we go forward? No, because bonds are issued twice annually by the state of Vermont, and that shifts day by day as they go. But, we all are aware that interest rates could be dramatically higher in 4 years, and that's something we can't predict. But it's some of the thinking behind why we're looking at this now instead of 4 years down the road.
Do we have any other questions about Article 2? Yes.
So is the trade-in value going to be put against this $550,000, or is that
That's included in that
It is
500.
included.
So the actual, correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, the actual cost of the truck is closer to $650,000, but we are considering a range of, we are, as the article is written, we would not be borrowing any more than 550, and that reflects a trade-in value of roughly 80 to 100 on the truck.
And
So-
just a reminder, if people could state their name, that was Janice Baldwin. Are there any other questions about Article 2?
Lionel Chute. I was just wondering, I assume there's some sort of a capital reserve, there's some kind of a dedicated fund for fire truck replacement. Is that true? And if it is, then how does the borrowing of the $550,000 relate to whatever kind of a reserve may have been accruing over this time for this purpose?
So we do have a fund. It's called the Public Safety Reserve Fund, and in it today is $65,669.75. That being said, the Select Board could utilize part of that. The other thing too, money goes into this reserve fund from contributions from the private schools every year. So there is about $56,000 that's added to that as well.
So the answer to your question, I guess, Lionel, would be that there is not a large reserve fund, obviously. No. It hasn't been our practice in recent years, and we've been having recent discussions about whether we should be looking. We have a capital plan that lays out the time frame for how we would purchase, et cetera. It hasn't made, from my perspective anyway, a whole lot of sense, given how favorable interest rates have been over the last number of years, to be putting reserve funds aside, because we are not eligible to benefit dramatically from having that money as far as interest rates are concerned. We are limited to our investments are governed by statute. So when we put money aside, it's not a big money earner for us, and with low interest rates, that has not, the Select Board has not taken that path. We're currently discussing whether we want to, over the next handful of years, shift in that direction to create a larger capital fund, partly in anticipation of likely higher interest rates going forward. But it's always a trade-off whether there's value in having significant reserve funds for something like this or not, and we just haven't been following that path, but are open to considering it, and are considering it.
Any other questions about Article 2? Yes, we have one in the back.
Hi, Craig Goldberg. So brief comment and question. Comment is I assume that you all have a reason why we're voting prior to having discussion on this article. But my question would be, would it be possible in the future when we have large ticket items like this to vote on that we have discussion like this first? It's really helpful for some of us that haven't maybe heard about what all the reasons are ahead of time for making a purchase like this. And this has been very interesting discussion to hear both from the fire chief as well as from the Select Board about why this truck is needed. So I would just ask that in the future, please consider that we have this discussion first and then have the vote afterwards. Thanks.
As per statute, all right if I respond, Meg?
Sure.
As per statute, we had 2 public meetings related to this article. One 10 days ago.
February 12th
and then again.
February 26th.
They were well posted as best as we could. We had a very small number of people turn up for them, so I would just in response encourage people to pay attention when town meeting is 30 days out to things that are coming up that will be open for discussion prior to an Australian ballot vote, because we are again required by statute to have those public hearings related to that.
I assumed that you did, even though I was not able to attend them. And as you mentioned yourself, those meetings were poorly attended, whereas this meeting is usually better attended. So that's why I would make the comment. I'm not saying to not have your public meetings, and those, but just at least consider that this is the place where more people will attend and more of us can hear the issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions about Article 2? Yes. We have a couple more questions.
Hi, my name.
Hang on
sorry.
one sec.
Respond to, I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding. We're required by state statute to do this vote through Australian ballot because we're going out for a bond. So we could not have had this discussion and not put it on the Australian ballot. Is that helpful? Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michaela Marmion. I was just wondering about the specific vehicle you chose. For me, fuel emissions and looking at alternative energies is really important, and especially because we're buying it early or looking into that. I'm really curious about how you made the choice and how climate impact has been considered in choosing this specific vehicle.
Do we have an answer from the Select Board?
Yes. This came up, you may or may not remember, from last year's town meeting, this came up as a question related to highway trucks. We have had that conversation both in those public meetings and also in regular Select Board meetings. We are not yet at a point where that technology is, for our size and needs of a town, appropriately applicable. The first hybrid electric fire truck was just introduced recently in LA. First one introduced in this country. They're becoming more common in European countries, but are not yet widespread here. The nature of a fire truck is such that it has to be able to go out and work for many, many, many hours at a time. So that is not conducive to a fully electric, but it is conducive to hybrid. We had that discussion. The one that was purchased by LA County, my understanding, and this is strictly anecdotal, was $1.2 million. We are definitely cognizant and watching as that technology, I mean, my guess is that in the next 5-ish years, there will be, for fire trucks, they fit into a category that's a little tricky because of that specific need. So a hybrid might make sense. A full electric, not so likely, I wouldn't think, in the near future. But with highway trucks, a higher likelihood of that. And it definitely is a topic of discussion that we have regularly. And actually, Doug Grant has been taking us to task on that and making sure that discussion continues. So we've considered it not yet a financial reality, and in fact, I think not really a reality, just practicality-wise yet for us. But thank you for the question, though.
Any other questions on Article 2? We have one in the front and then one in the back. Yep, if you could state your name.
Patricia Blum. I'm just wondering, I assume you broke this down per capita, how much it's going to affect the tax of each household. Do you know the cost annually per household?
Give us a few minutes. We'll try and work through that. We have presentation as the total annual cost, but we haven't broken it down as far as effect on tax rate. So why don't we take some other questions and we'll try and get back to you.
So there was in the back, yeah, Elizabeth.
Morning, Elizabeth Fox. Wondering about the longevity of fire trucks. This one seems about 14, 15 years currently. Is that the same for the upcoming one? And also you mentioned that this is one of 2 primary trucks, so when might we expect the second one to go?
So I'll actually start with the second question first. We've got a total of 8 fire apparatus. Wait a minute, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, including the car that's assigned to me. 3 of those vehicles, my car, the squad, and our brush truck, those overall are at the time they would ever need to be replaced, are very low-cost vehicles, especially when we purchase off state bid, which we've started doing. We started doing that 4 or 5 years ago now. Our ladder truck, we bought secondhand however many years ago, a few years ago now. 10 years ago, Chris, thank you. And that truck will last us a very, very long time. We were fortunate to find that truck at the cost that we did. We take care of it. We keep up on the maintenance for it. And again, that truck will last us a very long time. None of us at the department ever foresee the town of Putney or the Putney Fire Department having a brand new aerial ladder unless something dramatic happens with ours and insurance pays for it. That will never be our intent, and I certainly don't foresee, again, unless something catastrophic occurs with our existing ladder, I don't foresee us even needing to talk about buying another ladder for 15, 20 years at least. The next truck in line is the tanker. We've actually changed over the last 10 years the way that truck operates. That truck now simply shuttles water. That's all it does for us, and it does it well. That truck was built, and you'll hear this term come up again shortly, that truck was built heavy, which means it's got a large motor, large transmission, large front end, large rear end, so on and so forth, and the truck was built right for us, and that truck will last us a long time. We have absolutely no plans, again, assuming nothing catastrophic occurs, we have no plans on replacing that in the near future. The two workhorses of the department, those are the two engines. Very similar, people will remember about 5 years ago, our engine 2 was due for replacement. When that truck was built new, that was intentionally, by the department at the time, built again heavy. And what that means is that a heavy front end, heavy rear end, heavy transmission, big motor, so on and so forth, all the way from the tires right up through the truck, everything was spec'd heavy duty. So what happened with that truck is we ran it for its 20-year lifespan. We took a very, very close look at it. We opted to refurb it at about a quarter of the cost of a new truck. And we're going to run that another 20 years. It's worked very, very well. Same concept with this new truck. Our goal and what we have spec'd out thus far is the truck will be built heavy. We'll run it 20 years and we'll do a moderate refurb on it. Again, at that point, what we can forecast is being about a quarter of the cost of a new one.
We seem to be having some feedback issues on that mic. Yeah. Are there any other questions? Sure.
Another detail, the current truck was built light, and that's why it can't be, sorry. The current truck was built light, and that's why it's not being rebuilt. Does that?
Can I expand on that?
Yeah.
Just to expand on the reasons why. When that truck was built or new to us in 2006, we knew that it wasn't the truck that we wanted it, and we knew that it wasn't the truck that the town should have. However, our backs were against the wall. When I say our backs, I mean the department as well as the town, because we had just come off of the pool.
No, the library, the fire station.
The firehouse construction, the new water system, and a pretty significant wastewater upgrade, if I remember right. So all those things added up. The select board, and I respected their decision at the time. I understood where they were coming from. They said, you have X amount of money. Don't ask for any more. You're not going to get it. This is what you've got to get your truck. So what that forced us to do was, and we didn't have any choices at that point. We needed, our old engine 1 had to be replaced. It was dead. So at that point, what it forced us to do was get a lightly built truck. So instead of building everything heavy, this is the lightest weight stuff you can get. And along with that comes downgrades in all the wiring, all the computers, so on and so forth. So we know it just isn't going to work. Just to add on that a little bit. We did look into refurbing this truck that we've got, and honestly, the best way to have that done is for the manufacturer to do it. So that would involve our truck going down to Ocala, Florida for a refurb. The manufacturer said, we will not do that because it's not cost effective. It makes no sense because there's nothing to work with. Everything is lightweight, everything is light duty, there's just nothing to work with. So I hope that clarified a little bit.
Are there any other questions? I don't see
Meg,
any.
can I go back to the answer to the question here of how it would affect tax?
Great.
This is a little bit of a round number because we don't have all the details until it happens, but be roughly an increase of $25 per $100,000 of value on your home per taxpayer. So if you own a $200,000 home, it would be an additional $50 per year that would go towards paying the bond and the interest on this. Over 10 years.
All right. So it sounds like all the questions have been answered. We're not waiting on any other answers. I don't see any other hands up. And as I mentioned, Article 2 will be decided by Australian ballot. We will now move on to Article 3 to see if the town will accept the report of the last town meeting. You can find that report in your on pages 65 going forward. Do I have a motion? Kathleen, Kathleen, what is your last name? Kathleen O'Reilly, thank you, has moved. And do we have a second? Elizabeth Christie has seconded. It has been moved and seconded for Article 3. Is there any discussion about the report? Any corrections? It looks as if we're ready to vote. All those in favor of accepting the town report, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 3, the town's report has been approved. Article 4, to hear and act upon the reports of the town officers. You can find that on pages 19 through 28. Do I have a motion for Article 4? Kathleen O'Reilly. Do I have a second? Janice Baldwin. Sorry, I don't know your name. Anyway, second, Janice Baldwin. It has been moved and seconded to hear and act upon the reports of the town officers. Are there any questions or comments? It appears that we're ready to vote, right? We've had a motion and seconded. All those in favor of the reports of the town officers, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. And we have heard and acted upon the reports of the town officers. If you notice, I'm looking down at the front row here periodically. That's Howard Fairman, who has agreed to be the parliamentarian for this meeting.
Meg?
Yes.
Could I maybe quickly do Community Service Award?
Oh,
at this
I'm
stage?
so sorry that I forgot that.
That's
Absolutely.
okay.
Thank you very much. My apologies.
Before we move on to greater town business, wanted to make a statement about Community Service Award. This year's nominee was brought forward by Jonathan Johnson, who's our town clerk. And statement reads, the town of Putney provides a location where residents may drop off their Vermont returnable bottles and cans. The proceeds are designated for the Putney Pool. Before the bottles and cans can be picked up by the Redemption Center, they must be sorted to separate bottles and cans and to remove non-returnable items and trash that people drop in the bins. It is important that the work be performed on a regular schedule so that the bins don't overflow. The sorting work has always been done by volunteers. In the past, when the volunteers didn't show, town hall staff performed the sorting and cleanup as needed. Since last spring, our volunteer has been Julian Lavoie. Where previous volunteers would wait weeks before coming to sort, Julian comes every week. Moreover, I frequently have an email from Julian when I arrive at work on Monday morning informing of how full the bins are, he checks them on Sunday, and when he will be in to sort. Recently, Julian has taken over the responsibility of scheduling the pickup from the Redemption Center. Julian has done a great job in keeping the drop-off area clean and safe. So far this year, Julian has sorted well over 30,000 bottles and cans to the tune of $1,500 at 5 cents a piece for 30,000 in a cheerful and capable manner. Julian's hard work and dedication makes Putney a better place to live, and the Select Board wants to say thank you by awarding Julian Lavoie the 2020 Community Service Award. So, thank you so much.
Excellent. That makes me so happy to know you're doing that work every week. Thank you. We will now move to Article 5. To elect 3 trustees.
Sorry, Meg,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
Julian just notified me that only his mother calls him Julian. He really goes by Jules. And I also just want to encourage people, not that we want to make his job harder, but remember when you're taking your bottles and cans that there's an easy place to drop them in the shed behind in front of the shed behind Town Hall, and that no liter bottles, no water bottles, but otherwise it's all going towards the Putney Pool, so a very good cause. So thank you again.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
All right. We can now move to Article 5, to elect 3 trustees to the Putney Public Library Board. I believe that we have somebody who has some names. Yes, Meredith Wade.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Meredith Wade. I feel like I should face this way and not to you all.
Yeah.
I'm Meredith Wade. I'm the current chair of the library board, and I want to first say thank you to our very dedicated director and staff of the library for all they do all the time. They work every year to identify new products and services and support for this community, for the very diverse needs of the community. And I think we really appreciate all that they do. And I also want to say thank you to the community, because it's because of all of you and to serve all of you that we exist. And feel like we're an important part of the community because of that. And the nominees who we have for trustees for 3-year terms are Kevin Champney, Amber Paris, and Rebecca Nixon.
Kevin, can you say that one more time?
Kevin Champney, Rebecca Nixon, and Amber Paris.
Amber Paris, okay. Are there any nominations from the floor? It looks like our 3 nominees are Kevin Chantley, Amber Paris, and Rebecca Nixon. I'm going to propose that we vote on them as a slate rather than running each name forward individually. So hearing no objections, we will run these names as a slate. All those in favor of Kevin Chantley, Amber Paris, and Rebecca Nixon to be the library trustees, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. It appears that the ayes have it, and those 3 members are now part of the trustees. Thank you very much for doing this. We will now move to Article 6. To see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off of Sand Hill Road, Lot 070339, for a period of 5 years, beginning April 1st, 2020, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 38327. You can find the lots that are exempted in the town report, and other information on pages 63 to 64. Is there somebody who wishes to move Article 6? Kathleen O'Reilly. Do we have a second for Article 6? Alice Mays. It has been moved and seconded for Article 6. Is there somebody here who wishes to speak on behalf? Yes, and are you not a Putney resident? Could you just tell me your name? James Olmsted. Hearing no objections, I would like to invite James Olmsted to speak on Article 6.
Hi, I'm James Olmsted. I've been a resident in the area all my life. I grew up in Dummerston, just down the road.
And you can take the mic out of its stand, yes.
All right,
thank you.
how does this sound? Better, I can hear myself now also. Just to give you a brief history, there is a little write-up in the town report, but Putney Gun Club was founded in 1951. Its purpose was to promote competitive shooting with small bore 22 caliber rifle. There was a Cheshire Wyndham Rifle League was formed with 5 teams in Cheshire County, New Hampshire, and Wyndham County, Vermont. And it's been running ever since. Excuse me. Our Rifle League runs from January to March in the wintertime. And the rest of the year, the club is pretty much not used, except for perhaps, and in the past, Boy Scouts have used the range for merit badges, and hunter safety has been held there most every year for the past 10 years. Unfortunately, our shaker and leader of that has moved on. He retired, Mike Colson moved to Island Pond. And we're looking now for someone to take over and head up that program. I've got somebody I'm going to contact, and hopefully they will steer us in the right direction, get us a hunter safety instructor. Most of you probably know, but hunter safety instructors have to take a course with the Fish and Game Department in order to become certified to teach hunter safety courses. And now anyone that buys a hunting and fishing license, not a fishing license, rifle license or bow license must pass a hunter safety course. As I say, Mike moved to Island Pond. Another man, Dave Smith, he was very instrumental in the running and upkeep of the club. He unfortunately has some severe health problems now. And we're hoping to get the club moving in the right direction and have a little more activity in it. Any residents interested in improving their marksmanship, we can work out something. However, we don't want any just, as I call them, prayer and sprayers up there shooting up the rifle range. It's designed strictly for 22 caliber. The range is 50 feet long. The building is cement block. We have a steel backstop. So the noise level, you can hardly hear a shot go off when you're outside the building. The rifle bullets themselves are contained within the building, so there's no danger to the public, there's no noise. We like to say we're located right opposite the ball field on Sandy Hill Road. And the parking area is there. If there was an overflow, we wouldn't mind someone parking at the range facility. Let's see what else. I guess that about sums it briefly. So any questions? Yes.
I've supported this over the years. In fact, I brought 5 years ago up for tax exemption, and now I don't support it. And the reason I don't is, we're talking about January to March. Not many people, you know, it's not used that much. You're not, wait a minute, you're not giving us any statistics on how often it's used. You haven't said how many people use it. And I know the last time I heard from you all, it was that all the towns around use it. So I would like to see them chip in and pay the taxes on that and not go ahead and be tax exempt.
So I'm going to jump into this. What we heard was an argument in favor of Article 6. We've now, and then Eva Mondin gave us an argument against Article 6. I'd like to hear from other people, so if you don't mind putting the mic back into
No, I don't. I just have one thing. We are a IRS 501(c) nonprofit organization.
Great, okay, thank you. Is there somebody else who wishes to speak in favor of Article 6? Yes.
Hi, I'm Kathleen O'Reilly, and I do want to speak in favor of it because of the hunter safety and bow certification that they offer. They plan on continuing to offer it, and right now the nearest place...
We have some feedback.
Oh.
Steve's working on it.
Is in Winooski. Closer? How's this? Okay, feel like Goldilocks. So let's see. Yeah, I want to speak in favor of it because it does provide hunter safety. It also gives people a place to come and ask questions. I know that Dave Smith was very instrumental and very warm in opening to people. He's not from Putney. Many of the people who have been involved in it are not from Putney, but the goal moving forward is to get more people involved. I spoke to Jim prior to coming here today, and I encouraged there being a board, there being open house nights, and there being an opportunity for people to just come ask questions. I mean, it's not about firearms, good or bad, it's about safety. And I am a great believer in that. So I'm in favor of it.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak against who has not spoken? Alan Blood.
Alan Blood. Excuse me. It seems to me that in the years past when we've approved this, it's been primarily because of the hunter safety issues. And I may have misheard it, but my understanding is there is no hunter safety course happening there at the moment. They don't have an instructor. My suggestion would be that we decline their request this year, and if they have an active program next year, that we reconsider it at that point. Thank you.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of Article 6? In favor, yes. A question?
Janice Baldwin. I have a question. How much money are we talking about here?
It's in our
Yeah, we're trying to find it, sorry.
Where's Jordy can answer that question?
Yeah, Jordy, are you here? Do you know that one offhand?
$87,000.
$87,000 is the value of it. That's not what we're talking. So the tax implications of that
would be the non-residential tax rate, I think 238 this year.
Jordy, can you use the mic and say your name, please?
Jordy Heller.
Thank you.
The $87,200 value would be the value based, and then the non-residential tax rate, which I think this year is $2.38 per hundred.
About $2,000, 2,070.
Yeah.
Can somebody say that with a
it's
mic?
about 2,070, you said, Alan? Yes.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak? I'm sorry, I lost track of where I was. I think Janice asked a question, so we're looking for somebody who will speak against. Is there somebody who has not spoken who wishes to speak against? I don't see any other hands up but Eva, so I'm going to say Eva can come back. Oh, I'm sorry, you. Would you like to take the mic? We have a question.
Robin Ekstrom. I just had a question for the gentleman who spoke for the gun club. How many folks are actually using it during the season of January to March currently? Thank you.
Would you mind answering that? Can you get a mic? Yep, you can come forward and get the mic.
Probably holler loud enough. No? Okay.
Besides, it's exciting. Maybe you'll get some feedback and everybody will wince.
We have 6 people on our team.
6 people on the team? And so is that the 6 people who are using it during the season?
For our home team, yes. There's also 2 other clubs that come on a rotating program for the Rifle League during the winter.
Great.
And can I ask a question, Meg?
Yeah.
And can you just comment on historically the number of hunter safety courses, the number of students, if you...
I know I wasn't involved with the program while Mike was teaching it. I think that I've heard the figure 40 thrown out, and that I'm quite sure that he had to turn away people because they just couldn't handle more than that. There is a huge demand for hunter safety, and like I say, I'm going to get together with other members, the people that help Mike run the course, and try to get a program going for this year. Yes.
I'm sorry, I'll need to call on. We have somebody coming forward to speak against? Oh, are you coming to ask a question? All right, I think I'm still on against, so we'll just, is there anybody who wishes to speak against? Eva?
I think it's time that this organization, what they're offering in the community, come to an end. I've never seen them advertise the hunter safety program. It's advertised in Guilford. It's advertised all around. I used to hunt. I know it's a wonderful idea, the hunter safety program. It's never been advertised in Putney. And so towns that advertise it, you can go from Putney and take it. I don't know about the Boy Scouts using it, but I don't know about the Boy Scouts either. And so I really think that it's time to lay it down, really do. I'm the one that proposed and harassed. In fact, the guy who used to run it, he was a friend of mine, and I stood up for this whole process and harassed y'all to get nonprofit status. But it's over. I think it's over. Thank you.
And we have somebody who wants to speak in favor, is that all right? I'm going to go to the first, sorry.
Deb Stetson, I'm in favor of it. I believe in this day and age. All right. I think we should be supporting the gun club and the hunting program, and I think if you build it, they will come. I think we need to give them a chance to try to get it active again. It's recently been very active. There have been 40 people that have come even without advertising, as you might say. I don't know, maybe they did, but yeah, I think we should support it. And it's only $1 more in your taxes, something like that, if it's $2,000 a year. So I think it's worth it, especially in this day and age where people are going out and needing to get their own food.
Great. So I have a question from the floor. I'm sorry, from the select board.
I'm curious if we can amend, can everybody hear me? I'm afraid to use this. I'm curious if we can amend this for a period of 1 year in order to give them time to kind of get it together through these transitions and come back to us and show us a new plan.
So Laura, are you amending? So the amendment, if I hear you correctly, Laura, is for a period of 1 year, beginning April 1st, 2020, as authorized by 32 VSA section. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I have an amendment, but I need to get a second. Sorry. While we have the amendment on the floor, I need to get a second. And the second is Lionel? No. I'm sorry, can you remember? Lawrence. What was the last name? Lawrence O'Neill. So it has been moved and seconded to amend Article 6. We are now discussing the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment?
I'm not sure we are allowed to do that statutorily. I'm not sure we aren't. I don't know whether, Howard, that's anything you can figure for us quickly, but my recollection, and Jordy, maybe you know, that this is 3 years or 5 years typically, and maybe 1 year is acceptable, but...
Jordy Heller, a couple of years ago for Putney Cares, we did it for 1 year.
We did? Okay. Yes. That's, as long as it's statutorily allowable.
So we are now debating the amendment, which is for 1 year. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? A question.
Lisa Papazian. I guess I would like to know what voting no or what the $2,000 would mean to the Gum Club in terms of its budget. It seems like it might kill it altogether. So I'm just wondering.
I'm going to take that as a question, even though we really are going to be deliberating the amendment, but I'm going to take that as a question. Do we have an answer? Yes.
You can take it off, but important not to point it at.
Okay. One thing I'd like to clarify that it was unclear on before, the figure 40 I threw out, that was for 1 year's training, not total. And right now our treasury has about $1,500 in it. We have limited members. If you tax us, someone else is going to own the building, probably the town. So $75 for membership. That's for anyone.
So we're not hearing these questions, so I'm going to have to ask you to either use the mic.
Okay.
But just
the question was what a membership cost.
Okay. And the answer was?
$75.
$75. And just to remind us all, we are still deliberating the amendment. So is there somebody who wishes to speak against the amendment? Is there somebody who wishes to speak for the amendment? Robin?
Robin Ekstrom, I would just encourage the town to vote in favor of this amendment. It gives the gun club a year, which seems like a reasonable time to find somebody who's willing to take on the responsibility of teaching a course in gun safety, which I definitely feel strongly is a very good thing, hiking the woods and around here. And if at the end of that time they've been unable to take up that role, then I think it would be plenty time enough to consider terminating the tax relief for this organization at that time. Thank you.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak against the amendment? It looks like we may be able to vote on the amendment. All right, we are voting on Article 6 as amended to see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off of Sand Hill Road. for a period of 1 year. See, I was, just the amendment. So but I was reading it as amended so people at least knew what it was that we were voting on for a period of 1 year beginning April 1st, 2020. So we're just voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed to the amendment, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. We are now discussing the article as amended. Are there any questions? Is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor of the article as amended? Anybody who wishes to speak against the article as amended? It looks like we're ready to vote. We are now voting on Article 6 as amended, to see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off of Sand Hill Road, lot 070339 for a period of 1 year, beginning April 1st, 2020, as authorized by 32 VSA Section 3832(7). All those in favor of the article as amended, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears the ayes have it. Article 6 passes as amended. We are now moving to Article 7. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $190,000 to purchase a dump truck for the Highway Department to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. Do we have a motion? Robin O'Neill, is it? Ekstrom. Robin Ekstrom. Do we have a second? Could you give us your name? Melanie Fletcher has seconded. Article 7 has been moved and seconded. Is there somebody here who wishes to speak on behalf of Article 7?
Is Brian here?
People are looking for Brian.
Brian? Brian's not here. Okay, so I'll speak a little bit to it. This is the, as per our capital plan that we talked about earlier, this is the sort of regular rotation of a truck being rotated out after 10 years. Experience has shown us that the 10-year ballpark tends to be a marker for when maintenance costs start to increase, also tends to be a marker for when turn-in value starts to drop off pretty quickly. Again, I will just say that given the discussion from earlier about capital planning, that it has been a topic of discussion amongst the Select Board as to whether we are going to continue in this vein of borrowing for vehicles at 10-year increments, whether we can look at different ways of modeling that as far as either holding on to vehicles longer and or financing them differently or putting aside reserve funds for them. So, but again, it's sort of replacement. I don't remember which. It's for the replacement of number 5, I think. But it's replacing a Mack truck, which I believe is the 2010 Mack, which I believe is the last. We've gone mostly over to Western Star. For a couple reasons there. The dealership is right here, and we've gotten good value out of them and had excellent service, and it's right nearby to get servicing, which is a benefit to us. I believe this is our last Mack, and we will be, if we go ahead with this purchase as proposed, it would be a Western Star to replace it also. So our whole fleet would then be Western Star vehicles.
Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Gail Haynes, and my question would be the one that was raised earlier about, you spoke of trying to think about energy efficiency and things, and I consider energy efficiency both the use of the energy, but also this question that you said you're thinking about of how to keep things alive longer in this motorized world.
Do we have an answer?
So what you're referring to is the embodied energy that goes into the construction of a vehicle. And these are vehicles that when we sell them, they go on to further use elsewhere. So it's not like that truck is getting thrown away. And I'm not trying to sort of explain that away, but just a fact related to that is they don't just disappear. They do often get bought by smaller or less used operators who use them less and are less dependent on them on a regular basis. But in the same vein as the conversation before, we're keeping our eye on the availability and price point of potential fossil fuel replacement vehicles, not yet a reality for us as far as that's concerned. They are, all of these vehicles that we consider, and this was part of a discussion we had the other night, they are all governed by federal emissions laws. So they are the cleanest vehicles that are readily available to us within those constraints. And Vermont is a little bit lax on that, but it's mostly governed by federal. So they're as clean as we can get. I think, sorry, I can't. Boy, I really don't have an answer to that one for you. Sort of scarily low would be my guess, just because they're surprisingly large vehicles working hard. And then also, as we all know from our own practical use, when they're doing stop and go and short trips, it also goes up. So, you know, we could probably sort of figure that out based on our annual usage of fuel, but we haven't looked at that. So, you want to comment, David? Microphone.
I wanted to ask Karen something about the program to replace trucks. This truck, we're heading to a time when the
10
trucks,
years.
10 years, okay. So we're heading towards a period of time, my understanding is that we won't be replacing another truck next year or the year after. We're actually heading to a window of, I thought maybe you could speak to that. Thank you.
I believe our next replacement of a truck is 2023, I think. 2013 was probably.
It is 2023, right?
Is when another one would come back up
Yes.
for replacement. Yeah.
Yeah, because the grader and the backhoe, our final payments will be in fiscal year 21. So those are going to go off in 22. And then, yeah, we're going to need another dump truck at that point in 23. So the way the cycle is, because of debt service, because we're borrowing, we're trying to look ahead to see if it makes more sense to possibly buy it outright. But we got to plan for that, and it's going to be about timing. So, but the future is looking a little bit better, where we're going to be seeing some things drop off, and that includes the fire station, like in 2027. So, as Josh pointed out, though, the rates are so low right now that we're still taking advantage of that.
Are there any other questions? Would somebody wish to speak against Article 7? It looks like we may be ready to move to a vote. We've heard we've heard somebody speak in favor. We've had questions answered. I think that yes?
It's Alan Blood again. We're doing the fire truck by Australian ballot and this one by a vote here. Is that just because the size of the amount?
It's partly the size. It's also we're going to bond for the fire truck, so it's a requirement that it's by Australian ballot. That's partly because the rates were so favorable on that.
So
but
bond means it goes through the state system.
Municipal
and otherwise
bond
we're just
system.
borrowing from a bank.
Exactly.
Right.
And it's less expensive. We explored that for the fire truck, and it's less expensive for us to do it through the bond system, but it's a cumbersome process for one, and also I believe they don't offer 5-year bonds. Is that correct? So it would draw. I might be wrong about that, but this is a 10-year bond that we're looking at. I think that's the shortest bond they offer, isn't it?
For the fire truck?
I don't think they offer bonds for less than 10 years.
No, they can do a 5-year
Oh, they can.
bond too, but the process is tedious, and you would have to have Australian vote, 2 public meetings. So for the 190,000, we can go to a bank and get a pretty good rate.
Are there any other questions about Article 7? It looks like, oh, we have one right here.
Lawrence O'Neill. You said for the truck, we would be going to a bank for a rate, and we've talked about the bond rate being 1 point something.
4 or 5.
1 point. What's the differential there? What's the difference? I mean, if it's our money we're spending,
yeah.
If it's cheaper to go to a bond, how much more expensive is it to go to a bank?
Banks usually we can get between 2.5 to 3. It depends. It depends on who we look at, but we do go out to like 4 or 5 different banks. So we'll go with the lowest rate. But at 1.45 also, let me just check one thing, Larry, okay?
For example, in exploring the fire truck option, Lawrence, we were offered rates about 3% from banks. So it hovers.
It does.
You know, the other thing is that 1.45% is not guaranteed, as I said. So you know that as the Australian ballot states, it's at a rate of up to 2%. We sort of basically figured that was kind of the cutoff where we felt we were likely to get a bond issued, and or where the cumbersome aspects of financing through the bond bank, and it entails expenses too. We have to have legal counsel when we go to the bond bank, et cetera. So I don't have the math on that as far as this truck is concerned, but the thinking was that we were likely to just not realize a whole lot of savings for a short-term low-interest bond or a short-term low-interest bank loan on a borrowing of this size.
Larry, I did request that information too from Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, you know, on 190,000, and I have it in an email, so I will forward that information to you. And I don't remember what the rate was, but I think it was higher than the 1.45%.
As it would be for a shorter term bond.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does that answer your questions for now? And right. Are there any other questions? Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 7? It appears that we may be able to move towards a vote. We are now, yes? A question?
My name is Amanda Perez. So this is related with this truck and the purchase of the fire truck, which is separate, but it seems like there's a capital plan for replacing vehicles with new vehicles, and that there seems to be a plan in place that is requiring the board to replace these things on this specific timeline. And then there also seems to be the question that you're holding in the back of your mind about changing that plan. Yep, because maybe to get some more longevity out of the vehicles and things like that. Yet we seem to be moving forward with the plan without looking at that. And so I'm wondering, what is the board's timeline for looking at those plans that are driving these mandates for buying new vehicles?
Is there somebody who can answer Amanda's question?
Well, I can't answer the question of what the timeline is, but we've been talking about it a lot. I know, I think it's part of a bigger question. I think the town of Putney and the people in it have gotten used to a really high level of services, and our taxes are really high. I know I pay a ton of taxes, so I'm wearing two hats right now. I'm on the select board and I'm a taxpayer. And I wish Brian was here and he could speak to the condition of that truck so we could more accurately assess whether or not we actually need one right now, because I drive a 94 Toyota pickup with over 300,000 miles and I haven't made payments on it in a really long time. So I'm in favor of keeping everything as long as we possibly can until the maintenance and repairs are less than what it's going to take to replace it. But that's going to require people being okay with their roads not being plowed right now if one of the trucks goes down and they don't get their road plowed for some hours or it doesn't get sanded, which I'm fine with, but I'm not sure everybody else is. So we're looking at that. How is it going to work? How long is it going to take for us to save money to be able to outright buy a fire truck or outright buy the next replacement town truck? I don't know. It certainly would require the budget to stay the same, and whatever money we spent towards payments would go into a capital fund. And like Josh says, we're not making any money really. We can't really invest it in a way where we make very much money, but my opinion is I would lean in that direction. But like I said, I wish Brian was here to talk about the condition of that truck so he could answer those questions. I don't know what the timeline is for changing that. I know I think about it every day.
I would say the timeline from my perspective would be, as we just mentioned, the next truck coming up in line for replacement is 2023. So that gives us a 3-year window to look at, and that's also probably a reasonable window, as we were talking before about interest rates. You know, just looking at sort of the financial picture right now, it doesn't appear they're going to jump right away, and in fact may decrease for a period of time in the short run, but in a 3-year window they might well start climbing back up. So I guess I would propose that as a timeline, that within the next 3 years we're looking at this. You know, as David pointed out, and I've said this in the past too, we can make that choice to have potentially less services for less money. That's a voter choice, and I don't think anybody opposes that on this board, or probably anybody in town, but it's also a reality that we've come to be used to. I mean, you know, as soon as a road isn't sanded, we start getting phone calls. So, you know, that there's a balance there for us as to what we do. The reality, I mean, there's two components in my view of the thinking behind why we replace trucks on the timeline that we do. One is their trade-in value, and two is their dependability. You know, could we extend that to 12 or 15 years and not suffer dramatically in that realm? I'm sure the dealerships would tell us no, but you know, that's something we could experiment with, and maybe that would make sense for us to experiment with. Is that going to save us a fortune? No, but it will shave down the expenses on a capital plan. So I would say a 3-year window to look at that and see before we come before you with another truck is probably realistic.
Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 7? Then it looks like we may be ready to go to a vote. We are now voting on Article 7 to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $190,000 to purchase a dump truck for the Highway Department to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. All those in favor of Article 7, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 7 passes. It's now 5 noon. It might be time to take a break, I'm thinking, for lunch. If everyone's all right, I propose that we take a 45-minute recess. We are returning to Town Meeting 2020. Maybe once again we could just introduce who is on the stage.
Okay.
Just because if they start to hear official voices, they may return. Karen, would you mind introducing yourself once again? I was just going to go down and ask people to reintroduce themselves.
Oh, yes.
Karen Astley, Town Manager.
Josh Laughlin, Select Board Chair.
Laura Chapman, Select Board Vice Chair.
David Babbitt, Select Board Clerk.
And to my left, we have Kim Monroe, who is Assistant Town Clerk. I'm Meg Mott. I'm the moderator.
We're going to need to get them to shut up right there.
Okay, we're going to begin with Article 8 to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $103,000 to install a new vehicle exhaust system for 13 emergency vehicles located at the fire department to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. Do we have a motion? Alan Blood. Do we have a second? Alice Mays. It has been moved and seconded, Article 8. I gather there may be a amendment?
There is.
What is your amendment?
Actually, can you maybe you can't because you're not a resident.
Right.
So, sorry.
Right here.
Okay.
So we're waiting to hear what the amendment
So
is to Article 8.
The amendment, Article 8, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $103,000 to install a new vehicle exhaust system for 8, it should read 8, not 13, emergency vehicles located at the fire department
Do
to be
we-
paid.
Do we have a second for the amendment? The second is Alan Blood. It has been moved and seconded, and we are now discussing the amendment. Would somebody like to speak on behalf of the amendment?
It's
Tom?
Well, it was just a mistake. We had it as 13. I mean, the way these systems work is that there's basically a central exhaust fan unit, and then they have what are called drop downs, which are pipes that come down and plug onto the exhaust systems of the vehicles. And we don't need 13, so that might be excessive.
That was my error.
But we do need 8, and that will improve safety in the fire department dramatically for all of the folks who work there, spend time there.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? It looks like we may be, yes? We have a question or a speaking against? I don't know where our microphone went. The stand,
Right here.
do we know where it is?
Right here.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you to Steve Voorhees for providing sound year after year after year. Thank you very much. And for coming up with the solution now that we don't have runners. Yeah. Things have changed, people. It's 2020. It's not on, but Steve seems to be working at the back. Can we try it now, Steve? Oh,
Yes.
Yep, it works. Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that the two reasons for the, I wasn't able to get the microphones running, but I've been worried about microphones being passed around as a vector. We do have handy wipes here if you're concerned about touching surfaces. It is flu season. It's not just the Coriolis virus that we have to worry about. And these are things that I hadn't really thought about until 2 mornings ago, and I woke up, what about the, and and I was listening to the news, and I started, maybe I should be a little bit more conscious. So anyway, you don't have to touch this, but if you are willing to and pick it out, if you're tall, as I am not, you may take it out. Handy wipes there if you want to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Put the debris on the chair.
So the debris from the handy wipes should just go on the chair next to the handy wipes. Okay. So we're discussing the amendment, and we have a question or comment?
Yes,
Question.
I'm Kate Dodge. I'm just wondering if it's 8 instead of 13, does that bring the price down?
No.
No.
No, it was just a mistake on the.
Okay. Darn.
Yes. And the other thing I'll say, just so people know, one of the discussions that came up when we were talking about this was whether there was grant money available towards this. And the answer is no, there is not grant money, but we did explore it. But Tom is fairly confident that because the state of Vermont houses a hazmat response vehicle in our department, that the state is likely to contribute the cost of one of those drops for us as we go forward.
So we're still discussing the amendment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the amendment? It looks like we may be ready to vote on the amendment. Yes, Robin. Question? We'll take that to the mic.
Robin Ekstrom.
Why does that happen? I never understand.
Okay.
Gun shy?
Did you hear that, David?
I just wondered what the existing system is. Thank you.
As it is right now, we have, I believe, 3 fans, Tom, that are mounted basically just as fans for the whole space that get turned on as exhaust fans. Not really a system. Something that is better than nothing, I guess, but really doesn't remove specifically exhaust. It just pulls out all the air. It's expensive to run something like that because it cools the whole place down. The idea of these is that they really pick it up right at the source and take it right out.
So I'm going to say, yes, let's resolve the amendment issue, and then we can have a broader discussion. So I'm going to say, are we ready to vote on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, which is inserting 8 where it did say 13, all those in favor of changing the language to 8 emergency vehicles, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it and the amendment passes. We are now discussing Article 8 as amended. Are there any questions or comments about Article 8 as amended? Yes.
Alan Blood. I just need a clearer picture of the purpose. My understanding so far is this is so they can run the vehicles inside without asphyxiating themselves.
Correct.
And they really need to run the vehicles inside.
Well, the way the system I designed, in a variety of instances, yes, for maintenance purposes, particularly in winter. I mean, you don't want to take one of those vehicles out, park it outside in the winter and run it. But also the way, I believe, Tom, this has automatic drops, is that right? So that essentially it's connected to the vehicle at all times. You start the vehicle, and as you pull out, it automatically sort of spits the tube off the exhaust, so that you're really minimizing as much as you possibly can. Because as you know, I mean, if not all of them, almost all of them are diesel vehicles, and even just starting a diesel with an engine that size in that space. And Tom did some non-scientific research by placing gear out and keeping an eye on the volume of particulate that was adding up on it, and it's not good. And the data is very clear that this is very helpful in keeping interior spaces. But also from a maintenance issue, just the ability to do maintenance on the vehicles and run them inside is important in the winter. So,
Do we have any other questions about Article 8? I don't know if we actually had somebody speak on behalf of Article 8. We moved quickly into the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak on behalf of Article 8?
I would just say that from safety of our public safety personnel, this is an important thing for us to do. You know, again, when you start those engines up in that enclosed space, it's not good for anybody. And I think that it's a relatively small price to pay to keep the environment for the firefighters and emergency medical folks to have a cleaner environment inside the station.
Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 8? The motion on the table has happened. It was moved and seconded, and then it was amended. Thank you for that question, though. Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 8 as amended? It looks as if we are ready to move to a vote. We are now voting on Article 8 as amended. I will read it. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $103,000 to install a new vehicle exhaust system for 8 emergency vehicles located at the fire department to be repaid by a promissory note with a term of not more than 5 years. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 8 passes. We are now moving on to Article 9, to see if the town will vote to authorize the establishment of a gravel pit blasting reserve fund to be used for payment of blasting-related services and equipment at the jointly owned gravel extraction site in Dummerston, Vermont. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Josh.
Do we have a second? Melody. I should know your name. Sorry. Do you have her last name? It has been moved and seconded with Article 9. Does anybody wish to speak on behalf of Article 9?
Do you want to address it, Karen? No? Okay. Either of you guys want to talk to this one? Basically, it's going to cost us in the realm of $60,000 every 3 years. Is that right? Per town. I don't have that number in front of me, but I believe we're looking at. Well, this is the total for the 2 towns over.
No.
That's ours over how many years?
5.
In a 5-year period, every 5 years, we will be looking at roughly $90,000 in expenditure for blasting purposes, and that is the town of Dummerston would also be paying that equal amount, so $180,000 every 5 years in order to basically remove the amount of ledge product we need to allow it to be processed for our needs for road work. So this is just a way to, instead of having a $90,000 whack every 5 years,
Right.
put in $18,000 a year into a reserve fund in order to prepare for that.
Do we have any questions? Does anybody wish? Any questions? Yes, in the back. Let's say.
Hi, Lisa Papazian. I'm just wondering how many years we expect to have in the gravel pit with the blasting schedule.
Yeah, a lot. 30 plus years. I mean, the break where we start to come out ahead is where we currently get our sand from, which is the Carpenter Pit. When we retire the Carpenter Pit, then we will stop paying out as much money for gravel-related product. I mean, that's sand, not gravel. But at that point, our payment decreases because it doesn't decrease, but we're paying, instead of paying it for sand to an independent private owner, we're paying it into our own system. But we anticipate at least 30 years. That's a conservative estimate. Depending on how we use ledge product and availability of other sand, it's very hard to define exactly the parameters of the stone within the gravel pit. But we actually think probably if we do it well and we're able to lower the pit floor in the future, which is an amendment of Act 250, we're probably looking at more like 50 to 60 years of use from the gravel pit. So blasting would be, we won't do that any more than we have to, but we're assuming that we'll need blast product every 5 years.
Are there other questions? I think Lawrence, did you have your hand? You're fine. Eva.
Yes.
Something like that.
I'd like to thank the select board for bringing the idea of buying that gravel pit, which there was a lot of discussion about at town meeting, was brilliant, and all around the towns are suffering now. In Westminster, there was a major fight. They don't know what to do. So I want to thank you all for the good work you put and the way you educated us about getting that gravel pit from Renos with Dummerston. So thank you all.
We hope that it will be a wise investment.
It will be.
Are there any other questions about Article 9 on the gravel pit? Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 9? It looks like we may be heading towards a vote. We are now voting. Oh, Elizabeth, did you have a question or no? All right, so we are going to vote on Article 9 to see if the town will vote to authorize the establishment of a gravel pit blasting reserve fund to be used for payment of blasting-related services and equipment at the jointly owned gravel extraction site in Dummerston, Vermont. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 9 passes. We are now moving on to Article 10. To see if the town will vote to transfer $18,000 from the highway capital budget to the gravel pit blasting reserve fund, if established by Article 9. It appears that that language is true. Do I have a motion? Lawrence. Do we have a second? Melody. Article 10 has been moved and seconded. We are now discussing Article 10. Does somebody wish to speak in favor of it?
I will just comment that, as is sort of implied, but just so it's completely clear, the establishment of a reserve fund means that that money can only be used for the purpose that it's designated for. So that was the reason we have two articles, is one, to establish that we are going to have that fund. Two is to put some money into it so it actually has money to be spent on that purpose.
Okay, do we have any questions? Yes.
Alan Blood, can you just explain why this is a good source of the money from the capital fund rather than raising new money or taking it from somewhere else, taking it from the highway capital budget?
Does anybody have an answer for Alan?
Very basically, we had somewhat of a highway surplus last year, so it's money that's available to us without taking it from elsewhere where it would add to taxes. So that's about it.
Does that answer your question? Yeah. Do we have any other questions with respect to Article 10? Does anybody wish to speak against Article 10? It looks as if we're about to vote on Article 10. We are now voting on Article 10 to see if the town will vote to transfer $18,000 from the highway capital budget to the gravel pit blasting reserve fund, if established by Article 9. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 10 passes. We are now moving to Article 11 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,415,587 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the town general fund, ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. You can find that information on pages 46 to 47 in your town report. Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion? Melody's motion. Do we have a second? Janice Baldwin, second. It has been moved and seconded on Article 11. Would somebody now speak on behalf of Article 11?
I just want a point of clarification. This does not include, if Article 2 is approved by Australian ballot, it does not include a payment towards that bond. That is because the way the cycle of bond funding works in the state, we would not have a payment due on that until fiscal 21-22. But it does include the 103,000 that we voted on in Article 8, which, yes.
Are there any questions? Eva?
Sorry. Must be added to it afterwards, I think.
Turn to page 46, yes?
Once again, I question why CERVA, or whatever it's called, if you look down on page 46, Intergovernmental Agency Assessment, and then you look across the way at, let me see, not across the way, where, yeah. Where are the, I didn't bring my glasses up here. The money that's spent for community projects, what's it called?
CEVEDS.
Yeah, no, but in comparison to what the community center gets or the food shelf gets, why is it that they get so much more money and they don't draw money from all the towns around? They do a few towns, but not all the towns that they serve. And it used to be, it was in the articles, and then last year it popped up here stated as a permanent kind of, let's give them 8,000. No, let's don't give them 8,000. Let's give them half that or less. If those organizations in the community should have the 8,000. I mean, I'm totally opposed to this. I was last year and I carried on for half an hour. I want to sit down now. But think about it, folks.
Eva, do you want to make an amendment?
Yes, thank you for your help. I'd like to make an amendment that we cut that in half.
So we're now, if everyone is looking at page 46.
Sorry.
I just want to make sure that we follow this through, and I need to get a second as well. So, so the amount that is currently listed there is 8,106.
Yes.
Is that correct? And so, Eva, would your amendment then be for 4,053? Is that correct, Eva?
Sounds good to me. My glasses are back there.
Yeah, sorry, we're having to do this. So
okay.
We have an amendment on the floor. Do we have a second? Janice Baldwin has seconded Eva's amendment. We are now discussing the amendment, and that would reduce the overall amount by $4,053.
This is not to be confused with SEFCA. This is another organization that bloomed some years ago, and I question their ability to do the job they claim they're doing.
So we have the amendment on the floor. Is there somebody who, and Eva just spoke in favor of the amendment, is there somebody who wishes to speak against the amendment? We got a second. Yes, and I think it was Janice Baldwin. So we are discussing the amendment which would reduce the overall budget by $4,053, and this is by cutting in half the SEVID's appropriation.
Can I make a suggestion, Meg? It seems to me that it would be appropriate to have a discussion about SEVEDs and the service they provide before we have a discussion about an amendment, because otherwise if we amend it and then have a discussion, so my recommendation would be we table the amendment, have a discussion about SEVEDs, the organization, and why we contribute money to them, and then we go back to the amendment.
I'm not sure we can table, because we have our amendment on the floor and it's seconded. I'm going to refer to the parliamentarian Howard Fairman. Do you need to go to the mic, Howard?
Probably not. Discussion is in order. The discussion you proposed is in order as part of the discussion of the amendment.
Okay, that's the other way we can do it. I just think it would not do service to the greater discussion of the article if we amend it without there being discussion about the article itself. So as long as the moderator applies that.
Yeah, so what I'm suggesting is we are now deliberating on the amendment. As part of the deliberation against the amendment, a person could argue in favor of the full amount for SEVID. So I think that the amending process will allow for the kind of conversation we want to have. I have a hand from the select board.
I would like to hear from Karen Astley, our town manager, on what services SEVID does provide to us and how useful she has or has not found them over her tenure with us.
Well, I can answer. They're a great resource for our office. I thought there was going to be somebody
There is,
from
RT.
Would you like to?
And RT, am I saying your name correctly? Yes. RT, and you're not a Putney resident? Correct. Well, hearing no objections, I am going to allow RT to answer that question about what are the services that SEVIDS applies. Yeah, but so Alan Blood is asking to go back to Karen. If you could fill out the information and then...
Sure. So again, I reach out to SEVIDS along with BDCC, and they're very instrumental with economic development and also placing kids into work programs. Being up here for my second year, I've heard from folks in town where both organizations have helped them tremendously. So new businesses, small businesses, this is the type of resource that we can tap into. And $8,100, it is, a lot of money, but the payback's going to be even greater. So whenever I have a question or I need something, I pick up the phone and they're right there. And I also recommend property owners with businesses, vacant buildings, to contact them directly and work with them, because they can support them with grant money and other businesses to possibly come into Putney. So they are a good resource.
Because I had asked, hearing no objections to inviting RT in, I want to make sure, Alan, was that an objection to inviting him in, or are you? Timing-wise, okay. So if I hear no objections, then Artie, if you wish to come forward to the mic to describe your work.
Thank you. Hi, folks. I see some familiar faces. It's good to see you. I want to start by thanking the Select Board for the good work they do throughout the year, for the moderator and the town manager. My name is R.T. Brown, and I'm here to talk about the organization Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, or SEVEDS. So SEVEDS leads with strategy and insights. It's an organization made up of volunteers who serve on a board and it's charged with creating the region's economic development roadmap. And it's a federally approved document called a Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or CEDS. We love our acronyms, so if I use one, please stop me. So the CEDS is created through a series of public information sessions, and that helps inform its strategies, goals, and objectives. CEDS then contracts with the BDCC, or the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, to operationally fulfill those objectives and strategies by developing and building programs, and then going out and seeking funding for those programs. So that's why I'm here today. CEDS requests municipal dollars and uses them as leverage to gain more funding from state and federal sources to extend the impact. So why $3? So we request that $8,100 comes from a $3 per registered voter request. To be honest, this is my 4th year being here. I think early on the organization didn't quite know what to ask. But now we're a bit more mature, and through modeling, we have come to understand that $3, it's like the cost of a breakfast sandwich and a coffee. It's really a sweet spot, because we take that $3 and we leverage it and get, we quadruple it, really. So anything less than $3, we're not as able to extend our impact. Anything more is probably just too much. The focus is regional. For example, around 700 people leave the town of Putney every day to go to work. People need employment opportunities so they can pay their bills. They need to be able to put food on the table. They need to pay taxes. They need to be able to go to the general store. They need to be able to patron anecdote books, and to support the other dearly regarded human service organizations that support the town. Meaningful work in the region is paramount. We have programs in the high schools that help kids understand what opportunities are here. We help them with resume writing, mock interviews, and help them understand the skills that are needed to work at some of the region's employers. Since September, there have been 10 field trips, dozens of classes, and work with 300 individual students. That program is a perfect example of how municipal funds are leveraged to build a program. Our internship helps connect college-enrolled students or recent graduates with paid internship programs. My area of focus happens to be entrepreneurship and small business development services. And we have a program that helps bring training and professional development to town leaders and nonprofits. On Saturday, I was in Westminster. They elected to reduce the funding. I'm a little bolder. I'm a little older. I'll tell you that the result of that, the reason why that happened is somebody stood up and, I would say, mischaracterized our work, our level of engagement. And I was sitting next to Christy, my colleague, who does that work, and she literally started to shake. And in this type of setting, it's very difficult to refute that kind of information that's put out there. So they elected not to fund us. Last night, I was in Rockingham. CEDS was funded fully, and today, as far as I know, so far today, Newfane, Londonderry, Guilford, Weston, and Grafton have approved full funding for CEDS. So that comes to last year it was about 75% of the region has supported the work. So previously I mentioned, providing support by building vibrancy in businesses. Oftentimes people need sort of a dollar for dollar understanding of what's the impact for Putney. So this year alone, our projects have provided grants to businesses. It's associated with a revolving loan program. One of them is the Putney General Store. So Mike is here. Not to put him on the spot, but he'd be happy to talk about what we've done to support that transition. But total in grant technical assistance dollars was $6,500. So we're asking for $8,100. We put $6,500 back to area businesses. And then that doesn't even include my time with business advising or the tools that I provide to businesses. So if I look at that, we're probably easily at the ask that we're making today. Towns can't do this alone. The good people behind me have a bunch of things to do and to think about. Economic development may come up from time to time, but that's not their primary job, and that's the role of CEVEDS. It's similar to the Wyndham Regional Commission. It's been funded by municipalities for decades. So I want to wrap up by quoting somebody at the Westminster Town Meeting. And the quote is, "There's only one county in the state, Chittenden County, where births exceed deaths. We are losing population. We must do work to at least maintain where we are now. We must attract millennials who are looking to move out of cities. We must attract new Americans. We must help businesses so that residents can pursue opportunities to positively impact their lives, to pay local taxes, and we must do the work in our schools so that young folk know opportunities for good paying, truly interesting jobs do exist in the region." So thank you for your time. I'm happy to respond to any questions when and if appropriate, and Mike is also here to talk about his experience with us.
Okay, thank you. So that was hearing against the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? No, that was against the amendment. The amendment is to reduce the amount paying to CEVEDS by $4,053. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? It looks like we may be ready to vote on the amendment. Mike Mrowicki, yes. Can you go to the mic, please? I can't hear what you're saying.
Mike, do you still live in Putney? Do you need to be invited into this part? Do you still live in? I do. Okay, sorry.
This is called like after lunch, everybody's being the
You were sitting
moderator.
over there, so I wondered why.
Okay, Mike, we're focusing on you.
So, you live in Montpelier now, don't you, Mike?
Just to,
Sorry.
I'm not going to argue how much we should give them or not, but I do want to share that there's a lot of work that they do that's valid. And one of the things that was brought up was the idea of economic development. We're one of the few small villages now that still has a village center. And it's some of the work of CEVEDS and BDCC is why it's happening. The other piece that I want to add is looking ahead to what they're trying to do. Now, many of you are aware of the